Aussie.
Here we are. It's a classy way to start a live stream. That's how the professionals do it. Hello, Megalich. Nice to see you. Just put my phone there, I think, in case I want it. And start off. Try to remember what this is that I'm drinking. Right. Well, that's fairly tart. It was a premix cocktail I got from Archie Rose, and I think I mixed it with something. It's very sort of citrusy, fruity tart, and I'd taken some to a party in this bottle, and this bottle was sitting in the fridge. I thought, it's just taking up space. I should drink what's in it. So it's a bit passion fruity. Becomes my first drink for the night. Possibly first of several. There is no precedent. There's no time when I have allowed myself to become inebriated on a live stream. But there's nothing to say tonight won't be the first time. Anything could happen. It's a strange and mysterious world that we live in. And I, for one, try not to predict what's going to happen. Sorry, just a little cough there. I don't know, if we're going to be off to a slow start, I might amuse myself by playing some Red Dead Redemption. I'll say I haven't played it for weeks. Forget where I'm up to, forget what there is to do. I think there's a bunch of big stuff to do still. Is it opposite day? Maybe. Or is it just I'm talking crap day, which is obviously normal day? Oh shit, there's another premix drink there. Might drink that next. I was going. Do I have? I have two cocktail books here. Thinking of just coming up with a new drink. Well, not me coming up with a new drink, but me making a drink happen. Ooh. Okay, so the Rockstar launcher wants to update or something ridiculous. Oh no, Salimi, you had a bad Friday. That's not fair. I had a perfectly reasonable Friday. So from the sounds of it, that means I had a better Friday than you. So I'm not happy to hear that you had such a bad day. So, Aquavit, Gromonier, Nonino Amaro. I think I've got just enough Aquavit to make that. Port, lemon juice, simple syrup. Goodness. Rum and Clement, VSOP. Apple brandy, green chartreuse, sugar, whiskey barrel. It's like an aged rum and an apple brandy and green chartreuse and sugar. This is like a herbal old-fashioned. That's kind of up my alley. So, oh no. You got assaulted. He got abusive because you didn't play caretaker. Good. I'm well, I'm glad you told him to go fuck himself. Oh yeah, and then you got transphobia as well. Yeah, why not? Well, that fits. Boomer white guy being a backward, aggressive, bigoted fuckhead. Yes, that is very shitty. That is on the very shitty end of the shitty spectrum. And I'm very sorry that you went through that. And fuck that guy. What a fucking jerk. Yeah, that guy fucking sucks. So fuck him. You know. Hope he spills his next coffee in his lap. You know, hot coffee. Not enough to cause injury, just enough to, you know. And then I want a voice from above to say, "You deserve that, you prick." Oh my god! So you had a heavy bag to the head. God damn it! What an asshole! Oh yeah, Megaleech. I hope he has the week and year and life he deserves. The universe does not really balance like that, but you know, we can just think of, you know, him having an uncomfortable wedgie that he can't unpick for a couple of hours. You know, I just want him to be somewhere important where he can't afford to be unpicking a wedgie and it just being really uncomfortable. And yes, that's another good one. He should hit his small toe on every possible corner for the rest of his life. He deserves these things. You know, deserves the bottom to fall out of a coffee cup occasionally. You know, just fuck that guy. And yes, if he's the type of fuckhead who carelessly swings around heavy bags, then, you know, hopefully he hits his head on a few things. Because not cool. Not cool at all. Definitely fuck that guy. Right. I was about to say, it's a bit of a bummer. But maybe we can just therapeutically think of these little annoyances he should suffer. So you were near a safe shopping centre. Okay, you'll be moving completely, so you won't have to run in. What a fucking asshole, though. You know. Yeah, I just want to think of a whole list of things that should happen to him. You know, I want him to take a huge swig out of a milk carton without checking and the milk to have thoroughly gone off, you know, and I just want him to actually swallow, you know, a good gulp of lumpy off milk. Yeah, fuck that guy. I want every time he microwaves food, I want it to be scaldingly hot on the outside and stone cold on the inside. I want it to never be right for him. See, Megaleech, I've done that thing with the milk as well. That's why it came to mind, because it's gross. So people regularly commute with sore came to check on you. Oh, nice. That is actually nice. Yes, that's vomiting from the claggy milk is body's defense mechanism because it's obviously bad for you. And the body goes, nope, get that out. Blah. So, yes, it's I'm happy to spend a bit more time coming up with, you know, bad things and indignities to happen to this guy. You know, simple stuff like treading in dog shit, but not realizing it until he's tracked it all through his house. And yeah, fuck that guy. So yeah. Oh, and that is an excellent coincidental bit of self-care. That just when you need something where you're looking after yourself, getting your hair done. Nice. Liking it. So, yeah, so you can also just go like, well, subsequent days without this guy are better days. Yeah. Yes. May his knives always be blunt, cut things poorly so they don't cook evenly. Yep. Yes, and if he's cooking stuff on the stove, may he regularly forget to check on it so it gets burnt on the bottom. Just, little inconveniences, indignities, because he's a piece of shit who deserves things to not go right because he's a piece of shit. Oh, yes, that's another good one, Salumi. May his meat always spoil before he remembers to cook it. I think I was just avoiding that today. Some mince that I took out of the freezer. And I remember, I took that out of the freezer. So I made burritos. Burritos for lunch. They were pretty good. I liked them. Got some leftovers too. Might have them tomorrow. Oh, yes. And yes, Salumi not only just missed the bus, but he's always running for it. Like not walking up and missing it, not seeing it and missing it, but running for it, thinking he's going to get it, and it just goes. Oh, yes. May he get grass seeds in his shoes. Should be compiling a list of these because we're always running into fuckwits like this that we want them to pay some cosmic price for being such an asshole. Also, maybe get grass seeds in shoes that he doesn't wear for a while. And so they actually take root and sprout. He goes to put on shoes, and it's actually got weeds growing in his shoes. That would be good. Essentially, I think we've settled on fuck that guy. Yes. So you, nice to bus drivers, saw you across the road, waited for you. Ah, nice. See, that's it. Being a good person. And he doesn't seem like the person who's going to ever be polite to a bus driver, is he? He's like an a-hole. Oh, wait, what's this doing? All right, I was considering playing Red Dead, but now I'm having too much fun coming up with things that should happen to assholes. That's a nice one, the glitch. May his meat always have sinew. Gets stuck between teeth, can't be picked out easily. Related, I have to use interdental brushes at the base of my teeth to clean stuff out. You've been known to give bus drivers baked goods. Nice. That is definitely going to be a good way to be on a bus driver's good side. Oh, and yes, eggs always be rotten. I like that. Also, may he forget to when he buys eggs from the supermarket, may he forget to check the carton, and at least 3 of them are cracked and broken and leaking each time. Laura, hello. How are you? How's things? Now, decisions. Open the good book. And it might make the nth degree. A New York flip, whiskey, heavy cream, simple syrup, and an egg. Ha, a newfangled as opposed to an old-fashioned. Whiskey, simple syrup. 3 Brent. Oh, yeah. Nigori milk punch, sake, and cognac, and vanilla liqueur. How is that milk punch? It's a weird name for it. Noth Royale, gin, slow gin. Huh. And an Amaro. A Norman inversion as opposed to a Norman invasion. Gin, apple schnapps, grapefruit juice. Nouveau Carré. Tequila, Lillet Blanc, and Benedictine. Wow. Nouveau Sangaree. Beaujolais, apple brandy, sloe gin, maple syrup. Mum's apple pie, rum, apple cider, lemon juice, and syrup. What's in here? Montgomery Smith, cognac, Benedictine, and Fernet. Mexicano, tequila, bitter, mezcal, ginger beer. A master cleanse, apple brandy, lemon juice, maple syrup, with jalapeno. Also, I'm just going to show you something. This book has really neat illustrations just randomly throughout this book. Really neat illustrations. And that's not in relation to a particular drink or anything. The book is just interspersed with these beautiful illustrations. Really good. So, Libby, first I thought someone gave you a flower, but then you said boozy, so it's a rosé. Nice, helping with the neck pain. Well, that's good. Whenever he gets money at self-serve, may always forget to grab it before walking away and never there when he returns to collect it. Neat. Yes. We want this shithead to have a life of inconvenience, basically. An occasional mild pain. Oh, there you go. Mega Leach and Laura both picking the F4 Phantom. Yeah, it's a great book. It's from Cocktail Bar in New York, PDT, which stands for Please Don't Tell, and is one of those secret bars. And the story behind it is fascinating to me, at least. People wanted to open a bar, and it was quite hard to get new liquor licenses in New York, but they owned a restaurant. It was like a hot dog place, but it actually had a liquor license, so they didn't have to get a new one. And so what they did is they either bought or rented the place next door, knocked a hole in the wall. So there was I think it looked like a phone booth. You open the door of the phone booth, and then it's another secret door, and you go through to the bar. And so that way they didn't have to get a new liquor license because it was part of the whole establishment. And then it's, a cool secret place. And one is a really groundbreaking bar run by a really groundbreaking bartender, Jim Meehan, one of the sort of top 10 most influential bartenders in the world in the last 20 years. And the book is really nice. Tells you a whole bunch of stuff about the venue, gives you all tips on how to make cocktails, and then it's got hundreds of cocktail recipes in it. So, there you go, Salome. You did actually get a rose at work. You got a lovely lady who gives out flowers to brighten everyone's day. Well, that is nice. So a bit of pedantry, which I'm always here for pedantry, Mega Leach. It's a Phantom 2. And Laura's actually seen an F4 Phantom in New York. So there you go. Right. But going back to here, geez, I could really work my way through this book. There's a lot of really interesting things in here. I think the Nth Degree. aged rum and apple brandy, a little bit of chartreuse and sugar and whiskey barrel. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. I can just make that in my glass. Maddie on Twitch. Hello. How's it going? Megalich, you saw one somewhere in Victoria on holiday. There you go. In an aviation museum. All right. So I'm going to get, I've got rum and I've got apple brandy, aged rum, 12-year-old rum. That's pretty good. Where's my apple brandy? From Tasmania. All right. Fuck. All right. Nearly knocked something over. So we've got aged rum, 12-year-old Flor de Cana. Ooh, I've only got, I don't need to, the Belgrove Distillery does really neat stuff. Maybe need to order some more stuff from there. Wait. It's not, oh, that's right. I knew there was something else. Green chartreuse. And then just sugar syrup and bitters. All right. Das ist mein Green Chartreuse. Der ist mein Green Chartreuse. Get sugar syrup. Which one? Wait, is this my dark one? That looks like my dark one. Is it still okay? I'm just going to check that it's not growing anything. It's in an opaque container. It looks fine. That looks fine. Okay. Ooh, I need my jigger. Oh, the age-old question. Where my jigger's at. Okay, so we got sugar. Oh, barrel-aged bitters. There we go. Whiskey bitters from the Gospel Distillery. Laura, USS Intrepid aircraft carrier, floating museum on 46th Street in Manhattan, a few blocks southwest Central Park South. Oh, there you go. I have still never been to New York. I would think I would like to, but I don't know when I will ever be traveling overseas again with the world being the way it is. So you got EA Gaming's made Dragon Age Mass Effect DLC free on PC. So that's your K monster romancing games. Nice. And Laura, you've seen a few dozen Phantoms. There you go. A few flying in the 80s when the RAF was still using them. Okay, so with that dark sugar syrup. Okay. Okay, so a little bit of the chartreuse. God damn it, because it's got sugar in it. It gets stuck, like a little drop goes in the top and then gets stuck. Okay. Green chartreuse. All right. And rum. Little bit of rum. And apple brandy. What's that? That's 42% ABV. All right. And bitters. Alrighty. Getting a ticket to Discworld Ireland 2023. Ireland would be nice to go to. I have to fly via Singapore, not Abu Dhabi. Yes. Holy shit. Yeah. I guess there's not much chance something could go wrong when you're just transiting through Abu Dhabi, but it's not zero chance. So yeah. There's a great restaurant in New York called America. Served food from all the different US states, e.g., New Orleans gumbo, Philadelphia cheesesteaks. Interesting. I mean, that means you can get a lot of broad stuff, but I don't know. If they're being too general with the stuff, does that mean they're not really good with anything? But it sounds like you really liked it. That's a good thing. All right. Very brown drink. Damn, that's good. Oh, wow. Yum, that's good. It's got a bunch of stuff going on. They're saying trans people have been detained and nearly not allowed to leave Abu Dhabi. Yeah, it's not a place where I would expect you to feel safe. And forced examination of people with uteruses when they found an abandoned baby. Jesus. No. And all those Emirate states is just like none of them are safe. They're just terrible stories. If there's any way for them to marginalize you, they will. And all the people who go there for work and stuff, I think most people don't realize the scale of the risk they're taking, because shit can go wrong really quickly in those places. And as a foreigner, yeah, you have a cis female friend, went there never again. Yeah, just too much can go wrong. Yeah, even a husband feels unsafe. I feel unsafe. It's just that you're so vulnerable, and I've heard such extreme stories. And it's like you're completely vulnerable. And if they decide you have no rights, then you have no rights. It's just like, oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. I didn't think you could just like take my rights away like that, but apparently they can. Well, that's somehow all these elements have come together to make this drink taste really smoky, like barbecue smoke. It's really yummy. Because I don't think any of those elements individually tastes smoky, but somehow put them all together and there's a whole sort of wave of flavors going on and it tastes smoky, which I'm here for. It's nice. Fuck is this? Oh, Jesus. I'm just going to look if there was any interesting news stories. Albanese resists growing pressure to extend pandemic leave payments. The ABC ran, I thought was a funny, sassy headline that said, opposition calls for government to reinstate payments that the opposition were the ones who cancelled. So yeah, longest flight via Singapore feels safer. I even never left Australia. Ireland would, I think, be an awesome place to go to. And yeah, I've been to New Zealand once. It was really good. I really enjoyed New Zealand. Laura, shame because you'd love to go to Japan. Cheapest route is with Emirates, an Airbus A380. Like to travel one of the super jumbos. Yeah. I mean, you know, of course, the majority of people are completely safe the majority of the time. It's just that you are in a situation where you don't have a lot of control over what happens. And if something bad happens, it can be very bad because there are so many instances of authorities in various countries just deciding, yeah, you don't have any rights. Honestly, I'd put the United States on that list as well. There's very, very, very risky areas of the US, and their border patrol, border security, whatever the fuck they want to call them, power mad fuckheads. And yes, Sulimi, trying to be super aware countries are unsafe. Like, yeah, don't go to the US. It's their border enforcement people can literally do whatever they want. They do not have to justify their actions, and not just at the border. They can do it within 100 miles of the border. They can do literally whatever they want, and you can't stop them. And there's no comeback if they decide. Or you want to visit Australia, semi-drunken mates you'd like to meet. That's a stereotype. We don't drink that much. Cecilia, you want to see New York, New Orleans, and Salem. That's interesting. I haven't been to any of those. I've only been on the West Coast, been to California and Vegas and Colorado, basically. And yes, we do fully support Laura coming to Australia. Be well worth it. I'm very pleased with this, but hardly surprising because what? You shall be hearing from my legal representatives saying I drink a lot. That's slanderous. Yeah, I mean, all the places I went in the US was with my ex where she had family. She had a lot of cousins and whatnot. And most of them were in California, either in San Francisco or Los Angeles. One branch of the family were in Las Vegas, and one branch of the family were in Colorado. So that's why I went to those places. And also, I have gone for a couple of YouTube things that were in San Francisco. So, yes, that was not with my ex. I have been to the US, not with my ex. That was to do YouTube things, which is a thing I don't see ever happening again. Because not really on the inside of that anymore. YouTube's changed too much over the years, and I am old and grumpy and don't like change and don't adapt to it at all. So, yeah, so I'm just doing my own thing and fuck the system if it doesn't like what I do. Hey, Bum Fungus. Oh, yeah, Laura. The sort of anti-trans laws being passed in an increasing number of states in the US are very disturbing. All right, but you have been in California 2018, so that's a few years ago, before things got really wacky. Well, I suppose that was Trump time. Like, I haven't been to the US for, God, it would have to be close to 10 years now. I don't know. I would have to check, but it's a long time. Did I say hello, Bum Fungus? I feel like I did. But maybe I didn't. Maybe I've said it twice now. But that never hurts. And yes, a lot of, like, literally half the states are just doing unhinged shits, unhinged shitty things with their laws. It's very, holy shit, 13 trips to the US. How many? I think I've done like 4. I don't travel very much, to be honest. Went to England twice because that's where Mrs. Angry's family was. Was it twice? 3 times. I'm trying to remember. 2 or 3 times. US about 4 times. New Zealand once. And honestly, that's about it internationally anyway. Unless you count flight stopovers. And then I have had stopovers in Singapore and Japan and I think Dubai. Might have been Abu Dhabi. I'm not sure. I have. See, that's what I do forget, Laura. It's only a 7-hour flight where it's like a 24-hour flight for us. Yeah, Salimi, I don't think I traveled overseas until I was in my early 30s. Yes, costs a lot and takes a long time because we're in the middle of fucking nowhere. Oh, no, the Philippines. I've been to the Philippines too. There you go. That was not just a stopover. I was there for a couple of weeks. So, yes, probably one of my biggest regrets in life is not traveling when I was younger. It'd be one of the things I would whisper in my ear if I had a time machine to go back and talk to younger me. It's like, just find a way to travel, okay? Just do it. Just be adventurous. Do it. What would be the other things I'd whisper? Stop obsessing about dumb shit. Oh, yeah, in terms of clock time, 2 hours to get there, but 12 hours to come back. Well, we have a thing where you can arrive before you leave from crossing the international date line. I forget which way that works. It was either going from here to the US if you were on a direct enough flight, or from the US back home. One way or the other, you could actually land before you left in terms of what time a clock on the wall said, which just goes to show time is an illusion. Time is a construct. Time is not a real thing. Time is the framework we give our experience of the world around us. But yeah, it's an abstract concept. All right, Bengalich, it's from Australia to the US where you land before you left. So you need to remember what countries you can take Stabby Man juice. Testosterone when you do proper big trips. Oh, yeah. No. And it's weird because in a lot of countries, you can get into trouble for completely legal prescription drugs. And it's like the drugs aren't even illegal where you're going. And you have a legal prescription to them, but they're these weird things where it's because you brought these drugs across the border, you can get in trouble, and it's friggin' ridiculous. But what are you gonna do? It's the human condition, strange things. So it's a pity that Abigail's not here while I'm saying random things about time, because she'd have words, I think, to say about me saying time isn't real. Not necessarily negative words, but I think she'd have words. Oh, no, Laurie, get jet lag. Yeah. I've never really suffered from jet lag, but a key thing, and this is more difficult on some trips than others. I can sleep a bit on a plane, but it's not good sleep. And of course, I'm talking about economy class because I'm a poor motherfucker who's never traveled in anything other than economy class. Hi, honey. But of course, the key thing is don't go to sleep until it's nighttime at your destination. And sometimes, I mean, that's easy enough to say, but sometimes it can be, by the time it's nighttime, it can be, and this is a more an experience Australians have, it can be 36 hours since you last slept. So that can be a real struggle to stay awake. And of course, the converse is true. If you've been sleeping soundly on a plane and then you land somewhere and it's nighttime, to sort of protect yourself, at least this is in my experience and how it works for me, you need to go to bed because it's nighttime, because you'll be really fucked the next day if you don't. That's how I do it. So, Slimmy, you're laughing with a colleague. He's from Singapore because the weirdness of Australian time zones. Yes. Random area in WA with its own time zone. Yeah. That's the real anomaly. But yeah, the anywhere from 3 to 5 major time zones, depending what time of year it is. You had first class between Melbourne and Sydney. Yes, great legroom. I mean, of course, some of the big planes from the fancy airlines, they have something beyond first class. It gets given names like Emperor class. That's on a special part of the plane. And they don't have a seat. They basically have an apartment. They have a 2 or even 3 room apartment for the flight. It's got a bed and a bathroom and like a sitting area, and then there's a whole bar you can go to. So, and for instance, I think if you can get that from like Australia to the US, that's like $30,000, which is just mind blowing that someone could spend that in 24 hours on a flight. But yeah. The arguments about daylight saving confuse the cows. Fade the curtains. I hold the somewhat unpopular view. I think it's a minority view. I really like daylight saving. I think the winter hours suit winter better. And in summer, I like to put the clock. I like that extra hour of sunlight at the end of the day. Can really enjoy summer post work. I feel like that's a minority viewpoint to actually like daylight saving. There you go. See, Sulumi, we're the same on that. You like the long days. Yeah, I like that. Laura, weirdest time zone place is China. One time zone area is 3.5 hours. Yeah, that's probably the Communist Party at work there. But again, time's a construct. That you can argue that makes as much sense as multiple time zones, because all it means is, because people get confused with multiple time zones in the same country, saying, it's 3 o'clock here, but it's 5 o'clock there. Whereas what they're saying is it's 5 o'clock everywhere, but in winter, in some places at 5 o'clock, it's pitch dark. And in winter at 5 o'clock in some other places, it's still quite bright. I feel like that's Communist Party central planning going on there. We will all be the same. Yes, if anyone actually knows the history of it and wants to correct me, that's a fine thing too. But that really sounds like Communist Party central planning to me. But I mean, we only started to get really uptight about time. The first thing was someone inventing clocks, but it's like when we moved away from more rural lifestyles to people working in factories and stuff, when bosses wanted to control where you were and when you were there. Time as a structured thing is pretty much construct of capitalism. Yes, Salumi, you should absolutely get more wine and ice cream. It's Friday night. Treat yourself. And Hellion, hello, Kirsten. Nice to see you. Wonderful Friday night. So, oh no, the smooching worked. So at least, yes, okay, you and husband are isolating together now. Getting it out of the way. So that's good. I have to admit, the week I isolated from Mrs. Angry felt weird and I wasn't happy about it. The weirdest thought that would consistently occur to me, because I was in the bedroom the whole time and I was working on my laptop, or I was fucking around on the internet or whatever I was doing lunch. And every now and then I'd go, I've just been in here. This is really rude. I need to go out and talk. And I was like, oh, wait, no, I can't. Jesus. And I would just periodically, I would forget. No, this is medical isolation I'm doing. Periodically, I just sort of go, I feel very rude staying in here. This is just so rude shutting myself in here. I need to go out and interact and say hello. And then it's like, oh, no, wait, I'm not being rude. I have to do this. So, all right, funniest time zone things, how a bunch of Pacific Islands have time zones that curve around them because they want to be first to celebrate the new year. Yeah, that international date line's not straight. It sort of goes in various bits. Yes. Yes, I forget what those islands are. The first sort of major population country to get the new year is New Zealand, I think. All right, I'm going to get some water. It's weird. I have a tiny feeling of I might be getting. Did I sit funny? It's like got like a tiny beginnings of head. I'm going to get a headache tablet. Oh. Beautiful. Yeah, I think that's fine. I got a little bit of headache. I don't know if I was sitting funny and like kinks my neck again or something. Oh, it kind of feels like it's like when I move my head. And, yeah, so it's going to have a little bit of headache. Yeah. Preempted getting worse, hopefully. All right, and that's also a prompt to drink water, I guess. All right, let's do that. Oh, hello, Sava. Oh, yeah, okay. So 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, you wouldn't be possible to isolate. So, well, at least you're formally past it. Yeah, it's like mine never got worse than a mild cold. You're young. Hopefully, yours won't be any worse than that. Oh, no. Sava, are you testing positive? This is like everyone announcing they're testing positive night, if that's what you're going to say. That's the island. I think is Kiribati. Yeah. But again, that's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful illustration of what I was saying. Time is a construct. Time is not an actual thing. It's a construct that we collectively agree on to make sense of the world around us. So, Sophie, you only went to 3 places. So you are saying you've tested positive? After yeah, man, it's the way it goes. Like I said, Mrs. Angry was sleeping in the same bed as me when I was definitely positive, even though didn't get a test for another day. But she never contracted it. So yeah. Ah, thank you, Laura. A little bit of geography lesson. Kiribati is the town. Kiribati is the island. Okay. So you're feeling fine. Husband not doing good. Night of sleep good. Cold and flu. Perking up. Yeah. Oh my god. I found rest was a big thing. Like I was not feeling that bad. I was a bit congested, a bit chesty. I mean, maybe you remember me on the streams I was doing. Bit congested in the chest and the nasal area, sore throat a bit, and a little bit of a fever for a day or two. But I was thinking I'm going to okay, and then occasionally I'd go, oh, I'm not, but and I'd lie down and I'd just go, oh my god, fucking lying down, this is so good. Now, who invented lying down? They're a genius. And so I would periodically get surprised at how fatigued I was. Not sleepy like I didn't get enough sleep last night, but just fucking fatigued, which was ridiculous because I was just staying in one room. I was not exerting myself at all, and I was getting proper sleep, but I was just fatigued. Same as the day after my booster this week. I was quite fatigued. To lie down for an hour in the middle of the day, nana nap, which helped. So Safa, use a pharmacy for a second booster on Monday. Oh God, you reckon you got fucking, oh damn. Maybe you picked it up in the pharmacy. Tingly nose, scratchy throat. I had a scratchy throat. That was the first sign. So Laura, acceptance speech when you win your geography trophy. I like to thank the internet. Yes, and Google specifically. Yes. We all owe them a debt. Yes. Is that urge sometimes? I always give into it. I'm kind of like, oh, what was that? I can't remember that. Fuck it. I'm looking it up. Is the fact that it's not like this is the worst thing in the world to not know the answer to something, but when it's so easy to get the answer. So, Kirsten, you got a scratchy throat, low level hair. Yeah, I had a bit of that. Slimmy, you're getting Moderna for a second boost. You haven't had that. I had 2 AstraZeneca and 2 Moderna. So, yeah, it's apparently it's not a big difference, whatever you get for the booster. So, hey, look, nearest chemist is going to book me in for Moderna tomorrow. Shazam! That's what I'm doing. Boss took most of the week off and she didn't really say why. So I don't know if she's got COVID or if it's something else. I know what you mean, Laura. You get weird people who have some resistance to looking it up on the internet. It's very weird. So if you think maybe you got it getting petrol, car wash, maybe it's it's so random. You can be in a very crowded place where people are actually positive and not get it, and then you can mysteriously get it when you think I shouldn't have got it. Get all the jabs, yeah. Get the full set, and then wait for, I don't know, by the end of the year, there's suggestions there'll be a different vaccine specifically for the Omicron variants. Look at getting that, but we'll see what happens. Oh yeah, no, Safa. Even though the booster should help you fight off any serious illness. Oh, see, I love sort of, you go down a Google rabbit hole sometimes, and because you search one thing, then it suggests other things to you, and it's like, look at what I'm discovering. Or you put in what you think is the good search string, and it doesn't show what you want, but you look at the things it does show, and it's like, hot damn, what's that? I want to see what that is. So, yeah, I think the serendipity of Googling things is thing. Okay. Now we're all paranoid that foot and mouth disease is going to reach Australia. Because I think we're one of the few places in the world that has no foot and mouth at all. And it's in Indonesia, I think, which is disturbingly close. So the Sri Lankan president fled the country because of the unrest in Sri Lanka, landed in Singapore and sent an email resignation like, fuck it, dudes, I'm out. Oh, dear. Oh, here's a fun headline. We tried the Aldi's trophy room, where a night of wine and cheese costs just $4.41. Tried a gin cocktail, several types of wine, 4 kinds of cheese. Bus ticket to and from the venue cost more than the actual night out. They had a luxury pop-up wine bar on Elizabeth Street. Pity I don't drink wine. But mind you, for that much, a gin cocktail would be a good deal. One-and-a-half-hour wine tasting experience paired with a deluxe cheese platter. Welcome drink, Darley's London-style gin. Oh, I thought they'd say something interesting, but they didn't. It's just a fucking press release, basically. Oh, well. Sorry, random headlines, probably not targeted at me. Just one standard drink a day can permanently damage the human brain, study find. Can. No, it's poison. I know it's a poison. Alcohol's never good for people under 40. Cool. I'm over 50. So I'm fine. What I take from that is I'm fine. Safa, I had my booster on Tuesday. Oh, yeah, Kirsten, I think I'd go to the Aldi thing just for the deluxe cheese platter. Plus, they had a gin there, so I don't like wine, but some gin and a cheese platter. Oh, yeah, why not? We've been chatting away. Why not? Sorry, I'm saying why not to Laura. But yeah, I don't know if anyone else wants to join, but I'll do the linky link. I think I've warmed up. I just like to warm up a bit. Yeah, Safa, N95 masks. Good idea. Mrs. Angry is recommending we get some N95 masks here, actually. So her son actually had some. He's voluntarily isolating in his room because he's got some like cold symptoms. He did a rat today, which turned up negative, but I think he's choosing to isolate for another day or so and then maybe take another test. See? Yes, Safa, if you buy your mailbox, if you mean like at the post office, yeah, if you're isolating, you got to stay in your house. Yeah, shared house like me, you stay in your room. But yeah. Safa, I don't think he's had a flu vax, but he's, had 3 COVID vaccinations. Oh, Safa, your mailbox at the front of your house, unless you're in an apartment, yeah, mailbox at the front of the house, you can do that. Oh, what's this? Laura. Oh, readjusting things.
Yes, I need to have the microphone nearby.
Yes, so we can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Good.
Last weekend was something called Sparkle, which is a trans convention thing.
Okay.
So that was good. It's all outdoors, and, stuff like that. It was really nice. Biggest trans thing in the UK.
Oh, nice.
So that was
you could hear J.K. Rowling grinding her teeth the whole time you were there having a good time.
Quite possibly. So yeah, I went to that and chatted to lots of people and represented.
Nice.
So yeah, that's been good. So yeah, so we got rid of Boris.
Yeah, which is a hoot.
Sort of. He's going to be going, but not gone yet. So currently, the entire nation is gripped by an election that pretty much none of us will actually get to vote in.
Yes. It's the chosen few choosing from a few.
Yeah. So, apparently Priti Patel pulled out of the Tory leadership contest to focus on deporting Sir Mo Farah, if you know who that is.
Ugh, she's awful. Priti Patel is just awful.
She is. Sorry. One booster. Wait a minute. 3 jabs. I've had 3 jabs.
All right. So the first 2 and a booster. Yeah.
Yeah. Safa was asking.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah. No, I had my second booster this week. So
yeah. So Mo Farah is a British Olympian. He's Sir Mo Farah because he won loads of races and stuff like that. So he was an Olympian. Okay,
yes.
Represented the country really well. Came out about a week ago now that he was trafficked into the UK, and of course, it's like, well, wait a minute. We've currently got a government, well, sort of got a government, because at the moment they're not really proper government at the moment. They're sort of a caretaker government thing to bridge a gap. And, excuse the ambulance. Gosh, I'm distracted by the ambulance now.
Yeah, no, I can hear it. I couldn't hear it at first, but I can hear it
So
now.
so basically, he's a brown person who was legally trafficked into the UK and happened to win a load of medals. And it's like, normally they would let's go and get them and deport them.
Yes.
And so the government has now got this new process that they've got, which is we're going to get all the people that came illegally in boats, well, not illegally, sorry, refugees, and maybe economic migrants as well, perhaps. But, the ones that came over on rubber boats, similar to America, Australia did, and they sent them off to some weird island, didn't they, somewhere?
Yes, we set up a concentration camp on a Pacific island.
Yeah, so basically the UK government is doing something similar, but their island is going to be Rwanda.
Which is like a super fucking long way away.
Not just that, they have some really, really bad issues when it comes to asylum seekers.
Okay, so you're going to say genocide is a problem? It's just like...
Yeah.
Ethnic cleansing is a bad vibe?
It's not quite that, it's not really like that anymore. They've dealt with some of those problems.
Yeah, no,
mainly the problems being the dead people.
Really.
But, yeah. So yeah, the sort of it's not really true that Priti Patel is like, how can we get rid of him? Because he's a brown person that came here illegally.
Yeah.
But that has been a trend that she's been going for.
Yeah. No, she's awful. She's absolutely awful. And again, she's a classic to me because she's a woman and a non-white ethnic group. And so you often get people on the right who go, if I say Priti Patel's shit, they go, oh, I thought you supported women. I thought you supported minorities. I went, no, I'm against unnecessary overt discrimination against women and against minorities. I am judging Priti Patel on her fucking merits or lack thereof. None of the judgment is based on her being a woman. None of the judgment is based on her ethnic background. I'm just looking at what she does and went, man, fuck her. That's terrible.
Yeah, we have a really amusing thing as a part of this election because the person who's in the lead at the moment is the former Chancellor of the Exchequer, so the money guy.
Yeah.
And so, basically they're all sort of having these publicity campaigns for them to become the new prime minister or the
Yes.
new leader of the Conservative Party.
Yes.
And so Rishi Sunak is basically, judge my actions, not my wealth, says the guy whose action include breaking the law and stabbing
Yes.
Boris in the back.
Yes. It's weird how often politicians say that. No, judge me by my actions. Dude, your actions are fucking terrible. What is...
Yeah, and also some of those politicians may have had some friends who made loads of money getting contracts for COVID stuff, PPE and so on, but had no skill, had no experience of getting those things. Effectively, their experiences, I once went to bought something on Alibaba.
Yeah. No, but that happened in Australia. That happened on a very large scale in the US. People who donated money to Trump got multi-million-dollar contracts to do something they had no experience doing. It's just like a global grift of the right wingers. It's just, man. But
I've got something else in the news, by the way.
Oh yes, please.
So you know how there's the red list for endangered species?
Yeah.
There's a new thing that has been added to them. Russian generals.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah. And yes, in their frustration and anger, they're committing war crimes now, firing missiles at residential areas. But that's an interesting one, Safa. Right wing is infiltrating online gaming voice chat. I have seen a few things over the years. There's a tactic the very organized far right have been doing for a while. This goes back to Gamergate, if anyone remembers that, where this gross misogynist campaign where they talked about, it's about ethics in gaming, and it wasn't. It started off, it was just a gross misogynistic attack. And what they do is they seed some stuff into young men's ears, either literally, as Safa said, in game chat, or figuratively with online chat, text chat, and websites. And they put the idea in the guy's ears, you should be able to say that. You should be able to do that. We think you're okay. And the thing they're saying they should be able to do is something that other people rightly go, hey, fuck you. You know, what? Don't say that. Don't do that. Fuck you. And so perfectly reasonable, decent people are saying, like, no, you actually don't say that. You're a piece of shit if you say that. And they go, well, why are you attacking me? And then the right wingers go, they're mean. They're attacking you. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. We're your friend. They're just crazy and out there. And they wheedle away at quite impressionable young men or teenagers and just say, yeah, you weren't wrong for using that racist term, that sexist term, that homophobic, transphobic. You weren't wrong. It's totally okay. The people who told you you're a piece of shit, they're the bad ones. We think you're good. And it's brainwashing, basically. It starts off as like propaganda. But yes, Saf said it's indoctrination. It basically becomes, it crosses that line from propaganda into brainwashing. And it's basically positive reinforcement, because they get negative reaction from people who say, you just said a grossly offensive thing, fuck you. But then this other group go, no, you didn't do anything wrong, you're awesome. And they start to gravitate to the people who say positive, affirming things to them, and they lose touch with the fact that hurling racist or sexist or homophobic, transphobic epithets is a bad thing. That's a bad thing to do.
Yeah, there's a weird war on woke going on.
It's
in politics, and it's like, I've said this many times. What as opposed to what? Has it been being asleep? Because I tend to do my thinking when I'm not asleep, you know.
Yeah.
But
But it's
woke is the reason why we don't have slavery,
yeah. But
and
it's
we have
like
like rules against things like genocide.
yeah, it's like using social justice warrior as an insult. It's like, I'm sorry, you're against social justice, so you're pro injustice.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah.
like when they say like, I'm anti Antifa, and I go, okay, Antifa is anti-fascist, and I don't know if you remember your high school maths at all, but it's like equations. The anti that cancels out. So if you say you're anti-fascist, you are just saying you're fascist because the two antis cancel each other out. Uh, again, it's really interesting to see uh, cis women transphobes now just openly saying they will side with the far right because the far right, like I said, young men were being indoctrinated, but now you've got these cis women who think of themselves in many cases as progressive, and they are openly saying they will side with the far right because the far right tells them their transphobic views are correct. And it's just like, you get what you're saying, right? You're saying, talk about being a single issue voter. It's like, oh my God.
It's the cliff edge, isn't it? It's the
Yeah.
you get so far and then you've got to go over the edge. There's nowhere else to go. And
Yeah.
so, and the turfs do this a lot that, you know, in order to pwn women, to pwn trans women,
Yeah.
they've got to cozy up to the extremists that also don't like trans people.
Yeah, no, and they are willing to get these people who have the whole catalog of, racist, sexist, homophobic, and whatnot, and they don't even like, particularly like with the US, with like staring down the barrel of half the country making abortion a criminal offense. And it's the same people, the ones you're siding through because they validate your transphobic bullshit. They're the ones who want to take all rights away from women. They're the ones who want to take all rights away from minorities. They're the ones who, to a large extent, want a Christian fascist dominionist government. And it's just like, how the fuck how do you not look in the mirror and just go, I'm siding with far right terrorists. Am I the baddie? It's just like,
Yeah,
Jesus
it
Christ.
baffles me, because effectively it's the tapestry and they're pulling threads out to, like I say, pwn the trans people.
Yeah.
Because that's the only thing they're interested in.
Yeah.
And
At
so,
least, yeah.
it's like, well, I'm sorry, if you're going to say that what makes woman a woman is the fact she can have babies, well, therefore, that's what women are for, having babies.
Yeah. And that's the
And
other
that
thing.
gets rid of the
TERFs are
whole
always
feminist
throwing
movement.
cis women under the bus.
Yeah, it gets rid of the whole feminist movement, which is like,
Yeah.
we're more than just a fucking birthing chamber.
Yeah. And it's like, I remember one of the things J.K. Rowling got upset about, some health thing about that was described as being for people who menstruate. And she goes, oh, didn't we used to have a word for that? And I went, okay, that's typical TERF bullshit. You're throwing a whole bunch of cis women under the bus there. There are a whole spectrum of cis women who don't menstruate for a number of reasons. And you are basically telling them they're not real women. And it's like, fuck you.
I literally have seen that.
Yeah, no, J.K. Rowling did it.
No. I'm talking about going the next level, because again, it comes up to the level where they've got to go into something. So it's like, trans women can't have babies. Okay, so if you've got cis women that can't have babies, therefore they're not women anymore, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and you do get the people who'll do it. And yeah, as Pugwash says, Granny can't have kids. Do we call her granddad now? It's like, it's their arguments are terrible. And also, it's just not even just the childbirthing thing. talk about genitals and whatnot. I'm going, so your whole worldview of yourself, you're a vagina? That's all there is to you? Is that it? And they will usually bristle and say no and go, but that's your argument. I don't get it. Why are you demeaning? When you just can't have a conversation with someone because they're taking an arbitrary position, and you go, humanity's not arbitrary like that. Human society is not arbitrary. Human biology is not arbitrary. Human psychology is not arbitrary. When you go cast iron, this and nothing else, you are going to be wrong. Science shows us, and social sciences show us again and again and again, if you go cast iron this and nothing else, you are going to be wrong. Invariably, you are going to be wrong.
One of the other problems that you get with them is that, using generic language for inclusivity in their mind means exclusively that they aren't included anymore. So, so for example, I think it was Brighton and Hove maternity clinic or whatever it was, centre, and they had basically released a paper, a document, basically saying we're being inclusive, and so we're going to use those, these terms for certain people. So if you've got a trans man who can get pregnant, and they're, just use inclusive language, he, him, they, them, so on. So it's okay to do that. Let's have inclusive language where it's necessary. And unfortunately, the TERFs and the media who, have turned this whole culture war nonsense, are basically, they're banning the word woman from maternity clinic. It's like, no, inclusive. It's inclusive language. Inclusive doesn't mean that you're excluding the thing that you were doing before. It's adding extra bit for the people who might apply to that box.
And again, they're being arbitrary. They're taking an arbitrary position, and they're going, no, that's just not real.
Effectively, think about it in car sense. Basically, everybody who gets in the car are women, and the trans man who can get pregnant is the glove box.
Do
you know what I mean?
Sounds uncomfortable.
When we think about the amount of area being used, we could think about it as a cupboard or something, and all you've got is one little tiny shelf in the bottom, which is also trans people. But it doesn't mean to say that the rest of the cupboard disappeared, and that only that little shelf at the bottom corner is the only one that exists now.
I wanted to share this thing that I found online a little while ago, which is the best refutation of people who refuse to accept anything non-binary in terms of gender or sexuality. And this is the actual science, the types of atoms. In all the atoms in the universe, 74% are hydrogen, 25% are helium. Everything else is 1%. Everything else. And so this person, atoms are binary. They're either intended to be hydrogen or helium. Can't scrap the worldview just because of a handful of exceptions.
Katie's cartoons are really good. I actually, as Katie Montgomery, that is.
Very, very good. But it's such a good representation of people who assert the binary view, and it's just like, no. Do you know, even if they obsess about physical things and chromosomes and whatnot, there are more intersex people than redheads in the world. Are you going to tell me redheads don't exist? Because you are trying to tell me nothing outside a male-female binary exists. So
I've actually got something. Where is it? Something from your part of the world, actually.
Oh, I'm
So,
worried.
Paul James, custom right. So, in 20, clinical geneticist Paul James is accustomed to discussing some of the most delicate issues with patients, but in early 2010, he found himself having a particularly awkward conversation about sex. A 46-year-old pregnant woman had visited his clinic in Royal Melbourne Hospital in Australia to hear the results of an amniocentesis test to check her baby's chromosomes for abnormalities. The baby was fine, but follow-up tests had revealed something astonishing about the mother. Her body was made out of was built of cells from two individuals, probably from twin embryos that had merged in her mother's womb. And what was more, one set of cells carried two X chromosomes. The complement usually makes a person female. The other had an X and a Y. Halfway through her fifth decade and pregnant with a third child, the woman learned for the first time that a large part of her body was chromosomally male.
Yeah. And again,
Yeah.
and that's why all the turf arguments just don't hold up. They don't hold up when you look at science. They don't hold up when you look at society. They don't hold up when you look at psychology. They just don't hold up.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. Sorry,
the thing that makes me... Oh, go on. Sorry, read that first.
Pugwash, your DIY store was feeling very inclusive. They had 10 options for gender. Like, I only bought an incinerator. What are you...
Nazi. Anybody who buys an incinerator got to be a Nazi. I'm sorry, that's a really bad joke.
Oh no! I was about to say something way worse. Actually,
okay.
I just pulled myself up.
What year was that?
Oh dear.
2015.
Okay, Laura Safa wants to know what the article.
Yeah, 2015. It's in Nature.
It's in Nature. Okay.
Yeah, nature.com/article/518228.
Yeah.
Sorry, 288A.
Yeah. Yeah. But I love particularly people who have been cast, and this is more true in America than anywhere else, but it's all around the world. But people who have been cast as right-wing intellectuals who say the stupidest shit. The one I love laughing at the most is Ben Shapiro, because he's a fucking moron. And his anti-trans stance is just like, dude, you are so fucking stupid. It's just like none of what you're saying makes sense, because he starts arguing at the chromosomal level, and it's like, you don't know what someone's chromosomes are, and what the fuck, you have no fucking idea.
And this is one of the things that makes me chuckle, because there's been a shift. Basically, what happens is trans women. No, they're not, because they were born with a penis. Okay, if they get surgery, how about now? No, because you have to look at chromosomes. Okay, well, let's look at chromosomes. Oh, look at this. People have a range of things. It's not as simple as XXXY. You can have XXY, XYY, just a whole range of different things, as I just read out a few moments ago.
Yes.
And then, exactly. And so, yeah, but gametes. I'm sorry, what? I mean, you go to a bar, you see someone across the bar, and you think, oh, they look nice, and you end up chatting, and something, maybe something happens, maybe something doesn't. Did you check their chromosomes or gametes when you thought, oh, they're nice? No, nobody does this.
Yeah, it's absolutely nonsensical.
And it's just, all it is, it's just moving the goalpost. It's just a form of no true Scotsman fallacy.
Yep, that's a great way to sum it up. And I keep coming back to, not that this should be the primary concern, but the TERFs always ignore this. They are always hurting cis women with this bullshit, because you get butch cis women, and they get hassled all the fucking time. They get assaulted and abused because of this deranged TERFy bullshit. Sorry, I saw I didn't actually know Salimi. I ignored Jordan Peterson, although the shit he did on Twitter was funny. I had no idea he did a Big Assessors thing on Elliot Page. He's a toddler. He's a fucking loser. I saw someone beautifully sum it up on Twitter recently. Like, he did a tweet that basically said he'd find it difficult to masturbate to the large model on the Sports Illustrated thing. It was like, dude, no one cares that you can't wank to that picture, okay? And he got mocked so severely. He said he was staying off Twitter, and he did this thing like, I'm getting my staff to change my password because apparently the king of self-help has no self-control. And then he didn't stay off Twitter anyway. And then he did the dead naming of Elliot Page, and he was told that's hate speech. It's against Twitter's terms of service. Your account will be locked until you delete the tweet. And he's going, I will never delete the tweet. I martyr myself. And like 2 days later, he deleted the tweet so he could go back on Twitter. He's such a fucking loser. He's such a fucking loser.
Yeah. It really does baffle me. I just stay away from that guy because I listened to him in the first times when he first came out, and it's like, this is just a bullshit artist, who uses big words.
Sound intellectual. His writing's terrible.
Yeah.
It's so opaque. It's like, dude, if you cannot write stuff that people understand, it's not the readers who are stupid. It's you are very bad at communicating. And he uses deliberately obscure language because he thinks it elevates him. And it's like, dude, it's just you're just highlighting you have nothing to say. Because if you said what you said plainly, because what he's saying plainly in those books are, women are bad, I'm scared of them. And it's just like, you're going to be rightly mocked. Safa, I think you've missed what Pugwash is saying. He's not really just saying, I want a media re-release of Gattaca. It's a thing about the genetics argument in the movie Gattaca. Yeah. So I love this. Jordan Peterson, in a video, he says, who will cancel who? And someone corrected him because it's who will cancel whom, but he doesn't get pronouns. So that's not surprising that he...
Yeah, you know what? It makes me chuckle because when you get these people that are afraid of pronouns, it's like, God, imagine how hard it must be when it comes to things like verbs.
Jeez. Yeah, because verbs can really mess you up. I like Kirsten here because a lot of people add pronouns to email signatures, and I try to use neutral terms. And when you say they, the right wingers who get up in arms and they pretend it's some huge affront to say they for a singular, and then you just point to them the history of the English language. They has been used in the singular for over 1,000 years. In fact, if you take thou as the precursor to they, that was regarded as the only correct way to refer to someone in the third person. The he and she was vulgar. You refer to thou, and that encompassed all genders. So they're literally complete. They're wrong about linguistics as well, and it's trivial how wrong they are. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of the time, they don't understand all sorts of things. I mean, let's use women bathrooms. Okay, women's bathrooms only came to exist because there was originally the bathroom.
Yes,
and the guys were sick of women taking up space in the bathroom. So they said we should have women's bathrooms to get rid of them.
Yeah.
So it's not women saying we need women's bathrooms. It's men saying we're sick of the fucking women. Let them have their own bathroom.
Yeah. I did see a great social media post from one of these right-wing idiots. And I love the cell phones. They always do. It was something about teachers and pronouns. And they said, any teacher who tries to indoctrinate children about gender-neutral pronouns should lose their job. it was just like, oh my God, I cannot believe how stupid you are. It's just,
Oh dear me, that's really funny. That really is.
yes, see, pugwash, that's the other thing. Why are we calling it a bathroom when there's no bath? And again, okay, that is older language. Bath never meant getting in a tub and washing. Bath was actually like cleaning your genitals. It was- and that was your ablutions was your bath. That predated the idea of the tub being the bath. The actual ablutions was taking your bath. That actually, and that's why it's bathroom. Archaic language. Um,
You know, the word bathroom makes me chuckle in America because they
oh
don't
yeah,
like that. That suggests like cleanliness and stuff, and
yeah,
that's a bit too graphic for them. So they'll use the word restroom instead. I don't know about
yeah.
anybody else, but last time I took a shit, I'd hardly call it a restful experience.
After maybe sometimes
Yeah,
there's nothing quite like after when you go, oh, that's a relief. That's good. That's it. But yeah, and hi optical turkey. And yes, I agree, Salimi. Why aren't there just stalls and hand basins? Would be easier. But I remember one of my favorite authors, Ursula Le Guin, science fiction writer. She's probably most famous for a series written for kids called the Earthsea books, but she wrote some really good esoteric adult science fiction, and she was an anarchist. There was a really good book called The Dispossessed about some anarchists who were kind of banished to the moon of a planet, but where they had a successful society running, and the planet they were orbiting was basically our late stage capitalism where Jesus, what the fuck was it? Sorry, something in the kitchen just fell over. Yeah, the planet was just this late stage exploitative capitalism that the anarchists were like, Jesus, that's hell. What they're doing down there is hell. Also had one, The Left Hand of Darkness, where on a particular planet, the indigenous people that planet changed gender on a regular cycle. Most of them, they had a dominant gender, but I think it was once a month they would change gender for, I think that was like a period reference. They would change gender for about a week. So she's really exploring all those. But with her anarchist thing, where they weren't uptight about anything, they just referred to the shittery. So they did not use euphemisms because they didn't have any hang-ups. A particular level, it's just a tiny little detail in there that they would just refer. Sorry, I'm just going out to the shittery. I got a shit for a while. Just they didn't pussyfoot around anything because they didn't have hang-ups.
on the topic of number twos.
Yes, yes. Why not? Let's just talk about number twos for a while.
So you know the milkshakes and the meal replacement bars.
Yes.
Do they make it a little bit more slimy?
They have an effect. Biggest effect they had on me was farting so much. They had a significant effect on the farting. But yes, they most certainly can change the consistency of the number twos.
Because I used to have when I first started trying to slim down in 2018, I was
Yeah,
given some blue pills, and what happens is you take one with every meal, and it
yeah.
basically it's a fat metabolizer, or I can't remember what it's called now, a fat binder. And so what it
Right.
does is it basically stops your meal
Oh my
turning into
God.
fat,
Okay. Yeah.
and effectively your poop can be a bit slimy because
Oil
it's
goes
got more
straight
fat in
through
it.
you, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a thing in America. I don't know if this is the same ones, but they had these pills in America that were big, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago. I did a blog post at them because I thought it was hilarious. Basically, this was not slimy. This was like your body would not absorb oils or fats at all. So it would go straight through you. So you would be shitting liquid, basically. And you had these the website had these warnings about when you start this, don't go on a holiday or anything, because it's like, and it was basically just all the warnings were seriously, you are going to shit liquid uncontrollably. Just if you're taking these, just stay at home, don't go out, don't wear white pants. Okay,
I was just going to
a bad
say,
scene.
yeah, don't wear white when going golfing, Donald.
Yes. Oh yes. Oh my God. Yeah. And hi, Rays, by the way. But
There, just for anybody who doesn't know about this, there is a hashtag on Twitter which is Diaper Don. The suggestion being that Donald Trump wears adult diapers, and because he's incontinent thanks to all the cocaine he was doing back in the 80s.
Yeah, I think he still snorts Adderall, which is a sort of a chemical variant of cocaine. Yes, Megaleech, that was the name of the video I did. Miracle diet pill with teeny tiny side effect, namely uncontrollable shitting of liquid. And I was just, I'd started off as a blog post. I got correct. Yeah, thank you. That was it. It was called Xenical. But I was literally just reading the warnings off the website that was promoting the thing, and they were just, it was literally just saying, don't go anywhere. Okay, you don't want to be more than 5 minutes from a toilet, because you will lose all control of your bowels and it will be horrific. And I was oh my God.
You know what's funny? You know, I was saying I was taking some blue pills.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Oh.
Didn't do that. Didn't have that reaction. All it did was meant, a bit more paper because it was a bit more slimy and, but yeah, well, fine. But then I've also had other people who gave him really bad diarrhea. So,
Rays, I did not hear about that. A female English football team, they weren't allowed to change their shorts from white to avoid issues when they had their period. See, that's not great. I just want to go. Yeah, sorry. For some reason, the diaper Don just cocked up in your hair because Trump has a very bulky body type, but there are these pictures of him playing golf where it's hard to avoid thinking he does seem to be wearing the adult diaper. Again, no harm, no foul for any adult who needs continence aids. But the fact that Trump just consistently lies about his health, about his well-being, and it's absolutely surreal.
It made me, kind of made me chuckle when, he did this thing. He's the most, when they had like the proper White House Navy doctor or whatever it was, presidential doctor who says, the most healthy man I've ever met, or something.
That
and it's like, ridiculous. But the guy eats burgers all the time.
Yeah,
he's orange. He's really fat. These are not are not healthiest person I've ever seen. Traits.
Yeah, those ridiculous intelligence insulting medical appraisals. It's just like, fuck's sake. I mean, we know you're not telling the truth. We can just look at him and know you're not telling the truth. It's just Jesus.
And also stuff like, I'm 6'3" or 6'2" or something like that. And, there's a picture of a guy of him stood next to someone who actually is 6'3" or 2, or whatever it is. And Trump is like here.
Yeah, no, it was Obama. Obama's 6'3", and all the pictures of Trump standing next to Obama, he's clearly 2 or 3 inches shorter. And there are multiple photos there. It's ridiculous. So, sorry.
I'm completely opposite of Trump. I have huge hands.
See? There's a podcast called Maintenance Phase that did an amazing pod on the pill. And everything they do is fantastic. Okay, I don't know that one. Heidi ho, Nettie. How you going?
Hello.
Yeah, Safra, I get the joke. American cheese is the stuff they call American cheese is fucking weird. It's that bright orange. What the fuck is that? No, it's spray tan something. So, Rays, what do you think? Oh, I so fucking wanted Sanders to go. I don't know. I think Sanders would have fucking trumped Trump because angry young white men would have voted for Sanders, whereas we had all the angry young white men voted for Trump. But Sanders could have siphoned off angry young white men. Yeah. But the Democratic Party machine refused to have someone like Sanders in.
Yeah, there's two reasons why I think that is. Number one is he always kind of went as an independent, you know, for years and years and years. And it was only sort of, you know, when it came to I want to be president, that he kind of said, okay, I'm going to go run for the Democrats. Because as an independent, he had no chance. So running as a Democrat would give him a chance. And, you know, well, the establishment is what we haven't paid your dues. You haven't, you know, you've not been a part of the team. So therefore, we don't think you count as someone who should be, you know, in this thing. So that was the first one. And the second one, and it, you know, and it's just an atmosphere thing, which is, you know, he is a socialist. He's declared he is a socialist.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Americans are idiots and they can't tell the difference between socialism and communism. And so you'd have a big chunk of the population saying, I ain't voting for no damn, you know, for no damn commie.
Yeah.
And so, of course, that being a double negative means they would vote for him, obviously. But, you know. So, yeah, it just comes down to, you know, he's a communist. That means that he wants to destroy the whole system, and you know, just it wasn't going to work. You know, I have no problem with Bernie. It's more, you know, is it realistic to expect him to be voted for a population who has no understanding the difference between communism and socialism, you know, and fascism, and you know,
well. As a counterpoint, I'd say that first thing you said about them saying he's an outsider, you're giving far too much credibility to the Democratic establishment. They're just power-hungry fuckheads. And the whole, he's a socialist, that is the line the Republicans use against every Democrat who runs, no matter who they are. So that doesn't hold up because that's the argument they use for every single Democrat. The third thing, which is slightly outside what you're saying, Sanders proved his electoral popularity. It took the entire Democratic Party machine to go, holy fuck, in about a week, Sanders will be unstoppable. And they dragged, and Biden did better than expected in the Carolinas. He was expected to win the Carolinas, but he actually did significantly better than was expected. And the Democratic Party machine dragged every other contender into a back room and said, you are fucking pulling out now. You are out. So on Super Tuesday, it is going to be solely Sanders versus Biden. There is not going to be any confusion. Sanders, Biden, and our entire effort is going to be behind Biden. Now, that's not illegal. As you know, some diehard Bernie bros go like, oh, it broke the law, they're selling it. No, they made a decision that they were actually terrified. Sanders had done better in the first couple primaries than anyone had done in history, and they were losing it because the rest of the field, he was basically what Trump did. Trump basically wore down his opposition one by one. And Sanders was going to do the same. And the Republicans couldn't bite the bullet and go, Trump's going to wear us down one by one. We have to get rid of everyone and just run one person against him. But the Democrats went, oh, fuck no. Sanders is going to wear everyone down one by one. We need to get rid of everyone and just have one person against him and then put the whole weight of the party machine behind them. And it was that sheer brute force that got rid of Sanders. Sanders, I think, stood a very good chance of winning conclusively against Trump. First, because all bog standard Democrats are going to vote against Trump because, Jesus Christ, it's Trump. Second, and like I said, Trump would win back a sort of radical demographic that were voting for Trump just because they hated Hillary Clinton. It's basically misogynist young white men who hated Hillary Clinton could get behind Bernie Sanders. And that's terrible. Yeah. But yeah, you know, it's what it is.
Do you know what my favorite one of there were the 2016 primaries of which Republican is going to get the nominee to go versus the Democrat, and they ultimately ended up choosing Trump, which was a massive mistake, I think. But anyway, so my favorite part of that whole race to the primary race was each state would basically vote for who they wanted. And so by the time it got to New York, which was about a month later, because they had different primaries at different times, Ben Carson, Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz lost to Ben Carson. And Ben Carson wasn't even running by then. He'd quit. Yeah. Which you got to love, that Ted was so unpopular. Ted Cruz was so unpopular that they would rather have a guy that wasn't even running anymore.
Oh, yeah. Ted Cruz is the most unpopular. Even like you get Republicans saying, I think it was Lindsey Graham who most notoriously said, if Ted Cruz was murdered on the Senate floor, it would be really tough for the police because literally everyone in the Senate would be a suspect because everyone fucking hates him.
It's like, okay, whose knife in the back is this one?
Yeah, hard to see.
It's like all you've got is a back full of knives.
Yeah. Raises recently in America. Notice the lack of respect men had for women. Rights are non-existent. Seedy shit going on. Yeah, it's not a great time. What's that? Sorry, Pugwash, you're wearing a Boris t-shirt with Thundercunts written. That's fun.
So, by the way, one of the things that happens for presidents and prime ministers is after they finish their career as that, they end up getting invitations to do after dinner speeches. So we're gonna have a dinner, and we're gonna have him and make a little speech, and whatever, and we'll pay him like £200,000 or dollars or whatever, So basically, apparently, Boris is sort of eyeing the lucrative new career as an after dinner liar.
Yes. Oh my God. God, could you imagine paying him money to talk? And it'll happen because it's just it's sickening. Sorry, I'm going to play a video because I'm going to do a toilet break. Now I'm going to try playing this, and I need. Okay, first I have to share the screen. I need people to tell me if you can hear the audio. All right. So tell me if you can hear this audio.
G'day, cocktail lovers, and welcome to the Cocktail Dome, where we bring you all the excitement of Bigly cocktails. I'm Chuck Carrots, and with me is my host, Archbishop. And
so could you hear that audio?
Yes, I could, both here and on there.
All right. So, okay. This is a silly thing I do where there's multiple versions of me doing it. Okay. So I'm just going to start it from the start. Full screen it. And do that. And I'll be back in a minute, but I want to let this run.
G'day, cocktail lovers, and welcome to the Cocktail Dome, where we bring you all the excitement of Bigly cocktails. I'm Chuck Carrots, and with me is my host, Archbishop. And today, the man known to some as the Angry Aussie is going to give us another special rum-based concoction. Yes, Chuck, and as we're coming up on World Rum Day and Pina Colada Day, I think I have an idea of what's coming. I see where you're going, Arch, but let's ask the man himself, what are we going to see today on the Angry Cocktail channel?
Thanks, Chuck. And Arch is on the right track. I am going to be doing a version of a Pina Colada. This drink is always a crowd pleaser, but a special one today, I am going to do a milk clarified Pina Colada.
Oh, unbelievable! Does that mean we're having another Milk Punch Monday? Yeah, to be fair, Chuck, we are not doing this on a Monday. Well, we're on the internet, Arch. People could be watching this at any time. Good point, Chuck. Besides, time's an abstract concept. It was like more and more meaningless to me. How long ago did COVID start? Was it 10 years ago? 20? Nobody knows anymore. Well, I didn't realize you were having such an existential crisis, Chuck. I hope you're getting some appropriate professional attention. Never mind that, Arch. I want to hear about this milk clarified cocktail.
Sure thing, Chuck. To stay in line with the flavour of a Pina Colada, I will be clarifying this cocktail with coconut milk rather than dairy milk.
Can you do that?
You definitely can, Chuck. Although it's referred to as a milk clarified cocktail or sometimes milk punch, you're not limited to dairy, so long as what you're using has sufficient fat content. And coconut milk has quite high fat content, so you can use it in place of dairy. And in fact, any of the nut milks, if they're over about 3% fat, should work. So besides giving you a great flavour, it also lets the vegans join in on the fun.
Oh, top tip for the viewers there, Angry.
Thanks, Chuck. And look, one more top tip is the milk clarifying process tends to soften the flavors in the drink. So with that in mind, you would normally use a light rum making a pina colada, but because of the clarification process, I will be going for a much bolder rum in this case.
Cool, I love me some bolder rums.
Me too, Arch. And because I'm making a batch, it's easy to put an interesting mix of rums in. The first one I'm going for is this 15-year-old Cuban rum. And I'll be doing, in terms of the scale in the batch, it will be 1 part of this aged rum. Next, I decided to go with Gosling's Black Seal rum. This rum's famous for being the only rum you're meant to use if you're making a dark and stormy. We're using in the Pina Colada. There will also be 1 part of the Gosling's Black rum going in. For a bit of extra flavour, I've decided to put in some allspice dram, also known as pimento dram. It's got some great flavours in there. And in terms of the relation to the other, it will be half a part of pimento dram going in. Now for some juices. And of course, there are juices in a standard Pina Colada, but in this clarified version, they'll be doing double duty because besides the flavour, we need the acid content to curdle the coconut milk. So for this recipe, I'm putting in 1 part pineapple juice and half a part lime juice.
Fun fact, Chuck, one of the reasons that tiki drinks are often served in opaque ceramic containers rather than glasses is most tiki drinks look pretty gross. Particularly if they've had cream or coconut milk, they'll separate after a while. And you tend to not see that if it's in a typical tiki container. Well, thanks for that disgusting observation, Chuck. I mean, I'll be thinking of that when I go into a tiki bar next.
No need to worry about that because in this case, we want the drink to curdle and we'll be filtering those curds out, which lets us serve the drink in a clear glass to really show off the clarification. But we will be adding the cocktail to the coconut cream or the coconut milk, and it's 4 parts of the cocktail to 1 part coconut milk. Now, there are a lot of fallacies about milk clarification, but this one makes a difference. You add the cocktail to the milk component, not the other way around. Give it a little bit of a stir, and then you're going to wait for the separation process to happen. That might take 10 minutes. Again, some people might tell you need to leave it for 12, 24 hours. I've never had to leave it more than half an hour myself.
I will go on the record here, Arch. I never get over how gross the drink looks while it curdles. I feel you, Chuck. I'm always amazed at how the final product looks nothing like the original, even before it curdles.
Yes, guys, and one final tip bears repeating. Although you're putting it through a filter, it's actually the curds that are doing the hard work of the clarifying. They'll be caught in the filter and then they will clarify the cocktail. But they won't settle to the bottom straight away. So the first amount that runs through
won't be as clear as you might like. So you let that run through for a while, and when it starts coming through clear, you tip that amount back in, or even put the entire drink through more than once. Depending on the size of the batch you're making, this could take anywhere from an hour to a couple of hours. You might even want to leave it in the fridge overnight. Well, fortunately, we have the magic of editing, and just look at it, Arch. Look at the finished product. The difference from the original, it's almost unbelievable. And I mean, the taste. Of course, with a standard pina colada, it's a creamy drink, so the experience of drinking a milk clarified pina colada, very different. But the flavours, they're all... It's like you're drinking pina colada's distant cousin. But so all the notes are there, somehow it's also completely different. Hey, you can put some really strong booze in there, and just kind of sneaks up on you. Well, given all the messing around, this is probably not something you want to do every day, but I think everyone should give it a go from time to time. Well, indeed, Arch. Variety is the spice of life. And here at the Cocktail Dome, we just want to keep things interesting. Because as we always say, life's too short to waste time on boring cocktails. Cheers.
All right, so that's what I'm doing now. So I think you switched your microphone off, Laura.
Yeah, there's two things that I need to comment on about that video. The first one is how, you basically must have spent time where you've got your commentators and you're standing there going, and it's like, you basically just filmed like 3 minutes or so of nodding and listening.
Yep.
Twice, because there's two of you.
Yep. So basically, I write the script, and I've been refining the process. What I do now is before I video anything, I just record audio. I sit there with the audio recorder doing the whole script in the different voices, and that's what I'm listening to on the headphones. So then I record one character saying his lines, and then I record the other character saying his lines, and then the third one, the bartender, saying his lines, and then I do the edit of slicing. And so what happens sometimes is I get the timing wrong. So in the edit, I have to, the reaction bits, sometimes I have to chop them out and go, I have to slow that down by 20% because I didn't leave enough time. And so I don't move too much in those because I know often I'm going to have to slow them down. So if I was doing any big movements, it would look really weird because instead of this, it'd be whoa. So it's a whole process of putting that together. So and it can,
that was the first one. And the second one is you pour in slow motion.
Yeah, because it looks sexy.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, another little Boris fact for you. Apparently he's going to be put in in Bagpuss's shop window along with the other lost and like broken stuff nobody wants anymore.
Yeah. Oh damn.
That's a bad joke. It's like, do you know what Bagpuss is first?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you know what Bagpuss is?
No.
That's the reason why my joke didn't work at all then.
Okay,
there was a TV show, a kids TV show back in, before I was born territory.
Yeah.
And it was basically a cat, but made out of cloth and, and it just, and,
Right.
and it was a shop window and there's Bagpuss and there's other things around and they're like broken toys and just, gimmicky stuff in the window. And, it's like, that's what you do with the broken stuff that nobody really wants. Nothing ever gets sold in that window because nobody wants it. So.
Oh dear. All right. Yeah. So Megaleech knows it too, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Heine's doing Jim Beam and Zero Sugar Cola. Why not, indeed? Safa, okay, you've been saying we should get AIDS in. AIDS hasn't been up to doing stuff. We have been talking stuff. If I get AIDS to do some stuff, my thinking at the moment he's going to be like a little troll who lives under the bar and prepares certain things for me. And like we the things he's come up with is just to say weird things. And it's like when I'm preparing a lemon to get lemon juice, he's doing something like he has to shame the lemon first so more juice will come out of it. And then when I'm going to use egg white in a cocktail, he's going, just a minute, I'm going to make him choose. I go, what? He goes, this one. And he's got some eggs there. He goes, this one. Who do you like the least? They're going, you choose. And like, so he's just going to be this insane little creature who lives under the bar and does things. But he's not really up to it. So
what you need to
AZ's fucked. Okay. Even by AZ standards, AZ is fucked at the moment. But we might see him. Who knows?
Something you could do is have all the eggs with little faces painted on them or drawn on them.
Yeah, he'd probably do that too. But he's been coming up with all this, and also he just wants to like stick a bunch of different kitchen utensils together in an nonsensical way and go, "You'll need this to make the cocktail." It's like that's the only way to mix the cocktail with this strange thing that he's put together. So yeah, the general idea is he's going to be some weird little troll who lives under the bar and does very strange things.
This sounds like something from the Young Ones.
Yeah, no, that's a fair call actually. But also, was the cat as horrifying as Mr. Blobby? Mr. Blobby was hilarious. It was such a weird satire of the children's show mascots. Salumi, you can always, if you wanted to send anything to AZ, you can always send it to my PO box. I don't know that there's any little legal. I noticed you put saying legal. I don't know that there's anything he wants. I haven't talked to him for a little while because he had this thing where he was hoping to maybe come on like last Friday. Then I said, well, I'm going to be away on Friday. And I should message him because I've got, tomorrow night as well. I should message him tomorrow and see what he's about. Nelly loves making cursed images with Mr. Blobby. I had a VHS of basically the best of Mr. Blobby, and it was so fucking surreal because they recorded a bunch of stuff where they would get sort of B and C list celebrities to come on and do stuff, and that was for a kids show. And Mr. Blobby would try to interact with him and would just fuck everything up, and it was just hilarious watching the celebrities get exasperated but try not to lose it in front of the camera. Hey Nassau, yes, I actually recognize your username. Been watching, 14 years. It's such a long time. See, Pugwash, the best of doesn't suggest it's good. By saying best of, you could also say you mean least bad. But yes, Mr. Blobby was like deliberately bad. It was like a 1 hour VHS. And it was very freaking weird. And yes, I love occasionally just going on like an image search online and just search cursed images. And the stuff that people put online and tag cursed image, some of it is fucking hilarious. Some of it defies description. Some of it you're looking at it going, I don't even know what's going on here.
I've got a meme picture for you. I created this meme because what happened, this is just over a week old now, so it's when basically the Conservative Party was falling apart and like 50 people had resigned their positions with the Boris administration.
Yeah.
And so what happened was on Channel 4 News, you had Jacob Rees-Mogg saying, no, everything's fine with the party. And, this is just he's got this mandate from the people from the last election.
From the people, yes.
All that. Well, the last election, he propelled them into, or kept them in
did.
power.
He won the last election.
Yeah, so and effectively, so yeah, there's not a problem at all. And so with that, I made this.
Right, sorry. Oh, that's a throwback. The Iraqi propaganda minister.
2003.
Oh my god. Also, is Jacob Mogg-Rees the worst person ever?
He
It's
is
kind of
awful.
like if you were writing something like a TV show or a movie, and you wrote a Tory character that was literally Jacob Rees-Moggs, people go, "Oh, that's a bit on the nose, isn't it? That's such a pathetic stereotype." Where he talks about Nanny looking after him and how it's like he's a fucking stereotype of an out of touch Tory.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks the good old days were the 1950s. Apparently, there's that new James Webb telescope.
Yes.
It provided the tantalizing glimpse 5 billion years to the future. Sorry, excuse me. A glimpse 5 billion years into the past with the first photos of Jacob Rees-Mogg's childhood.
Yeah. I swear to God, it's like I also remember, he reminds me of I remember Dave Allen, the Irish comedian, who I don't know how often he was shown in England, but his shows for the BBC were repeated ad infinitum on the ABC in my youth. I saw so much of him, but he's such a good storyteller, and he'd have various sketch characters, and one was a sort of dotty upper class eccentric, and he wearing this grey wig, and it was just full of baby powder. So he had this really sort of wobbly head thing, and because he kept moving his head, and because clouds of the baby powder would come off when he did it, and he was just making fun of upper class twits. And he's saying in an interview once, I got pulled up by this upper class person who said it was like an unfair stereotype, and he's going, I swear to God, this guy was so much more extreme than the character I play on it. Like his hair was worse, bigger clouds of dandruff were and his head was wobbling more, and bigger clouds of dandruff were flying off. And he said, I let him talk for a while because I was just fascinated at his absolute lack of self-awareness, that he was complaining about my stereotype character, and he was considerably more extreme than the stereotype I did. And it's just, wow. And hello, Gift Pest Slayer. Oh God, Nettie, should I do it? Open Reddit cursed images because Reddit's a thing. Oh yeah, that's right, Suffolk. God, are you still bored, dude? I mean, you're like your first day in isolating yourself. I mean, I don't know. It's only 10. I've got a bit of a head of steam. Who knows how long? Who knows how long I'll last? I don't know. And yes, Pugwash Dave Allen was famous for saying, "I'm an atheist, thank God." You can find some excellent Dave Allen stuff on YouTube, and the one where he talks about, because he wasn't actually raised religious, so he didn't know anything about, because he's Irish, he didn't really know about Catholicism, but his parents thought it was a good idea to send him to a Catholic school when he was a littlie, and with these crazy authoritarian nuns, and the stories he tells about these really violent authoritarian nuns trying to indoctrinate him, and he's just got no idea what they're talking about. He's such a good storyteller.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I got a fun story. So if you remember the last time we spoke, I think like that day I was going to be getting laser hair removal for the second session.
Yeah.
So I went to Manchester. I had the laser hair removal done, for the second session. And so my friends were going to be late. So it's like, okay, I need to kill some time. And so I ended up chatting to this street preacher. And, now I bear in mind, I'm an atheist. I'm not an anti-theist. So I don't believe in God, and I've got reasonable justifications to do it. One of the things is the Bible's got contradictions in it. And, if this bit's true, then that bit can't be true. And I was explaining this to him, and it's like, and so the main crux of it is, if you look at the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John resurrection accounts,
Yes.
there are differences.
Yes,
And
there are.
For example, how many angels were in the tomb? Was it 1, as Mark says? Is it 2, as Luke says? Or is it none, as Matthew? Matthew is what I jokingly refer to as the Michael Bay, edition, which is, sort of a joke on, if a movie, if there's a Michael Bay movie, if a car explodes, it's not enough that it explodes. It needs to do 4 somersaults in the act of exploding.
Yes.
And so in the Matthew version, there's a giant earthquake, and an angel swoops out of the sky and moves the tombstone out of the way and sits on it. And that's quite different to who's going to open the tombstone. Oh, look, the tombstone's moved out of the way.
Yeah.
Whereas, and like I say, so the only one that mentions an earthquake and an angel flying down and moving it. So, and of course he's not in there because he said, look, go and have a look for yourself. He's risen. Okay. So, so this guy starts to do the usual apologetic of, well, when you get eyewitnesses of an event, you'll often get slightly different versions. And it's like, yeah, but you see, here's the problem. If we look at this in an analogy sense, imagine there's a car crash over there and 3 guys get out and run away. What does the driver look like? And one of them says, oh, he was a tall guy and he was wearing black. And another one says he was like, slightly larger than, average height and wearing dark blue. And then you've got, Matthew, who says, oh, it was Big Bird from Sesame Street. That's quite a big difference. And so, we're kind of talking about this, and, and I'm literally saying, he's like, it doesn't say that. I said, it does here. Phone out, goes there, holds it up for him to see it. And he's like, no. And it's like, and so it ultimately got to the point where he had to become dishonest. And one of his, he had this really weird one of, he's got like a microphone and an amplifier down there. And so what he does, he sort of says, well, look, if I move this from here to there and I move it with one hand or I use 2 hands, does it make a difference? Did it not get moved? I said, yeah, but there's a big difference here. Okay. Whether you use your left hand, your right hand, or 2 hands, nobody's salvation is going to be based upon you moving an amplifier. Yeah. So it's a really bad argument. And so once he realized that I knew the Bible better than he did, suddenly, all he wanted to do was preach and not talk to me anymore, at which point the microphone goes right up to his nose and he's talking through it as loudly as possible and pretending I don't exist, which is basically la 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 la. I'm not even interested in entertaining the idea that I might be wrong about this thing that I want to believe in.
Yes.
And so, like I say, now the only reason I tackled him with this stuff quite aggressively, not in swearing at him, just force of personality, basically. Is because he was basically doing, you need to do what I say you need to do, or you're going to be going to hell type territory. Now, once there's no way I could talk to this guy anymore, just listening to him is boring because I've heard these street preachers loads of times. There's another, I'm about to start going down the street, and there's another street preacher there, but he was like happy and sort of jumping and, like, Jesus is wonderful. He's done this wonderful thing for my life. I feel so happy, and it was like, he might as well be talking about his best favorite band or something, and that guy, I had no problems with at all, because he wasn't, he was basically saying, this is what this has done for me. This is what makes me happy. And I don't want to destroy someone's happiness.
Yeah.
Because he's just saying, he's saying why he thinks this is good, not dictating to other people saying why they're bad and they need to, repent of their sins or else.
Yeah, it's like the saying, if someone says, because of my religious beliefs, I can't do this. You go, okay, if that's the way you want to live your life, that's fine. And then they say, because of my religious beliefs, you can't do that. And it's like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
It's there are two types, basically. Sorry, I just realized I left something over here I want. Okay. Yeah. It's the two types. I'm happy if someone's finding their happiness and finding their meaning, and it's like, it's good for you. Oh, wait, no, you want to impose something on me? Fuck you. And it's like,
yeah.
All right, sorry, I'm just doing some stirring.
It's really weird. I saw something on Twitter a couple of days ago, and this crazy lady who went and just like hammered, just lady going to work, and basically someone followed her.
Right.
Let me see if I can find it, because it's just. Okay, this is a different one. Lovely, nice story. Just something I liked. This morning I had a seizure outdoors and I fell down. One of the raccoons that live in my yard ran over and started nudging me until I sat up. She was whimpering. I let her know it was okay, and she left her after I made it inside the house. Animals are so kind. Oh.
That's nice. Sorry, I just want to answer Safi saying about taking the Band-Aid from the COVID booster. I didn't have a Band-Aid. It was a bit of cotton wool held on with tape, and I left it for a day. But the next day when I was going to get a shower, I took it off, and then I never put anything over because it's, there's not even a visible mark. Again, hats off to the guy who freaking gave me the booster, because I literally did not feel a thing. Sometimes it's going like, oh, they're pretty good. That was only a twinge. And sometimes it's like, ow. But this guy was like, I'm just like, I'll be cool, even though I really dislike needles. I'll just be cool. And he said, done. And I went, oh, okay. No, I literally didn't feel a thing. And then a bit later, it's like, oh, now my arm feels like someone punched it, because yes, you did drive a metal spike into the muscle in my arm, and so I'm feeling an after effect of it now.
It's partially one of the reasons why I haven't been getting testosterone blockers.
Right.
Because every month I've got to have someone jab a needle in my ass, and just not very keen on that,
It's YOLO, and that's why I'll never be a heroin addict. Because
exactly, that's always been my joke. I could never be a heroin addict. I just don't have I think, little family history, extended family history. I have a cousin that is the same age as me. Looks like she's 20 years older than me, because she had a bit of a heroin problem.
Oh, dang.
And she went and because she was injecting herself anywhere, she could, because
That's
it wasn't obviously.
Yeah.
It doesn't heal it takes a while to heal, and they're constantly jabbing. So So what happened was she ended up having to have her leg amputated.
Yeah, because they kill the blood circulation.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the doctor kind of screwed up or something, and so she ended up suing the NHS and getting a payout.
Yeah.
And it's
which
like,
she spent on heroin?
I don't think so. I don't think she's on it anymore. But, it's like, wow. So.
Oh, my God. Mimsy's just decided to make desperate noises, because Mrs. Angry on her way to bed is giving her a little bit of food. So rather than patiently going, oh, wow, I'm getting food, she gets more deranged and insistent in the seconds leading up to being given food. But she's
Is it in there yet? Is it? Have you done it yet? Can I eat it yet?
Yeah, no. She just in the lead up, she'll get really insistent and really deranged in her yowling, and because she's actually eating now. She's quiet.
Mm.
She might even come over and say hello after that.
No idea. Pugwash could have been nerves or something. I don't know. All I know is, she had an operation to remove her leg below the knee, I think it was.
Yeah.
And something went wrong.
And that's an incredibly serious operation, and there's enormous scope for something to go wrong. Sorry, Pugwash, you joke. They cut the wrong leg off. I know a number of people, because they've heard of bad stories, and they're getting an amputation, they write on one leg with a texter, "Don't cut this leg off."
Yeah.
Cut the
other, not this one, the other one.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of a Red Dwarf joke where Lister ends up having a bit of his arm cut off. And, so he and it's like, gonna have to remove your right arm or something. Yeah, but that's my favorite arm. I do lots of things with it. Well, and so he goes to sleep and he wakes up and he sort of looks down at his arm there, and then he goes to raise up his other arm and it's not there. And it's like, this is the wrong arm. It's the wrong arm. What are you, what are you doing? I would have think a navigator be able to tell the left from right. So
Gift Pest Slayer, there's Canadian ska song, Jesus is a Friend of Mine. I was just thinking Jesus songs, the ministry one from Psalm 69, Jesus Built My Hot Rod. That was a funny song.
Anyway, I've got that. I found that thing I was looking for.
Right. So Pugwash, your wife had an eye up. They put a big arrow on her forehead like this one.
Yeah, do you know what? I just have this sort of imagination of the doctor thinking, okay, is it your left or my left?
Yeah, exactly. No, but it happens. It happens semi-regularly. And it's just because hospital staff are under so much pressure. And
obviously they didn't do any woodworking.
Yeah.
Which is measure twice, cut once.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I've got this thread. It's pretty awful, but, So I'm on my way to work. Notice this lady pull a legal U-turn and gets on my ass. I got a weird feeling, but tried to chalk it as some idiot Austin driver, as in Texas.
Yeah.
Pull over to work. She follows me, and I know most of the people I work with. And she's not a co-worker, and I don't recognize her. But I go through the gate, and she parks in front of my work because she didn't have a badge to open the gate.
Yeah.
I assume maybe a client or something. I get out of the car and she's at the gate and yells my name. Are you Lauren? I'm wearing my work badge with my name, but I'm too far away for her to see it. I don't recognize her as my client. Maybe she's someone new. So I walk closer to the gate. Yes, I'm Lauren. Can I help you? She again asks me my full name. Says, yes, that's me. I show my badge. She then tells me I should recognize me from the Capitol in the news, which is when I knew this wasn't going to end well. I ask her about how she followed me, why she followed me, and she begins on this tirade about how I'm a sinner, going to hell, child abuser, scum of the earth, groomer, paedophile, and how I need to repent before the end. I told her no thanks and tell her she can't be on her property. She needs to leave. She begins to pray that I burn in hell and goes into rather graphic details on the order of how I should be burned. I tell her to leave, and then a co-worker shows up and asks her if he can help her. She tells him, he's not my boss, that he's employed a groomer, etc., and how I'm such a danger to him and everyone else. He grabs her by the arm and says, that's our favorite thing about her. It's why we hired her. and escorts her to his car where she appears to be crying. She drives away and gives me the finger, yells, we're not done. I didn't even realize that he'd come through the gate, but he's escorting me back to my car and telling me not to worry and asking if I need anyone. This is just a random Tuesday at work. I still have no fucking clue who this lady was. And people ask why I want to leave the country, because we're not safe here. Can't even go to work without being harassed. And how is praying for my death the Christian thing to do? What the actual fuck? Worrying with this state and country. What the actual fuck is wrong with this state and country? 12 months and counting until we are free. I'm still sitting in the office worried to leave in case she tries to follow me. I don't know. I don't want them knowing where I live. But welcome to living in Texas while supporting your trans child.
Yeah. No, there are so many dangerous people in that country. And it's kind of like we say, like, oh, only 1% of the country believes that deranged thing. Like, that's 20 to 30 million people. It's like there are 20 to 30 million absolute fucking lunatics running around. And it's like, again, fascinating and horrifying threads from people who work at, family planning clinics. And they say, you need to understand these conservative women who are protesting against abortion rights. They get abortions. They come in here. They just have this otherworldly capacity for compartmentalizing things. They said one of the things that really sticks in my mind is this evangelical conservative woman who's come in for an abortion. And we said, like, okay, like, here's the consent forms. Like, you need to sign, give us consent to perform the procedure. And she wouldn't. And she's going, like, she basically didn't want to say, yes, I want an abortion. She just wanted them to do it. And they go, this is a medical procedure. We can't do a medical procedure without your authority. And it became a whole thing. And they've had women just telling them all they're going to hell while they're performing the abortion that the woman's come there for. And they're just like, the fuck is wrong with you? They're just able to compartmentalize that it's a bad thing that other people do. The fact I'm doing it, it's not relevant. It's other bad people that are, and all these people are just saying, stop trying to talk sense to these people, because there's no rationality in their worldview. It's like their ability to disconnect from anything remotely approaching rationality. As I say, praying for your torture in hell. That is absolutely explicitly stated in the Bible. If you believed in the Bible, someone who said that is clearly and categorically going to hell. It's stated repeatedly. Like, they cherry pick and go, oh, there are these things that says that homosexuality is an abomination. It's like, no, not really.
Leviticus.
That's a willful interpretation of things that a lot of scholars say is wrong. But also, it's like, I'm sorry, you want to keep one verse out of Leviticus but not the other hundreds of laws? It's, again, hypocrites. And again, also, that's the Old Testament. If you're a Christian, it's, again, said repeatedly in the New Testament that Jesus said, no, fuck the old laws and whatnot. I'm here to do a new thing. So you are rejecting the message of Christ if you latch on to something in the Book of Laws in the Old. It's just surreal.
There is an amusing thing in Matthew 7, which is the one about hypocrisy. So basically, the Pharisees say, wait a minute, what are you doing not washing your hands before eating? Because that's the custom. And it's like, screw you, says Jesus, basically. You're a bunch of hypocrites, yada, yada. And it's like, now, washing your hands before eating is a good thing to do. It's a logical thing to do. That's how people stop being sick. As COVID has taught us very well.
Yes.
But and it's actually the sort of follow-on thought to that is, have you ever had something called the Euthyphro dilemma?
The what dilemma?
Euthyphro dilemma.
Sorry, I thought you said the urethra dilemma for a moment. That's a different problem. Sorry.
Yeah,
What's the dilemma?
Basically, it's a discussion with, I think it's Aristotle, or one of these great philosophers of ancient times, and it's basically, is God good because because he's good, or are things God does good because good exists already? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do love a lot of the Greek philosophers. They had some wild sort of thoughts.
is something good because God said so, or did God say so because it is good?
Yeah.
That's basically the Euthyphro dilemma.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so when you think about sort of like, I can look at the Ten Commandments, and if we dump the first 5, which is God's your only God, and stuff like that, just a little bit narcissistic stuff. But the latter few are basically don't lie, don't steal, don't have sex with your neighbor's ox, and your neighbor's wife, and don't covet your neighbor's ox. Which I
Probably
think
don't have sex with your neighbor's ox either. That's probably implied.
Yeah. I mean, what's amusing about it is I don't see any problem with coveting your neighbor's ox, especially when you're playing Scrabble.
What? That was such a build-up. I love terrible puns. And again, such a build-up. I loved it. That was brilliant.
I think the problem is what makes it funnier is because I say it in such a flat manner, and then suddenly there's a joke there. It's like Jack in the Box. You don't expect it to happen.
Yeah.
But no, it's like don't lie, don't steal, don't
be a shithead.
Basically. Now the thing about it is, forgetting whether this came from God or whether it's just good, so that's what they wrote in there. It really comes down to what kind of society would work if you're afraid that every time you leave the house, someone's going to come and break your window and steal your stuff. If you're worried that someone might kill you on the street, etc., etc. These
are just saying good night to Salumi, tired and achy. Thank you for dropping in and hanging out as long as you did, because you did have a pretty stressful day.
So but like I say, so it's like, are these things good because God said so, or are they just good things because that's how societies work?
Yeah,
they work when we have sets of rules to play by.
Thinking like that.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, there are many rules that we have ditched from things like the Bible. It's like owning people as property, as slaves. No, I think we'll ditch that one. Wearing mixed fabrics.
The books of law in the Old Testament or the Talmud, depending which religion you are, they cribbed heavily off, like, Hammurabi is renowned as the earliest recorded sort of set of laws to run a society. And again, they were incredibly arbitrary as well. But let's see what Johnny Knoxkill, Roe versus Wade, states that ban abortion also have the death penalty. Yeah, but again, that taps into what I was saying before. Do not waste your time trying to apply logic, common sense, or consistency to these far-right arguments, because they are absolutely capable of compartmentalizing, was the Orwell thing, doublethink, to actually hold two absolutely conflicting, mutually exclusive ideas in their head at the same time. And they see no problem with having these things that are in absolute conflict in their mind at the same time. It just doesn't seem like a problem to them. And it's just like, okay, fucking whatever.
Gun control, but we should be allowing people to kill whoever they want. How ridiculous would that be?
It's like, no, we've got rights, but some people don't have rights about their own bodies, and it's just ridiculous.
I wouldn't be surprised, given the way things are going with the US Supreme Court, I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of like, restrict the Second Amendment, as in you can carry guns, to be repositioned as 560-week abortions.
It's just weird.
I think you missed that. It's basically people with guns shooting kids.
Yes, I know, but that's the thing. The various memes I've seen, like the one that's going around at the moment, Denethor from the Lord of the Rings movie saying, go and die in the way that seems best to you. And it's like anti-abortionists to children the day they're born. Just like, okay, now go and die in the way that seems best to you. So also when a Pugwash, you threw that out there, shops being closed on Sunday. I remember a really sort of funny aspect of that happened here in Melbourne. The very slow changes to trading laws. Some shops were allowed to open on a weekend. It was like bookshops were allowed to, but furniture shops weren't allowed to. And a particular furniture retailer who was very angry at the hypocrisy of the laws, he did this thing to highlight the stupidity and inconsistency of the laws. He said, like, on weekends, I'm not a furniture store, I'm a bookstore. And he'd say people should come in for special events where he's selling these books, and he'd hold up some book and go like, this is the latest book of da 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 da. It's a John Grisham, it's this, it's that, it's the other. And then he'd drop it on a bed and say, and that book is going today for $800. And if you buy the book, the bed is designed for you to carry the book home in. So you take the bed because that's how you carry the book home. And he's going, the bed's free, the book is $800. The bed is a book delivery system. And he technically wasn't breaking the law because he would say, the lounge is free. The book on it costs $600, but the lounge is free. You use the lounge to carry the book home. And it was a fun sort of civil disobedience to say these regulations are dumb. But and yes, Gift Slayer, I thoroughly agree. The Salvation Army are a hate group. They do terrible, terrible, terrible things. And yeah, if someone ever felt like, I'm going to donate to the Salvation Army because they help people, no, there are a whole bunch of charities that help people that don't do the hate crimes that the Salvation Army does. So give it to someone else. There are lots of other charities that help disadvantaged and needy people. Oh, shit, yeah, Pugwash. Pubs being allowed to open that they served food. Oh, and history is littered with things that licensed venues had to serve food. And this was, okay, if Abigail was here, she'd be saying this is cross off a square on Angry Bingo because I'm referencing the Blind Boy podcast. He's brought up a couple stories as like the late 19th, early 20th century. There were some pubs in America, like in New York. There was a licensing law that said you had to serve food. You couldn't just give someone a drink. They had to have food with drink. So they had these rubber sandwiches that they would reuse. It was like, and you'd say, can I have a sandwich, and a whiskey? And so they'd, on a plate, you'd get your whiskey and this sandwich, but it was actually like a rubber sandwich, which they just reuse. And that's how they got around the licensing laws. And he said that was a thing that happened in Ireland in the 90s. You would go to raves and they all just smelled like chicken and gravy because, again, you could only have these things if you served food. So when you bought your ticket to go into the rave, you get like chicken and chips and gravy, which no one would eat, and it would just be sitting on a table. But that was how they got around the licensing laws. And everyone's like dancing to a rave and drinking and whatnot. And all this uneaten chicken and chips and gravy. So you'd be at these raves where it just smelled like chicken and chips and gravy because that's how they got around the licensing laws. That's there.
One of the amusing things. No, it's not. It's not amusing at all. It's really shit, actually. It's more the kind of like ludicrousness of it. Is so in not the last election, the one before with Theresa May, they didn't quite have a number enough to get over the line with the first past the post system, and so they ended up palling up with the DUP from Northern Ireland. So
oh god, yes, I remember that. Yes.
Well, the DUP are the kind of arseholes that would go to the park and put padlocks on the swing so children couldn't play them on the Sunday because that was the day of rest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, people who took that really seriously. Sorry, Johnny Knoxkill. Yes, I haven't seen you in ages. I agree with Safa. And so I've just put the link there if you want to join and say hi, Johnny, because I haven't seen you in ages.
Oh, something else in the news was that the Taliban praised the US Supreme Court for clamping down on women's rights.
Of course they did.
Not a true story, but it might as well be.
No, but again, I also want to point out I actually side with various Muslim people I know who said stop acting as if the Taliban is the reason for what's happening in the US. It's Christian fascism. Johnny, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Yeah. So I just want, sorry, before we go on, someone else popped up there, Nurex, Worm, and thing. Sorry, I don't know who that is. And so you're going to have to A, say something in the chat before I let you in. B, you're going to have to put your camera on. If I don't, I sometimes let completely new people come on, but you have to have a camera on. Johnny, I know. So Johnny gets to come on without a camera. So what have you been up to, Johnny?
Mainly just working.
Just life.
Yes, at the old coffee roasters.
Oh, nice. How's that going?
Well, it was a bit crazy the last couple of weeks because we were running out of bags.
Running out of bags?
Yeah, to put the coffee beans in.
Oh.
So basically we have like two different main bags that we use. One's a white one with a certain branding. The other one is a black one with different branding, and we get them from the same place. And most of the coffee beans that we sell are in the black bags, and we were just running out of these bags, and they kept saying that they're coming. This went on for like a week and a half, and eventually got so bad that we almost run out of the other white bags as well.
Okay.
And it was a big thing. And I went in one day, and like it was an extra day because one of the guys was out with COVID, so I was covering for him. And I came in and I bagged one tub of beans. That's my main job. Job is bagging coffee beans. And I bagged that, and in the process of doing that, they kind of realized that, oh wait, we're almost out of the white bags. Okay, stop bagging. You're not bagging beans anymore. You're going to just process orders and deliver. So I lost a whole day of bagging, and I've kind of half made up for it now. We got the bags yesterday. And so yesterday and today I was just pumping out black bags of coffee beans. Yeah. So that's what's been going on.
All right. So it's Gift Pest Slayer who wants to be a bit obscure in the dark. I get it. Is your microphone on, Gift Pest Slayer?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay, cool. So where are you coming to us from? I'm sure you've told me in the chat before. Gift Pest Slayer, sorry, where are you?
I'm from California, the United States.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So it's some weird hour of the morning for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 5:44, almost 6.
All right, so are you like an all-nighter type person, or you have insomnia? What's going on?
Yeah.
So when I get people from North America, it's normally one of two things: like they're up very early, or they're a night shift person, or they're an insomniac. So it's again, it's a hostile time slot for a lot of people in North America. All right. Sorry, I'm sitting here. I've got my. We were speaking about holy books. I've got one of my holy books here, and I'm just looking. And this is just full of great ideas. I'm just trying to think of.
Oh, I just remembered something before.
Yeah.
Did you hear about Jerry Hall has filed for divorce?
Yeah, that was a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah, from Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah.
Well, I think I know why.
Look, I've got a list. I've got a list
Yeah.
of reasons why. What's your?
I have a feeling that mine might be the correct one, which is apparently he's fit and healthy.
No, yeah, because he didn't die. Yes. I think you're on the money there. She probably married him thinking he's going to be dead in 6 months, and he just won't die. Yeah.
So wait, how old is she?
She's 60 something.
6, I think it is.
And he's a billion years old.
Oh yeah, he's like
What?
2,000 or 3,000 years old. Yeah.
91.
Right.
How is he still alive? Seriously, he doesn't look. When you see him, he doesn't look alive. You think there's a whole Weekend at Bernie's thing going on. He doesn't look alive when you see him.
Someone's doing the old deep fisting.
Yeah, it's like
puppet
really,
master.
really awful ventriloquist thing happening. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
One
Yes,
one
but
thing
no.
I did.
Yeah.
So one thing
No, you go.
I bought something silly.
I love that,
recently.
buying something silly. What's
So I have not played my bass in quite a while.
okay?
So my favorite band is the Cosmic Psychos.
Yeah, okay.
And recently, Ross Knight from the Cosmic Psychos, he got together with a pedal builder from Melbourne
Yeah.
to basically recreate his bass pedal that he uses, because
Okay.
the ones he's got three of the same one, because they're very old and they're quite fragile now, and they're prone to breaking and also just sounding different just because of the manufacturing back then. So basically his bass pedal that he had back then it's a Fuzzwa by Shin something. I can't remember the exact brand.
Right.
So he's never actually used the wah part of the pedal. He just loves the fuzz sound.
Yeah.
So they made a circuit of just the fuzz sound without the wah part and released it. And I bought one.
Nice.
And it's called the Diesel because he was originally an Earth Mover, and they've got quite a few songs about being a farmer and being an Earth Mover or whatever. So it's called the Diesel. And no, sorry, it's not the Diesel. It's I've forgotten what it's called now. The Dozer. It's the Dozer.
The Dozer.
And the input for the pedal is diesel. The output is emissions. And the two knobs to adjust the sound of the pedal are Rip and Dig, which one of their famous songs is Rip and Dig.
Yeah.
And when you just put this thing on and you flip the switch, there's like a filter switch for highs and low, and when you flip it down to a low, oh man, it's just total fuzz bass goodness. And even though I probably will not use it that much, I just kind of view it as like the ultimate Cosmic Psychos piece of merch.
Yeah. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. And that fuzz sound again. Being someone who was very into 80s music, because that was my youth and whatnot, I get where you're coming from. It also just reminded me, I remember there was like a feminist sort of latter-day punk band called We've Got a Fuzz Box and We're Gonna Use It, which was an excellent name. But again, they did the very heavy fuzz guitar sounds in it. But I do enjoy creative band names, basically. Like there's a new one that's being played on Triple J. I don't know that they're all women, got a female vocalist. They're called Teen Jesus and the Gene Teasers. And
yeah.
Okay, they do good music, but I friggin' love that band name. That is an excellent band.
that it's so good. And like I've listened to more Triple J at work, because we have Triple J on at work, than I've listened to for a long time. And they are an all female band.
I thought they might have been, yeah.
And they are really good. And I love their latest song called Girl Sports.
That is really good, isn't it? I heard that on the radio today. Give Best Slayer joining us again, maybe.
Do you know the story behind that song?
It was like an actual quote someone said to them, wasn't it? About
you should
play girl sport.
One of the members of the band, I'm not sure if it was like the lead singer or who it was. She's a skateboarder, and she stacked one day and ended up chipping her tooth, or stuffing up her teeth some way. And so she goes to the dentist, as you do.
Yeah.
And the dentist asked, "Oh, how did you do this?" And she said, "Oh, yeah, I was skateboarding." And he's an old fart who doesn't probably know any better, but still, you shouldn't say this, especially to a client. He turns around and just says to her, "Oh, maybe you should stick to girl sports."
But there's a great tradition in recent years of sort of either all girl bands or just with female singers with stuff like that. There was one from a few years ago where the chorus line was "Show us your girly bits." It's good for business, and it was, again, it's clearly it's just like being told repeatedly when you're working in a venue, you should dress in a way that makes guys leer at you because it's good for business. And the other ones who are good at it recently, Camp Cope, they're really good with some of the songs where guys just say really condescending stuff to them, and it's like, right, motherfucker, that's going in a song. I'm immortalizing what a dick you are in a song. It's just...
And the chick from Camp Cope, man, she's got a set of lungs on her.
Oh, she can sing. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
She can belt it out. But yeah, there's like a really good tradition, and even Thelma Plum has a good one, Better in Black, which is based on stuff an ex-boyfriend actually said to her, because she's Indigenous, and it's like, oh, maybe your career would be easier if you tone down the whole thing about being black, if you wore makeup that lightens your skin, and if you weren't so outspoken. And so she's written a song with "I Look Better in Black." So there's this great tradition in sort of certainly the last 10 years in Australian pop music of women singing songs where some guys said something shit to them, so they turn it into a song. It's really good.
And there's another chick that I can't remember her name. I'm really annoyed at the moment. I can't remember, but she basically, it was like her Me Too song that she wrote.
Yeah.
And there's this one line that's, I think it's in the chorus, and it's I just absolutely love. It's so good. But you wear me out like you wear that Southern Cross tattoo.
Ooh. And yet, Laura, if you don't get the context, the Southern Cross was used. It was in the 1800s by some people sort of rebelling at a gold mining thing in the Eureka Stockade. But it as in the 20th century, in 1900s, it was used by trade unions as a symbol of resistance. But in the sort of 80s, 90s onwards, it kind of got picked up by fascists. So there's about, if someone's got a Southern Cross tattoo, there's a 75 to 90% chance they're a fucking fascist.
Ah,
Yeah.
Like,
Do
it's
you all
not as
remember
bad
the-
as a Confederate flag, but it's getting
everyone, Andrew and everyone? Do you all remember the QAnon shaman?
there. Oh, that dude. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he had a fucking like Nordic neo-Nazi tattoo. Despite
That's the other
being
thing
called
they've
a Christian.
appropriated. Yeah.
A Nordic pagan
symbolism.
neo-Nazi
Yeah.
tattoo.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
About the QAnon shaman,
Yeah.
a great video I watched on the old YouTubes, because I watch too much
Yeah.
YouTube maybe.
Yeah.
But anyway, does anyone here know the channel, the YouTube channel, what is it, Channel 5?
No, doesn't sound
vaguely.
familiar.
Oh,
Why?
it's so good. It's like this channel. It used to be all gas, no brakes,
Right.
and then the guy it became really popular, but it was like he was underneath people and they weren't paying him what he thought he was worth and all that kind of
Right.
stuff. So now,
I remember All Gas No Brakes, I think.
yeah, so it's the same people, and they've
Right.
basically just gone off and done their own thing. And he got he got an interview with the QAnon shaman when he's in jail.
Yeah.
So they're just talking over the phone or whatever, and
Yeah.
it's really good. And I just love that channel just because it's the kind of things you would never like, especially for me, and all of us that live in Australia who aren't in
Yes.
America. He goes to all these just bizarre things that you would only see in America, and just basically he doesn't really ask that many questions. He basically just kind of lets people talk,
Yeah.
and the things that people say are just absolutely amazing, and
Yep.
sometimes completely awful, but it's extremely interesting, and I love it.
It's a real skill in an interviewer to approach things in such a way that the person you're talking to will just talk, and then they often sort of reveal stuff that they didn't necessarily intend to reveal.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
opposed to if you really hammer someone, they get defensive and they clam up a bit.
Yeah, like he just released a video today. Came home and I found it, watched it before I was talking to you guys, and
Yeah.
so it says like going to the premise is like the title is going to a sneaker convention, like shoes or whatever.
Oh. Yeah.
But like half of it isn't even that. Half of it is him going upstairs, because upstairs there's a wedding convention.
Right.
And then like he goes and checks out the wedding convention, then comes back down and actually checks out the sneaker convention. It's
Yeah.
it's so bizarre but so good. I love it.
There is a lot of interesting content out there. I remember there's this absolutely surreal one, and I forgot what it was called, but it's like some guy who half remembered a song that no one else seemed to remember, and he was like, "No, this got played on the radio. I heard it a lot as a kid," and he's trying to tell, and no one knew it, and they went on this huge investigative thing, and the person who runs this podcast has a lot of contacts in film and TV and radio and the recording industry. And so he had people who would know all this stuff, and they kept trying to track it down and there was dead ends. And this guy, he was sure he remembered it so well, he actually hired some session musicians to approximate the song, and still nobody good. And like, okay, it's like a 1 hour podcast, and 45 minutes in, they've exhausted every possible channel, and it's like this guy has imagined this song. It's not real. And then some weird left field stroke of luck, they came into contact with the person who had recorded and released the song, and it was a real song, but it was only released, it was test released in limited markets by the record company, and it didn't do well, so they never released it broadly. But this guy, he lived in one of the markets where the local station played it, and so he remembered it, and no one else. And so he thought he was crazy because no one else knew the song, but it was real. It was this amazing roller coaster ride of you get to the stage 3/4 of the way through the podcast, you're sure they've just determined it's not a real song. This guy's imagined it. And then they revealed, no, it was a real song. And I was like, oh, shit.
Hey, Andrew, we've actually been live for, you've been live for about 3 hours now.
Yes. It's Friday night, dude. It's party night.
Right, I'm probably going to get high tonight.
Okay, good for you. Good for you.
Like on weed.
Yeah, I wish I could.
Why? I mean, like... Is it not legal where you're at?
No, it isn't
legal.
No. We're several years behind. We're at the stage where there is some research into medicinal marijuana.
Yeah, I think it is if you're in the ACT.
It's decriminalized in the ACT. Like if you have personal possession amounts, you won't get South Australia. Yeah. You won't get a criminal record, but the selling of it is illegal. But it's what happened in the US. There was research, and then they said, yes, there are actual medicinal benefits in some cases. Yeah, so then you could get it on prescription, and then it became a joke because everyone would just go to someone and say, can you give me a prescription? And they'd go, hell yeah. And
it's actually been shown that legalizing and decriminalizing all drugs actually reduces all most or all societal problems with drugs.
It certainly reduces problem. There are always people who are susceptible to substance abuse, but alcohol kills. I'm sitting here with my drug.
Alcohol and tobacco.
So many people.
Tobacco also kills lots of people too, and also a lot of pharmaceutical drugs kill more people.
Don't I know it? It's killing me right now.
Yeah. So I made a version of a cocktail. What was it called?
Is it called?
It's a sealback. I made a sealback. It was whiskey and triple sec. So,
have you ever made the buttery nipple?
That's all those cocktails that came out in the 60s. No, not the 60s, the 70s and 80s with the innuendo names. The slippery nipple or the buttery nipple or the
blowjob shot.
The blowjob, the sex on a beach.
I drank a Porn Star recently.
Yes, Porn Star's very popular.
It's really weird how some of these have NSFW names.
What I remember about the Porn Star was I could taste passion fruit in it, and it was like a bitter orange with passion fruit.
Yeah, it's basically just passion fruit and vanilla. That's the only flavor.
Slowing down.
Isn't the other classic like NSF cocktail the cock-sucking cowboy?
That's butterscotch schnapps and cream, I think. The cock-sucking cowboy. That was really popular in Australia about 10 years ago. It was huge.
I bet it was huge.
And there was the hybrid ones. The one I thought was quite creative was the slow, comfortable screw up against a wall, and that was a mix. That was a mix of a screwdriver a Harvey Wallbanger with Southern Comfort and Slow Gin. So the slow was Slow Gin, the comfortable was Southern Comfort, the screw was a screwdriver, and the wall was Harvey Wallbanger. So it was a slow, comfortable screw up against the wall.
I was you all remember fucking remember one time like on your stream we were talking in the chat about the Star Wars prequels while you were making drinks.
Yeah.
I just remembered a funny quote from Mr. Plinkett's Star Wars reviews where he says, maybe Anakin was spending too much time in Obi-Wan's Outer Rim. I mean, he was spending too much time in the Outer Rim with Obi-Wan. Oh boy, that didn't come out right. And then it was like, that's what he said. Hey, quiet.
Yeah.
Incidentally, watched the Obi-Wan TV show the other day. Really good. Really enjoyed
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That one.
Well, at least hopefully it's better than Boba Fett. I've not watched it, but I've heard it's terrible, so I'm not going to watch it.
That's weird. I really like the Boba Fett one.
I like Boba Fett. Some people didn't like it. It definitely could have been improved. It didn't have the focus that some of the other series had. But the Obi-Wan thing was pretty good. I mean, you can poke holes in it if you want, but it's like, it's Star Wars. You need to sort of switch off your higher cognitive things and just roll with it.
And I also I saw the like the custom in quotation marks what do you call them, the bike speeders or whatever.
Oh yeah, the mob. I thought that was a funny joke because they were into body modifications.
Okay.
I have a question.
Kitty.
They were into body modifications and they rode hover things that looked like scooters that English mods rode in the 60s. So they're calling them mods. That was just a silly pun, which I enjoy silly puns.
I've noticed that I was going to say something about Star Wars. I've noticed in Star Wars they never use the wheel.
Yeah, they've got a problem with wheels. Everything hovers. Why do they hate wheels? The Jawas, their sandcrawler has wheels. The Jawas.
Okay, except for like a few exceptions.
Yeah.
I thought don't they have tracks?
Right. They hate wheels. Why do they hate wheels?
I thought the Jawa things had tracks.
Oh,
well,
yes, you're right. Tracks. That's wheels.
Yeah,
on them.
True.
I watched a really interesting YouTube video earlier today, and it was saying about how in the first movie, A New Hope, that the targeting computer didn't work. So basically, the targeting computer. You remember the bit where?
Yeah. I think I watched this same video actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was basically trying to say that the signs were there. You've got Wedge or whoever it was saying that's impossible even with a computer.
Yeah.
And then when the top guy, the commander of the squadron, goes in to do it, it's like didn't go in it and packed it off the surface and things like that. And so ultimately it was, all it required was Luke getting into the Force mindset, and then he managed to do it because that.
The video was titled something like "The targeting computer was never going to work,"
something like that. Yeah.
No, okay. A bunch of us have watched that video in the last week because we're Star Wars tragic nerds. But yes, it was a good sort of observation of there. You can look at it and go, there is a whole bunch of stuff thrown in that said that computer was never going to work. The only way it was ever going to work is if Luke sort of opened himself to the Force.
Oh my gosh.
But I do quite like. You get a bunch of people who do their video essays deconstructing various movies and whatnot, putting their views. I don't always agree, but I tend to really appreciate if someone gets really nerdy and just dissects something and goes, "Oh, there's this, and this means this, and this is that." At least gets you thinking.
Angry.
Yeah.
Seeing your cat come up and
Yeah.
get cuddles there. It's
Yeah.
reminded me of about 3 weeks ago. I found a new thing with one of my cats.
Yeah.
Turns out she loves having her ass spanked.
Ooh, kinky cat.
Yes. So yeah, basically, you know, the
Yeah.
just before the tail on, you know, their spine or whatever. She
Yeah.
just loves that being smacked. Like, and I can go real hard, and she just loves it.
Wait, what are you talking about?
It's bizarre. Like, my mum can hear it from the other end of the house.
Wait, what? Who are you talking about?
My
A
cat.
Oh, your cat.
Again, we're getting into dodgy territory, but
And yeah, like it's bizarre.
yeah,
I don't
cats
get
are
it.
weird. Like if I could get Shadow to come on, she's super weird. But I don't know where she is now.
Like whenever I go past the chairs or whatever, she'll jump up on the back of the chair as I'm walking behind it, and that's her saying, "Yeah, smack me."
Yeah, but that like hard pats, smacks. Dogs are often really into that as well.
And if I stop, she'll meow at me and say, "You know, come on, keep going." And then if I do it for a while and I walk away, she'll claw at me and like you know, get her claws into my jumper and try and bring me back. It's like, keep going.
Yeah,
Like your little BDSM puss.
Yeah, no, animals are weird. They will do that. And Safi, I think you're right. I don't know if it's Gift Best Layer. I think it might be Gift Best Layer. If you've still got the YouTube window open on another tab, it's worth closing it because we can get a bit of an echo.
I'm on mobile.
Oh, you're on mobile. Okay, well, it's stopped now anyway, I think. I don't know. It's possibly I'm using StreamYard. Sometimes StreamYard is a bit weird. It's very hard to pin down things like that. But we're all good now, I think.
I'm pacing a lot.
You're pacing.
Oh,
You're like
you sound
me.
like one of my
I get
friends.
phone calls. I don't sit down for phone calls. If someone calls me on my mobile, I'll get up. I will pace. Dude,
Yep.
I'm like you. I will do that.
Yeah, my mate, if he gets a phone call, he'll just start pacing around everywhere. And I've said to him multiple times, like, you know, one day you'll get a phone call, you'll start pacing around, and you'll just end up in Perth without knowing it.
But I legit do that. Like, if I'm on an extended phone call, I'll like have earphones in and I'll just walk. And yeah, back and forth. I'll just pace back and forth. It's very weird. So so Johnny, I don't know if you have a YouTube tab open, but yeah, that's often what causes it. But also, again, because I'm restreaming with a StreamYard, sometimes it does odd things.
Hello?
Hey,
Is that better?
Angry. Do you know what you're called when you have the munchies?
No, what is it with that?
Hungry Aussie.
Hungry Aussie. Yeah. Sorry. Oh God.
Okay, I'm sorry. If I came out with that joke, I would hear groans.
Yeah.
I feel so discriminated against right now. Is it because I'm trans?
That's what's going on. So it just reminded me of a meme I saw. I remember the Daniel Craig James Bond film Casino Royale, where he's playing the cards, where he loses the first hand. Someone's just recaptured it where he's got the guy he's playing against. Instead of with cards, there's like the hungry hippos things in front of him. And with the caption is, "Well, Mr. Bond, it appears your hippo was not as hungry as you claimed." Again, it's
Also-
super stupid, but sometimes super stupid humor really appeals to me.
Does anyone remember that one Nickelodeon show with the robot girl?
Okay, yes, we've had this conversation on the stream before that you've got a bit of an obsession with the robot girl.
Yeah.
What's the
more so
show?
than the actual show itself.
What was the show called again?
My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I do actually remember it. Yeah.
Don't think. Yeah, I can't remember it.
No, it was actually pretty interesting. I remember because it came out when my offspring were much younger. Because I don't know, Gift Pest Lady, you might know, it's at least 10 years old, isn't it?
Well, it's actually been around since like 2003, so like ever since I
There
was
you
like
go. So
3 years
it's very
old.
old. Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah,
It only
'cause I
had 3
remember-
seasons though. It only had 3 seasons.
So yeah, maybe I was seeing repeats when my offspring were young. But yeah, I thought it was pretty good actually.
Last night I just watched the first episode, and I decided to call it a night because my meds were making me feel like crap.
Sorry, just randomly a more recent one. Has anyone watched the Netflix animation anthologies called Love, Death, and Robots?
I've watched the first season. That was
Yeah.
brilliant. I need to watch the rest.
Okay, my personal view, and it's gonna differ person to person. I liked the first season, but I thought it was a bit fixated with woo, we can have sex and swears in our thing, and I thought bits of it felt like a lost opportunity, but there was some very good stuff in the first season. The second season wasn't terrible, but I was hoping that it would grow and get a bit more sophisticated. And so the second season wasn't quite what I was hoping for, but the third season is really good. So
Yep.
if you liked the first season, I think you'll like the subsequent ones. But yeah, some of the styles in the third season in particular, because it's partly how good is the story they're telling, and partly how interesting is the animation style they're using.
Yeah.
There's some really interesting stuff in the third season. Some really interesting storytelling and some really interesting animation styles. So yeah, it's got to like, season 1 was good, but in some ways I thought missed opportunity. Season 2 was not as good as I was hoping it would be, but season 3 was really good. But it's all worth watching, just to appreciate the artistry, because they really different styles of animation.
Yeah, I just really enjoy unique animation and stuff. Like, I've been an anime fan since I was a very young teenager.
Yeah.
And a fair bit of it reminded me of some of the more experimental anime stuff.
Yeah. And because they do some radically different animation styles in that. And I really appreciate that they put in a whole bunch of radically different animation styles. That was good. So I feel like it's worth watching all of it, but I did really enjoy season 3 because it was very good animation, really diverse styles, and some really good storytelling as well. But overall, if you've never watched it, Love, Death, and Robots, pretty good.
Yeah, hey, Andrew, have you ever thought about doing streams where we watch funny videos together?
I would do that, but I'd get like copyright strikes and what.
Yeah.
Well, no. What if it's like YouTube poops or McJugger nuggets or waffle pone or
I don't know. It's just there's a bunch of stuff that you can do, and then randomly you can get fucking content matched, and because if I get a copyright strike, I can't live stream, and that would suck. Because the other thing I'd love to do, I'd love to spend at least part of the stream being like a radio station, just playing music and whatnot, but. Because I think that would be fun to just like vibe like that. But you got to worry about fucking content matching and copyright strikes. And because it's so arbitrary and you can do a whole bunch of stuff and it'll be fine. And then some fuckhead company somewhere will go, I'm going to demand a takedown. And you get fucked. There's people who do like Let's Plays and people who do reviews and video essays and stuff. They have such a hard time sometimes. So yeah, I mean, honestly, that's an excellent idea. Just sharing funny videos and having a good time, but it's so fraught. And you never know when some shit's going to come back and bite you. It's really.
I say we abolish copyright. Rise up against the fucking capitalist scum.
I think we need to radically revise copyright so only the actual creator of original content has any control over what happens and gets any remuneration.
Yes, and not the shitty companies.
Yeah, corporations buy rights and then act like complete fuckheads with it.
Oh, there's
they don't want anyone using anything without their money.
There's another one that I had a friend who had a problem when they got a copyright strike from a company that claimed the music that she'd used.
Yeah.
Except for that she'd wrote the music herself. She composed her own music.
Yep.
And
that's not even uncommon.
Like, what?
I've had multiple friends, because I've been on YouTube a long time, I've had multiple friends create completely original music and then have companies claim ownership of it. And it's this huge fucking pain in the ass to go, no, that was completely original. And I've had stuff like, because my editing software has built-in royalty-free music you can use, and occasionally I get a copyright strike, someone claiming ownership of it, and I always just reply, no, fuck off, that's licensed with my editing software. And I've always won. But a couple of times, like YouTube will say, this is the thing that they say you infringed on. And so I go and listen to it and I go, holy fuck, these pieces of shit have used a loop from a piece of software that's free for everyone to use. And then they've put it on a commercial platform and illegally claimed ownership of it. Like they are in breach of the terms of service of the sample. So they're actually legally in the wrong. And so when I've counterclaimed against those, I've always won. But it's blown my mind sometimes. It's like I get a copyright claim and I went, no, fuck off. That was a loop from my editing software. And I listen to the thing that the person's saying I've stolen and go, oh my God, it's the same loop, but they're the ones breaking the law because the license for using this is you can't claim ownership of it. And these fuckers are going off and claiming ownership for something. They're the ones in the wrong. People are shitheads, basically.
Speaking of shitheads,
yes.
Another Murdoch thing.
Yes,
so
shithead.
Apparently, yes. Where is it? Fox News has put a target on the back of a doctor.
I'm a proud pirate.
Basically, there was a 10-year-old child that had an abortion.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so Fox News are going to post a picture and name of the doctor that supplied the abortion, helped state lines to do it.
I hate that. Fox News needs to be
the devil.
Fox News need to be spiked Meaning,
Yeah, no, that everyone involved.
they need to have their drinks spiked, just like a Three Teeth music video. In the music video, a woman who's supposedly working for Fox News spikes the news anchor's drink. The news anchor is supposed to be a joke on Tucker Carlson. He basically gets his drink spiked with like a drug that causes him to like trip out, and then the whole team of on the news it says Fox News, a joke on Fox News, of course, and it says anarchist terror group spiking drinks with mysterious substance.
Sorry, I do actually like the idea of Tucker Carlson getting dosed with something and doing one of his shows live while ripped off his tits. Because I think he'd make more sense. I think he'd make more sense, quite honestly. He's such an awful person. He is.
Yeah, he is. And the whole idea of the Great Replacement is literal Nazi shit. Like the whole idea.
Well, he promotes straight up white supremacist talking points.
Oh, for sure. I don't even think he actually believes it, though.
Oh no, he's catering to a particular demographic, but he's just a very. And again, the sort of dickheads who go, "He's our guy." It's like he doesn't give a shit about you, man. He's doing that
also
to make money.
Recently on YouTube, I found like 5 recent news story videos about like a bunch of trucks in West Hollywood. They're promoting anti-Semitism, and in the comment section, the comment section are flooded with like literal Nazi trolls praising this shit.
It is really disturbing how emboldened people are who promote straight up Nazi ideology.
As I described before, it's what I call the Brexit effect, or Trump effect works the same. You know, that we end up having a referendum on Europe, and suddenly the racists in my country think, well, I can now take black people and F off back home. And because they got away with it, the homophobes and the transphobes, etc.
Hey, so here's what I have to say. If you don't want immigrants or refugees coming to your country, how about you stop invading their countries first?
And this was the thing I often had, because when I was doing all the overtly political stuff, a lot of it would be about American politics, because nothing has more effect on the entire world than American politics. And I would get clueless knob jockeys saying stuff like, "Oh, why are you even saying anything about America? You're not American." It's like, well, for fuck's sake, at the most benign level, American politics and the American economy actually has more effect on my life than the government of my own country. And that's comparatively benign when you take into account the degree to which the CIA and the other things subvert democratically elected governments that threaten their business interests. It's like, fuck off that I can't comment on what's happening in America, because what's happening in America actually affects the rest of the world.
The thing that makes me chuckle, and I say it in the cynical sense, is how you have so right now the cost of fuel is skyrocketing in America.
Yes.
And by skyrocketing, it's got like $5 a gallon instead of,
Yeah, I have something to say about that. A lot of people here in the United States are blaming Biden for that, even though Trump's policies that created that, and Biden hasn't repealed that.
Well, let me just finish off, because I was going to say a bit of that. But there's sort of 2 parts to it. The first one is when Tucker Carlson and whatever have been praising Putin, because Putin hates the gays as well and stuff like that. So, and because Trump liked Putin for being a strong man, etc. So it's like, okay, so Putin isn't the enemy for America, but Putin just started this war which has caused, a global panic with fuel and, grain prices and so on. So the price of fuel has gone through the roof because of the war in Ukraine caused by Putin. But rather than say, what an arsehole Putin has done to do this thing, which has now caused this problem in my country, being America.
Yeah.
You know, I'm in America. Look what's happened. It's now the prices of fuel has gone up through the roof. I'm going to blame Biden though. He didn't start the war, you know, but somehow it's Biden's fault.
Yeah. Also, speaking of Russia and Ukraine, I've heard that although both Russia and Ukraine do have a bit of a Nazi problem, I've heard Russia has a much greater Nazi problem.
Oh yeah. No, the extreme right in Russia is way worse than the extreme right in Ukraine.
I mean, Ukraine definitely has a Nazi problem, no doubt.
Oh yeah.
It's just,
so do we. So do we all.
yes, so do we definitely. We definitely have a big Nazi problem for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
Although one of the main things that solved the big Nazi problem in Germany was shit. You see, I had a great joke in my mind, and now I can't remember the name of the guy. Leader of the Luftwaffe, Hermann Goering.
Yeah.
So when Hermann Goering died, and the Germans had a smaller Nazi problem. I'm saying he was a big guy.
He was a big guy.
He's
I thought that's where you were
a
going.
big Nazi
Goering was a
problem
big
is because
guy.
he's a Nazi and he's a fat bloke,
Yeah.
or was rather.
Yeah. Was. Oh dear. Always love again. Anti-fascist Germans, like they have a saying of the whole idea of tolerating someone who has Nazi views is like, well, basically, if there are 12 people around a table and one of them is a Nazi and they're all openly enjoying dinner together, what you've got is 12 Nazis around the table.
Yep. And
like if you
centrists
tolerate-
refuse to acknowledge
Yeah.
it. Sorry.
Yeah. Like that bullshit line about, oh, you should be able to be friends with someone with different views. And I'm going, look, if the different political views are literally about economic policy, that's one thing. But when the different views are about who isn't a human and deserves basic rights, it's like, well, fuck off. It's just, it's ridiculous. That centrist, that wussy centrist idea of, you need to accommodate.
It's called respectability politics and civility politics.
Yeah,
pacifism,
and tone policing, and it's just like, fuck off. Don't tell me I have to tolerate fascists because I don't. I just don't.
Yeah.
Don't tell me I have to tolerate bigots because I don't. And it's just like,
you're not obligated to. You shouldn't be required to.
That's one of the things that's really annoying me right now. Is currently we've got the Conservative Party having an election about who they want to be a leader, and they all seem to be going out of the way to demonstrate that I'm the most transphobic one.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
That's gaslighting right there.
Yeah.
Telling people who are oppressed are the most the ones oppressing the most, like oppressing themselves, but they're not actually. That's just nonsense.
Yeah.
It is an unfortunate thing on the discourse in the UK for the last few years. The competition to be the most transphobic is pretty fucking ugly.
It's almost an unpopularity contest.
Yeah.
Which one of these is the least popular?
The bad thing about that is, like, when that happens, especially in the US and the UK, eventually that will bleed down to us here in Australia as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And it's just, just shut up. Just go away. Let people live their life how they want to. It's not that hard. It's not going to affect you. Just piss off, basically.
Yeah, but The obsession with controlling other people's lives when they're not hurting them.
Yes. And even if they are hurting other people, their identities should at least be respected too. Which is rare, but
And when I was at work the other day, the radio program Hack on Triple J.
Yeah, the current affairs show. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll. I didn't actually listen to the story, but they were doing a preview of what they were going to talk about, and it was basically them talking about intersex people in Australia and how some their rights are in jeopardy.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if I'm going to annoy you a bit with what I'm going to say, possibly, Laura.
Go for it.
But I can see how some people, even though I think they're completely wrong, can be against trans people. The ultra conservative people and some Christians and all that. Yeah, basically. But
another thing I wanted to bring up that I really sorry, I'm a very impatient talker.
But with intersex people, they are born.
Yes, they are born outside.
Completely born that way. And where I can see where stupid people can have something against trans people, but why would you have something against someone that is literally born that way where you're not exactly sure? You know what I mean?
Well, it's because it destroys their argument about a male-female binary, because the existence of intersex people, and there's a whole spectrum of intersex people as well, and it goes from literally having both sets of external genitals to sometimes having internal organs that contradict the external organs, through to just chromosomal differences. There's a spectrum of intersex people, but
a wide spectrum.
The existence of intersex people destroys the transphobe argument of the binary male-female. It destroys it at the biological level, and that's why they'll be hostile to intersex people, because it absolutely destroys their worldview.
Yeah, effectively, the argument is it's basic biology. Intersex people say no.
Yeah.
And of course, if we know one thing about biology, if it was simple, then, there wouldn't be massive careers in biology. There'd be yep, the sun's blue.
Yes.
Right. Sorry, the sky's blue.
And the Earth is flat.
On the level of, of thinking. But, so it's just a, it's the middle ground. Like I say, when we look at, the spectrum, so the sexuality spectrum, straight, gay, bi are in the middle, and they can vary between the two.
And there's polysexual, pansexual, and more.
Yeah, there's a whole spectrum in there.
Yeah, when you've got when we look at look at gender expression, there's everything from tomboy to really girly on the girls' side, and it's why is this middle ground not a problem for those two, but for when it comes to gender, it is only a binary? No. And of course, when they say, oh, it's biology, and you can just tell by looking at genitals, well, that doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah, and TERFs use that a lot.
The doctor looks between your legs when you're born and says it's a boy or a girl, depending on what he saw. And for intersex,
it's a load of bullshit.
Okay, we're not really sure.
And there's the horror stories.
I just want to finish off the last piece.
Sorry, yeah.
Which is None of that says anything about the brain works and how the brain is another part of the biology of a person. How someone thinks, how the neurotransmitters and receivers work, etc., etc. Whether they use both hemispheres of the brain, etc. These are all elements that are different in people. So what's between the legs tells you nothing about what's between the ears and the identity someone can have about themselves.
You got
I also wanted to. Sorry.
Oh, you go, mate.
Okay, so I also wanted to say, like, TERFs use a lot of those same crappy arguments as well, acting like they're the fucking, like, kings of science and everything when they're just fucking Philistines.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I also wanted to bring up the fact that a lot of people in the anime and manga communities online are not aware of the fact that the word trap was literally coined as, like, an actual, like, slur.
As a slur, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, they refuse to acknowledge the fact that it literally just means surprise penis, basically.
Yeah, it's a complex world. So this is what reminds me. There's video from 10 years ago on my channel. A friend who was intersex, and because she does identify, actually she died, which is sad. That's another weird thing. I've been on YouTube long enough that the number of dead people in my videos, I think, has reached double figures. It's really quite
That's
disturbing.
fucking intense shit right there.
I know. That actually does my head in. I haven't counted for a while, but there is a fuckload of dead people in my videos. But it's people with various health complications.
It's also worth remembering that he doesn't, to the viewers, he doesn't include AIDSy dying multiple times.
Well, yeah, the number. If I count the number of times he died and came back, that's even more.
I kind of wanted to make a bad joke there.
Yeah,
Pugwash. Don't worry, I'll do it for you.
But again, so this friend of mine who sadly died, she had other health complications. But yeah, she was intersex. She identified as she. But what happened? And she was in like the most conservative area of US. I think it was like the Appalachians, like the most freaky conservative area of the US. And when she was born, she had external, both male and female external genitalia. And so the doctor consulted with the parents about, we should do something. Again, this weird thing about people fabricating that children are having sort of transgender affirming surgery, which doesn't happen. Yeah. But intersex babies have non-consensual surgery performed on them all the time. And the doctor basically said, the easiest thing is like stitch up the vagina and pretend it never happened because they've got external dick. And so she was raised as a boy and told she was a boy and whatnot. What happens is she had ovaries and did not have functioning testes. So when puberty hit, suddenly all the feminine attributes came out. And again, being in the most conservative part of the US, and she was actually mixed race as well, which made it even more complex.
Oh, man.
So, yeah.
It was a wild old time. So, yeah, people who want to believe in binaries is not true. Also, look how sexy I made a drink. Look how sexy my drink looks. I just want to
very nice.
It is.
That was pretty much one of the points I wanted to make before, where, like, back in the day, I don't think it happens as much now. I really hope it doesn't, where there's just all these horror stories of intersex people getting surgery done to them when they're a child. And then
I think it does happen. I think it has
genital mutilation.
When they hit puberty, they identify as the opposite sex as what they grew up as, and that would
Yeah.
I don't know how that would
Yeah,
just
it's fucking it's
screw you
violence.
up.
It's genital
Oh yeah,
mutilation.
again, yeah. No, this friend of mine, and she bravely told her story on this video. It wasn't even just a self-identification thing. It was the hormones that went through her body at puberty. She grew breasts, and her voice never broke. And it's common for girls to get taller than boys more quickly, but then stop growing, and boys ultimately get taller than the girls. So when everyone thought she was a boy, she got taller than everyone. So they were putting her on like the football team and shit like that because she was taller than the other boys. And then at about 13, she started to grow breasts. It's just like, it was a very, and that's when it was like, what the fuck, what's happening? And then it was like, oh shit, we never told you about yourself that you probably should have been told. And yeah, and then with a few more medical tests, it's like, oh, no, okay, internally, yeah, you have a uterus and ovaries, and you are producing estrogen, and oh, yes, all your physical characteristics are going to be what we traditionally regard as female. Our bad, we did an arbitrary bit of surgery that was completely wrong.
Angry, quick
Yeah.
thing. So, which hand are you holding that glass with?
My left.
Okay, slightly on your left, on your moustache, you've got a little bit of white fluff there.
I probably do. Yes, it's a very thick foam on here.
Yeah. Also, I really wanted to
It's
bring
still
up the.
there.
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me properly?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, give Pest Player, you go.
Yeah, sorry. Just the ring around my icon doesn't flash very much, as as
Yeah.
Johnny does. I was gonna say that not only is like genital mutilation on like intersex people done and it's horrible, but like also a lot of circumcision is still done in the United States for pseudo medical reasons, like phony pseudoscience reasons.
Cultural.
It's a fashion thing more than anything. Look, there
That
is.
and well, it's also because of John Harvey Kellogg, the guy who tried to create cornflakes. He promoted that.
Kellogg is a lunatic. Again,
Yeah,
if you want,
think that circumcision would discourage masturbation. Didn't fucking stop
if you want humorous / horrifying stories, look into the man who invented cornflakes, Kellogg. He was a
well, the
fucking
predecessor to cornflakes, technically.
Yeah, because his version was super bland, but his brother or cousin released a version
His brother.
that had sugar
It was
in
his
it,
brother.
which was very popular, which very much upset John Harvey Kellogg.
What
He was
there's a
fucking lunatic.
are you saying there's a worse version than cornflakes?
Yeah, that doesn't have sugar in it. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't exist really anymore. I mean, unless you want to make it, but I mean,
yeah, but again, yeah,
it was made of wheat. I've heard it was made of wheat and corn. Not corn. Wheat and like barley or something.
He was very anti-masturbation. He was a lunatic. But okay, for real though, there is actually conclusive medical evidence that circumcision does reduce the likelihood of certain sexually transmitted diseases, but basic hygiene stuff that an uncircumcised person can do that also minimizes the risk of sexually transmitted diseases. But it's in the West, circumcision has just been a fashion. It's either been in or out of.
Yeah, but it's also had a lot of phony medical reasons for doing.
Oh yeah. Again, Kellogg is. Oh my god! I love that you brought up Kellogg because he's a.
Yeah, he promoted that shit.
He's a fucking lunatic.
Let me just say.
He was so fucking weird that he even refused to sleep in the same room as his wife.
Yeah, no, he was a very strange guy.
Let me just say.
He was also a racist eugenicist too.
Yes, he was. Sorry,
Hood
Johnny,
pride.
you had something.
I just wanted to say, hood pride.
Hood pride? What?
Sorry, hood. That's Australian slang for a penis. So.
You mean, I thought it was a foreskin, not a penis, the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing, you know.
Sometimes I wish I still had mine, but not really much I can do about it, at least right now. But
Yeah.
there is actually an organization called Foragen that's trying to help like regenerate foreskins through like stem cells and stuff like that. It's really cool.
But here's the thing: sometimes you get these foreskin zealots. They are fucking weird. Honestly, there are some anti-circumcision zealots that are every bit as weird as John Harvey Kellogg. Again, there's a perfectly rational discussion to be had about it, but you do get some people, mostly people who are on the internet too much. They are every bit as out there as John Harvey Kellogg because they say the most ridiculous shit. But it's just like, I think in simple terms, it's a surgical procedure, and it's done without consent on infants, and that's not great.
It's not good at all.
No, it's not good.
It also, I've read that also it leads to a lot of blood loss, which can result in sudden infant death syndrome.
There are complications. It is because it's a surgical procedure.
That causes a lot of blood loss.
Any surgical procedure has scope for complications, and some people definitely underestimate and understate the risks that go with the procedure.
I have heard, you see, you get the zealots. You know how there were those people that were like unpasteurized milk and stuff like that.
The raw milk people, they're fucking nutcases.
In a similar kind of sense, I have come across a couple of people that have said that the only way that circumcision should be done is in the traditional way with a sharpened stone.
Yeah, that's some traditional culture. And then, but that was also not done on infants. That was a rite of passage into adulthood. I think, and that was very widespread through areas of Africa and Asia. That was a passage into adulthood. Whereas in more recent years, and literally only the last 150 years in European and Western nations, it was something that was done surgically to infants. So, yeah.
There's and it goes to the trans thing again. So, have you ever heard of the David Remus story?
No.
Probably have, may not know the name. So basically, a boy, when he was before being a 1-year-old, he went to have a circumcision and they had some kind of electric thing and basically had an accident and chopped the end of his penis off. And so what they did was they said, okay, well, don't worry about it. What we can do is we can do surgery, and if you just treat the child as a female, then it'll be fine. Just don't tell them.
No.
And so they ended up raising this child as a girl.
Yeah.
And it's the chap who did this, because it was in the old, is it nature or nurture thing? And so the idea was we're going to go the nurture approach.
Yeah.
And so what happened was the guy who did it, this John Money guy, they'd have the child and their twin, I think it was, or siblings, and would ask them some really, really sexual questions, including touching and stuff like that. It was just really creepy. Well, what happened was that this child was so creeped out by the guy that stopped going, refused to go, and ended up effectively detransitioning, because the child knew exactly who they were, except for everyone's telling him, "No, you're a girl," and it's like, "I'm not a girl," and so ultimately, they started to live as a guy, and then ended up committing suicide because they couldn't deal with
very conflicted.
the whole thing.
And, Saf raises a point. That's almost the opposite story of my friend. A surgical intervention that the people thought they were doing the right thing, and they absolutely were not. They were absolutely not doing the right thing. But again, you look, the history of medicine is full of stuff that we today benefit from, but 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it was experimental and awful and did terrible things to people. And the people doing it said, "Oh, okay, let's not do that again, because that person died horribly after I did that." And we lead a better life today because other people had terrible fucking things done to them.
Yeah. Also, do you all remember the whole bleach drinking fad?
It hasn't gone away. I don't have to remember it. It's still there.
The guy who started it is a former Scientologist con man who claims he's a freaking like fucking alien god from the Andromeda galaxy who's like 300 years old. Quite ironic for his name, Jim Humble.
Is that the old guy with like the cowboy hat or whatever?
Yeah, not Mark Grennan. It was the guy who looks like Colonel Sanders.
Yep. Colonel Sanders is about 100 pounds less body weight or whatever.
Yeah. This guy gets praised by QAnon adherents who think drinking bleach is medicine.
Yeah.
Like, this guy started a bleach cult called the Genesis 2 Church of Health and Healing and claimed that autism's a disease. And I'm like, this guy needs to be beheaded.
Yeah.
No. Again, he needs to keep drinking his product.
Yes. Well, no, he needs to drink his head off with bleach.
Yeah.
He needs to drink it.
No. You know what he needs to do? He needs to drink radium. That's real medicine. He needs to consume radium.
That's what a real man.
That's going to cause his jaw to fall off. That's a sign it's working.
Yeah.
According
actually, back in the late 19th into the 20th century, there was a health cure, a health fad of the day.
Of drinking radium, I know.
Of drinking radium. So basically what they did was they had a jar
with water,
radium at the bottom, and you'd pour water in it, and then in the morning you would drink some. And giving low dosage of radiation.
Not just drinking radium, but like, wasn't there just
it was in water,
a massive amount of just like radium products of various descriptions?
It was incredibly low dosage
because it was like it was the latest finding in science or whatever, and it was like the latest thing. It was like it's going to help everyone, but then all the quacks came in or whatever.
It's like the Curies who discovered radium and whatnot ended up dying of cancer caused by their years of exposure to radium. But to me, the most tragic one, I don't know if you remember, like wristwatches.
Oh yeah, I know what you're going to.
Dials on them. They had radium in them, and I think it's like the mid-20th century, early to mid-20th century. All these watches were being made where the radium was being hand painted on the dial, and it was mostly women in these factories doing it. And they were like with paintbrushes, and they were dipping it in, and they were like licking the paintbrushes to get a fine point and painting it. And more than half of them died horribly from cancers caused by the radium they were putting on the watches.
That was World War II, and they were building airplanes, and they were making the dials for them.
Yeah. And Heine, yes, you corrected me. Now you say that, I remember that. Pierre Curie was killed in a traffic accident. Yes. Marie Curie died from cancer from radium exposure. Look, sorry, I'm putting bottles back. I'm trying to keep things in order here.
I have quite an interesting video that I came across a little while ago.
Yeah.
Which I'll put a link into the chat. It's a YouTube video. It's called the Church Play Cinematic Universe, and basically it's about this church in somewhere in Canada, and each Easter they put on this elaborate production of like the Easter story that involves
The Passion Play, that's called.
Yeah, like the Passion Plays, but
Yeah.
the versions they do are like versions of recent films.
Yeah. Okay.
And oh my, it's it's pretty funny. I quite enjoy it.
Yeah.
But let's just say there's highlights of Marty McFly being crucified.
Yeah.
And also Iron Man getting crucified while Loki sings a song.
Yes.
I can't remember the name of that song, but then after Loki's done singing, Iron Man / Jesus starts singing what is it, Tub Stomp or whatever that
Tub
Thumper.
I get knocked down.
Yes, but you know, it's like that's a notorious, like, it's a drinking song.
Oh yeah,
about drinking.
It's an anarchist drinking song.
And it's like, don't they get these references? But yeah, it's I just found it absolutely amazing, and I'll put a link in the chat or whatever. It's
yeah, probably won't be a clickable link, but yeah, tell people the name of the video. They could probably look.
Okay, I'll give it a go.
So Heine, you're onto your fourth Jim Beam, but you're still spouting facts. You're correcting me about Pierre Curie. This is currently. This is chocolate gin with Fever Tree's spiced orange ginger ale. I'm a huge fan of Fever Tree's mixes. This one, the spiced orange ginger ale, is really good. Great with gin, and this is a chocolate gin from a local maker. It's great with rum and this spiced orange ginger ale. It's probably good with. I should try it with bourbon or whiskey. I don't think I've tried it with whiskey. I've tried it with rum. I've tried it with gin. I should try it with whiskey because it's really nice. Fever Tree, you make really nice ginger ales.
So on the gendery kind of stuff,
Yes.
Another arsehole in the UK is a guy called Professor Winston.
Yeah.
And he, I think he's a geneticist or something like that. But anyway, he used to narrate and present a program called Child of Our Time, which is basically looking at children, how they develop.
Yeah.
So it was done every year for like 14 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And one of the things that they showed early on is about gender and how it's a sort of combination of innate, but also pushed onto us at a very young age, to the point that, you know. So what they did, one of the experiments is, you know, they get some adults to play with a child, and there's some toys around. Yeah. And if the child is wearing blue, they reach out for the toy car because it's a boy. And if it's, you know, if the child's wearing pink, a pink dress or whatever, then they'll reach over for the plushy toy or whatever, the girl's toy.
Yeah.
But what would happen is that they would also cross-dress the child, because with a diaper on and no, you know, barely any hair. And we're talking like younger than toddlers. We're here. We're not even talking a year old here.
Yeah, babies.
Yeah. Okay.
And so what would happen was that if they dressed the child in the wrong clothes, basically, and it's dressed up like a boy, but it's a girl inside. And when they reach for the toy car, the baby starts squirming. It's like, no, that's not my toy, because they can't communicate this isn't my toy.
Yeah.
And so the parent, these adults are trying to push these girl toys or boy toys onto them because that's what they perceive.
Yes.
And so, transgender people, they like, one of the first signs is usually like playing with the girls' toys.
Yeah.
So that was kind of interesting.
That reminds me of recently I saw a thing about I think it was the United Arab Emirates banned toys and clothing of a rainbow color scheme for kids.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
It was, promoting being homosexual.
Yeah, and it's like the Soccer World Cup won't allow rainbow flags. Yeah.
It's just out of bollocks because, kids just like colorful things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I like colorful things.
I mean, honestly,
apparently there's not enough
of the flamboyant cocktail shirts at the moment. I love quoting Homer Simpson, that episode where John Waters was the guest star. That Homer had no idea he was gay, despite how flamboyant John Waters is, and Bart really liked him. There's a bit where Bart's wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and Homer and when Marge is saying, "Why are you upset about Bart wearing that?" He goes, Homer's going, "Only two sorts of guys wear those shirts, Marge: big fat party guys and gay guys. Does Bart look like a big fat party guy to you?" And so I've been wearing these really flamboyant shirts for the last 2 years. I love saying that about myself. Only two sorts of guys wear these shirts: big fat party guys and gay guys. Do I look like a big fat party guy to you? It's a different meaning when it's me, when I clearly do look like a big fat party guy.
There's there was another amusing one where it's like Bart seems to be doing something a bit girlish, and that's bad. Maybe my child's gay. I know. I'll take them to Ironworks or whatever it is.
Steelworks.
Yes.
Oh my god! Yes.
Want to see you sweat?
Yeah, and this was my favorite bit of that is when they start doing the disco stuff, and Bart goes, "Dad, why did you bring me to a gay steelworks?" And Homer's just going, "I don't know." But Homer is just so fucking useless, and Bart's just casually observing, "Dad, you brought me to a gay steel mill. Why did you do that?" And Homer, the world is against Homer, and he's just like, "I don't know."
Angry. How long do you plan on streaming? Because we've been streaming for 4 hours. So.
Yeah, I'm a wild man. Friday night, the target for Friday night is 6 hours.
6? I thought it was only 5.
Well, no. I'm full steam ahead. It's midnight, and I'm full steam ahead. We'll see. Normally, if I manage to hit 2 a.m., I just go, even if I'm wide awake, I'm like, holy fuck, it's 2 a.m. I'm an idiot. I need to go to bed now. But it's midnight, and I'm full steam. So
that's if you haven't hit, if you haven't just crashed on the couch already.
Thank you for bringing that up, Johnny. I haven't done that for a while. But yeah, this happened a year or so ago. I had people on the stream like this, and with no warning, at about midnight, because I'd been drinking too much, and I just kind of went, ugh. And I walked off camera without saying anything. It was 2.5 months ago. I walked off camera without saying anything, and I didn't come back for 2 hours, and everyone was in the stream going, "Is he dead? What happened?" And because what had literally happened is I felt a bit woozy because I'd been drinking too much. And the next room, my lounge is super fucking comfortable. And for whatever reason, I went, "Oh, this chair's hard. I'm going to go and sit on the comfy lounge.
I can't believe it's not butter,
down,
Laura.
And I just fucking fell asleep instantly. And I woke up about 2 hours later, so it was about 2 a.m., and I could hear voices, and because people were still on the stream chatting, and I walked back out and went, "Are you still here? What's that about? I'm shutting off the stream." And that happened. It didn't happen 2 weeks in a row, but I think it happened twice in a month.
It did.
And at that point, I went, I need to keep a better handle on how much I drink while I'm doing streams.
Yeah, the last time it happened was 2.5 months ago.
Hey, I want to say something.
I did not fall asleep. I might have been.
I thought
really
I saw.
drunk,
I thought I saw Laura holding a tub of "I can't believe it's not butter." That's what I thought she was holding.
I can't believe it's not butter.
I thought she was holding.
Close. It was called Brilliantly Buttery, but I was
Brilliantly Buttery.
It's just
what the most British product ever.
Wait, can you type the name in the chat? I can't quite get it.
Zafa, how Tim Smith am I? I'm probably only 3/4 Tim Smith.
Oh, Brilliantly Buttery. I see it now.
Yeah.
I feel very coherent, but I absolutely should not be driving a car. And again, for anyone who doesn't know the Tim Smith metric, he was a conservative politician at the state level here, and he's a fucking steaming pile of shit. But a while back, he got drunk and attempted to drive home and just drove his car into a brick wall at someone's house.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
He was so fucking pissed. He just drove into someone's wall at a house. And I think he was 3 times over the legal limit. And to get 3 standard drinks puts you at the legal limit, and 1 drink an hour keeps you there. So he was 3 times over. And he said he'd been at a friend's place for 2 hours or 3 hours. So that basically, and he said, "I just did a couple of wines." It basically meant he drank an entire bottle of wine in about an hour, and then kept drinking steadily, and then said, "I'm fine to drive home," and he wasn't, and crashed into a wall. So that's our measure. How Tim Smith am I?
Or he was just main vein in it.
Yeah, I feel like I'm somewhere between half and 3/4 Tim Smith. Because seriously, if you're fully Tim Smithed, it's hard to stay coherent. You're not falling asleep. Fully Tim Smithed is not falling asleep, and so those times where I fell asleep, I was so far beyond Tim Smith. I was so fucked up.
By the way, the reason why I was holding this up is because I wanted to check whether the camera would put it my way around or reverse it. Because
we saw it the right way around. Yeah.
Well, do you remember? You remember quite a while ago when Aidsy was on, and I kind of created a speech bubble with "Where's he going with this?" And then sort of held it up. Remember?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
I do.
I was looking for. I've got a permanent mark around here somewhere, and I was going to write, "This was only 2.5 months ago, folks," or something like that. And just hold it again.
I was particularly on, because a couple of times I've had Nettie and Abigail here, and I tend to get super fucking pissed when they're here, but I didn't fall asleep. The fall asleep ones were last year.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
But I've watched back some of them because people have said stuff, and I was like, yeah, I actually don't remember how that stream finished. So I go back and watch it, and I go, man, I was fucking hammered. I'm still technically conscious, but I am fucking hammered. And
I just thought of something hilarious.
That party I had a few weeks ago. I can't remember her name now. She was like,
"Oh God, the one who was dressed up as Britney Spears." Yeah.
And I'm thinking, oh my, I have to turn this off. Because, when people get so drunk that it's like they're somewhat incoherent, and it's like I don't know what to do, react to that, to someone like this. I actually had that this weekend just gone, or last weekend now.
Yeah.
Because what happened
Hey,
was
Laura.
there was this, as I said, this trans event called Sparkle, and
Hey,
I was going with my friends, and they invited someone else who, and they were getting kind of drunk. They went through 6 drinks, and we had to guide them to the train station at the end of the day, and they were getting like to the point where they're a little bit temperamental at times. So if you were to say you need to stop drinking now, they would get upset at you, type, those kind of people.
That's when someone's drunk, when they get upset at you telling them to not drink anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like they were drinking, a glass like this, and with like rum and coke or something, and they were drinking it like it was just normal Coke.
Yeah.
Not
that's
sipping
amazing.
it gradually over an hour. It'd be like every 20 minutes they go and get another drink. It was getting.
Hey, Laura, what's the status of UKIP? Are they run to the ground thanks to Carl Benjamin?
I don't know. I haven't paid that much attention.
Yeah,
but I do know
UKIP have
they
vanished. UKIP don't seem to be a thing anymore.
No,
Yeah,
I mean,
probably because Carl of Swindon, Sargon of Akkad, ran them into the ground.
it's not really that at all. I tell you what it is.
Really,
Okay,
does Sargon have any kind of power still?
Who?
No, he's vanished. I feel like he's
Yeah.
kind of vanished.
Who are we talking about?
Sargon of Akkad.
Carl, what's his name?
Oh, I have no idea.
Carl Benjamin.
That's
Right.
it. Thank you, Gift Best. Yeah.
No idea. He probably just some
Dude who was obsessed with me for a while, which is really weird.
Was he?
Because I'm like nobody.
But
Like,
anyway, when it comes to UKIP, so basically what happened was UKIP was the result of a split in the Conservatives,
Yeah.
and half of them were pro-Europe and half of them were anti-Europe, and ultimately the
I thought it was
anti-Europe
EU.
won. And so what happened was that the Conservative leaked loads of members. They lost loads of members who went to the Brexit, went for UKIP. And when Brexit happened, what's the point in UKIP? You might as well just join the Conservatives again.
Yeah.
Aren't in the UK? Hey, Laura, in the UK, aren't the Conservatives also called the Tory Party?
Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay.
the old name for them. I just kind of thought if anyone wants to see something funny, and it's from a long time ago on YouTube. Yeah, it's 11 years. I just looked it up. It's 11 years ago. And this is worse than UKIP, the EDL, the English Defence League.
Oh yeah.
Look up Muslimic ray guns. And it's absolutely funny. Someone has auto-tuned some skinhead neo-Nazi with an acquired brain injury from alcohol abuse, where he's trying to say why he's at this rally. And he just slurs everything. And he's trying to say Muslim rape gangs. And he says Muslimic. It sounds like he's saying Muslimic ray guns, like science fiction ray guns. And someone's auto-tuned it and turned it into a song. And it's from 11 years ago. It's fucking hilarious.
Angry.
Yeah.
That reminds me. You know what's probably the best thing to do with any like Trump flags or Make America Great Again hats?
Yeah.
The best thing to do with them is to leave them right in front of a space heater.
where toxic fumes will come out?
No, it's so that their houses can burn down.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, and because they're asleep when that happens, and those flags will probably just, because they're cheap, toxic plastics from China, and it'll probably just leak toxic chemicals that will, make someone lose consciousness in their sleep,
Yeah.
so that they
There were
won't wake up when their house burns down.
I've got a
Yeah.
picture of one of those Trump masks, like the cardboard face thing, and you've got
Yeah.
the two holes in it. And
Yeah.
Burning.
but on the back of it, there's a barcode, and the barcode happens to be right there.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah, imagine. No, what if it was called "Burning Your House Down to Own the Libs"?
But that's every now and then they come up with stuff, and it's kind of like someone like, "Oh, the libs don't like me smoking," and so I'm doing this to upset the libs. Okay, yeah, you know what would really upset me if you injected heroin straight into your dick. I would be really, really upset if you if you gave yourself a meth enema. I would be really triggered. You should do
Meth
that.
enema. God, that sounds cursed.
I know. But again, these people are such fucking idiots that they're going, I'm doing this to own the libs. Yeah, dude, if you smashed your balls with a hammer, I would be so triggered. You should absolutely fucking do that. And they're such fucking idiot. They do self-destructive things because it's like, I'm doing this to own the libs. It's just going, good on you, buddy. You're going to fucking die. That's what's going to happen.
You know what I've seen? I've seen like videos of people yelling "fuck Joe Biden" and then with like a video of Biden like on the news like giving a speech. Yeah. They get a golf club and just smash their TV. Like what the fuck? That's a waste of money.
Destroying their own property. It's fucking wild.
I thought it was "Let's Go Brandon."
Oh, well, they also say that. They say fuck Joe. They say fuck Joe Biden, and they say let's go Brandon.
That was the funniest thing because that was like at a NASCAR thing.
Yeah.
The guy who won the race, his name was Brandon, and the crowd was definitely saying "fuck Joe Biden," and the person, a broadcaster trying to cover it up they were saying "let's go Brandon." The joke I had at one point, I said to someone like, yeah, I have a friend and his name's Brandon. And I said, I can't hang out with you because your name's Brandon. And I might accidentally at some point say, let's go Brandon. And that would be bad. So you have to change your name. And he agreed. And now his legal name is fuck Joe Biden. And it's
so his name is fuck and Joe and Biden. So his his middle name's Joe, his first name's fuck, and his last name's Biden. Got it.
No, he changed his whole name. He changed his first, middle, and last name.
Wow, that's a fucking waste.
They
always waste their precious resources on things they just really want to hate.
They do.
With the Let's Go Brandon thing that is going on, probably still going on. Who knows? It was kind of a cool, but I don't know. It's kind of weird story of So this couple they've got a child and who's autistic.
Yeah.
He's called Brandon. And then all of a sudden he started seeing all these bumper stickers and stuff of Let's Go Brandon.
Yeah.
And he just got like a massive ego boost and like started coming out of his shell.
That's great.
And
also, where did Let's Go Brandon come from?
No, it was from a NASCAR thing. It was a NASCAR thing where the guy who won the race, his name is Brandon. But when they were doing a live thing, the NASCAR people all hate Biden, and so they were chanting "fuck Joe Biden," and it was being broadcast live. This background noise of "fuck Joe Biden, fuck Joe Biden," and the broadcaster tried to say the crowd's chanting "Let's go Brandon," which was fucking amazing. I think to come up with that off the cuff when you're doing a live broadcast and the crowd is chanting "fuck Joe Biden," and you just spontaneously come up with they're saying no, they're saying "let's go Brandon." I that's just fucking hilarious. That is so funny. And yes, Safa, NASCAR is a redneck sport. NASCAR is the redneckiest sport. It's fucking wild.
Yeah. So
Sorry, John,
I'll
what were
be
you gonna
back.
say?
I'm gonna go have a ciggy. I'll be back, and I think I need to break up my cats from fighting each other.
Oh god, your cats are fighting. You need to break that shit up.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'll be back.
All right, see you in a bit, man. So I'm glad to fill you in, Safa, on what the Let's Go Brandon thing is. But yeah, it was fucking hilarious. And also, I love actual like Trump supporters, Republicans in America, conservatives, whatever. They think actual progressives to slash radicals care about Joe Biden. I was like, no, Joe Biden is fucked. Joe Biden is fucking terrible. You rip on Joe Biden all you like. He fucking sucks.
So this is Tommy Robinson, as he likes to call himself. You know, the founder of the.
That's brilliant.
Growing up, they told me I could be anything, so I became a cunt. Some
Yeah.
hate-filled, short-arsed wanker. A wee wanker.
Yeah.
Stephen his real name is actually Stephen Yaxley Lennon, I think.
Yep.
And for some reason, he thinks Tommy Robinson is more English,
Normal people, not a double-barreled name. That sounds
working class English. I don't. God, and again, he's a cokehead fucking criminal. Hey, ain't no party like an Aspie party. Yeah, have you been doing Aspie nerdy shit all night, Dr. Abigail?
You know, speaking of nerdy Aspie stuff,
Yeah.
I've there is a high proportion of Aspie's autistic people who are trans, and I have a feeling that. So when I was a kid, one of the problems that I had was the idea that life isn't fair, and it's like my brain was like, it's not fair, but it should be. We should be doing everything we can to make things fair. So just saying life isn't fair is giving up, and that's unacceptable. And so, you know, it makes me wonder whether the reason why there's so many Aspie autistic type people, ASD people who are trans is, you know, you need to behave like a boy because you're a boy. And the Aspie person's going, no, that's not how I feel. I am going to push against this thing telling me how I should be because I know who I am better than anybody.
Yeah.
You're wrong. And so this is who I am. And, you know, I think that, you know, effectively, Aspies are less likely to toe the line.
Yeah.
They're less likely to go with what they feel and what they think rather than just being told.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
I agree.
Yeah, I also want to throw out, Safa asked me this about, and because he shared this link with me, a guy posted a video on YouTube, Hunter Biden, who's fucking hilarious, who keeps doing drugs and having sex with either sex workers or consenting people and taking photos and videos. And he's hilarious. Joe Biden's son is fucking hilarious. He's a crackhead.
Basically, a bit like Prince Harry, then.
Yeah. So Safa shared this thing with me. I did look at it, and as soon as someone puts a social media post that says "I'm not political," that means they're a right wing fuckhead. And this guy who did this video on YouTube that Safa put in, he's a right wing fuckhead. Sorry, and it's Dr. Abigail.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I just wanted to address that thing from Safa though. This guy's saying he on Facebook Messenger shared this Hunter Biden sex pic, and it was blocked because of Facebook's privacy. It was revenge porn. What that constituted under law was, I think a better term for it is, I think it's people use image-based sexual abuse. revenge porn. So basically sharing these stolen pictures of Hunter Biden's sexcapades. It's revenge porn, basically. It's criminal in any decent jurisdiction. And he's going, oh, it's Big Brother, it's spying, and it's just like it is non-consensual and it's fucked. Also, Hunter Biden's a fucking train crash of a person.
Hi, Dr. Abigail.
So you've been sleeping all day. I didn't see.
I had a massively chronic fatigue day, and Nettie came over.
Oh, nice.
And we had crepes, and she just wanted to get out of the house, and I was just so tired, and it's like she came all this way just to have me just be completely scattered and tired. I feel so bad, but like, she left at 6, and I just crashed, and I'd been asleep that whole time, and that's after sleeping. I think I slept for like I don't know what it was, but I slept all last night. Got up this morning, but then had to have a nap from about 1-ish till about 4, and then Nettie came over, and then slept from 6 till 12. And it's just, and now I'm like wide awake, and I'll be awake till fuck knows when.
I feel pretty awake. We'll be awake for a while. It's funny, like when you weren't here, it was like either you're out having a really good time or it's a chronic fatigue day.
Angry. Yeah. I posted something in the private chat if you're interested.
Oh yeah, okay. So your Discord. Yeah, okay. I am a very sporadic user of Discord.
Okay, all you do is just go into add friend, copy and paste it there, hit add friend, and you're done.
I will actually try and do that now.
I have a little fun little thing. A friendly haiku.
A friendly haiku.
Welcome, new neighbor. From the sounds of my ceiling, you are a dinosaur.
Nice. That is actually a haiku. Oh, I got one. I got a haiku. The rain falls softly. The samurai draws his sword. Look, an umbrella.
Umbrella son.
Here's another one. If time is money or ATM's time machines, your mind has been blown.
Speaking of things being blown, and it'd be interesting to see.
Whoa! Hang on there. Hang on. Is this the after party or what now?
Things being blown? What?
With the whole
things being blown. What are we talking about?
With where we're going. So with the whole Roe versus Wade thing, if abortion is murder, then a blowjob is cannibalism.
Blowjob is cannibalism.
Another great little thing about in the
you know what else be cannibalism?
Wade. What?
Eating pussy or eating ass would be cannibalism too.
That'll be
Depends how serious you are about the eating part of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
okay. So any haiku that doesn't end in a dead Bernie floats, is it really a haiku?
I was just going
to say something.
A great little thing about little thing that's cropped up with the Roe versus Wade stuff is this woman in Texas, I think it was, she's pregnant, and she thought, well, I'm going to use the
transatlantic
the lane in in
there
traffic.
has to be at least 2 people in the car. And she
Yeah.
got
Nice.
fined, and she said,
Transit
well, under
lane.
Texas law, this is a person. So there's
Yeah,
2 people in the car.
and it's just like that's just so good to just
Yeah.
yeah,
I
you
love
know,
her
and just
attitude.
That's
argue the
malicious
point.
compliance.
Yeah, I
Um,
love her attitude. That's feisty.
I
It's
love
good.
I love some good malicious compliance.
Yeah. Ugh,
Hey, can I show off my new monitor?
you
I
sure
don't know
can.
if I've shown off my new monitor.
Okay.
So this is my old monitor. This is where everyone's living at the moment.
Yeah.
Right?
Hello.
So, hello. This is 1440p 32-inch.
Yeah.
Next to it is my new 32-inch 4K monitor.
Dang.
Yeah, and then next to it is my crappy old 1080p 24-inch monitor.
Okay.
You know,
That piece of
that's
crap.
my traveler if I just want to go somewhere. But this is
Yeah.
where the action happens now. It's this is
Ah.
my hand. It's so fucking big.
That is
on the screen.
huge. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
it's a TV. Yeah.
Yeah.
I recently got a new monitor, and it's
I need
great.
I have only one
I-
monitor, and I want to get 2 extras.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now
yeah.
I'm feeling jealous.
If I could fit that many on my desk.
I've got
We already
I've got
have
these
it.
monitor arms that bolt to the desk, and the two 32 inches are on a double, and the 24 inches on a single, and I can just move them around, and I can like get my screwdriver out. I've got an electric screwdriver. I could just like take off one if I need to go somewhere, and it's just so good. And Pugwash is saying that they took the TV, using a TV as a monitor. You can technically do that, but TVs don't make great gaming monitors because they
The
usually
refresh
have a
rate
really
is good.
crappy refresh rate. But
Yeah.
if you're just using it as for just a normal display to use for web browsing or word processing or whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, I
Um,
semi-regularly get screenshots from
I'll have to come
people
back.
who are watching the stream on a TV. But
Yeah.
I recently got a new monitor, and it's great. It's
Oh,
awesome.
what
mainly,
happened to Laura?
I don't know. I think she was trying to do something and it technically didn't work. She'll probably be back soon.
Yeah.
ma-
I want to answer Safa's question, if I may, Johnny.
yeah.
I use display. A port to port. A cable's a cable. But DisplayPort is the more. What's the
Optimized?
proper word for? Yeah, like a DisplayPort is HDMI is a video signal and an audio signal, and it's great for like video and movies and all that. But DisplayPort is a faster signal, and it's more optimized for gaming. And you can daisy chain DisplayPort, and you can there's Laura.
Looks like
Okay,
Laura
yeah.
has a
Display
very
is the
snazzy
more
setup as well.
newer and more advanced technology. So I've got my main monitor using DisplayPort and the others HDMI.
Yeah, not as good as a 4K.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip for now.
All right,
Feeling
thanks for
kinda
dropping in
worn
there.
out.
Yeah.
I've been
Have a good one, mate.
pacing nonstop for hours.
You need to rest. You need to rest
Oh
for
dear.
a
Yeah, I've been pacing so hard that I feel like I'm about to collapse.
while. You need
Well,
to
at
chill
least you
for a
got your
while.
exercise in.
Yes, got your steps in. Yeah.
So I haven't got a fancy
Alright.
4K monitor, but I do have a reasonable one here.
Oh yeah.
So that's
You've
my
got the
32-inch one.
Yep.
That's a 24. That's a 24, and so is the one up there.
You got 4 monitors.
I have 4
Yeah.
monitors. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have 4, but I felt like I was just walled in,
Yeah.
and it's starting to feel a bit like that now. But
Yeah,
like,
you
Yeah,
got-
I was about to say,
not as
like, you
much.
don't feel like that now?
No, because the way I've set my desk, and like the way I feel like I'm in a pilot's booth, like a little cockpit, and
Yep.
there's like an entryway into the rest of the ship over here, and this is where the action's happening. But I have a really good view, like over there. Whereas before it was like everything's here, but also everything was up here as well. And the way the desk was sitting, it literally blocked off the rest of the room. And
Right.
I felt really disconnected from the room.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, it's like the most perfect setup I've ever had
So-
of this.
I finally got myself a new monitor because my old monitor had this very strange issue where when I would turn on my computer, when I would get in, like, the screen would flash on for a second and then turn off. And
Yep.
it was worse when it was cold. So in the summertime, like I would maybe like the way to fix it was to go over to the PowerPoint and turn the power of the monitor on and off. And I would have in the
Wow.
summer I would do that like once or twice, and then it would turn on. But in winter,
Okay.
especially this winter, at the start of winter when it started getting cold, I sat there for, I think it was, the worst it was. I sat
Sounds
there
like-
for an hour and a half watching videos on my
God.
phone, flipping the switch on and off. And when you flip a switch
Yeah.
on and off for an hour and a half, your finger starts to get a
that's
bit
kind of-
tender.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like some like defective capacitors on
Yeah, it was really weird. And then
on one of the
I'm just
boards.
like,
Yeah.
stuff it. I'll finally get a new monitor, and I got a 1440p monitor. It's really nice. I
Yep.
love it. But there's one little issue. There is a stuck pixel right in
Oh,
the middle
no.
of the screen.
Oh,
So
damn
when there's a dark color, like dark brown or black color, it's red. Right.
Oh, no.
One pixel.
That's the worst.
Oh,
And because
Oh.
it's just one pixel, I can't get that refunded, or
Yep.
RMA'd.
You
It's
can't get RMA'd. Oh no.
it's
Really? You
so
can't?
annoying. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't.
I would have at least like is it still under warranty?
Well, it should be.
I
I
would-
didn't think you could because the monitors that I got, but it's only like the really high standard monitors that you like for professional use.
It shouldn't
have,
matter.
like,
It shouldn't matter.
Even if it's,
a product,
I thought there had to be like a group of like a few pixels in a certain
No,
area.
honestly, it shouldn't matter. A product's a product, and
And
if-
it's also MSI, and I think they have some of the worst policies on
MSI
those.
is pretty bad, but you can like all they do is send it to the manufacturer, so whoever it is, Samsung or Panasonic or whoever. But Rabid Gaming Fan has an interesting. I can't pop it up into the thing, but there are apps that can potentially fix stuck pixels. Give that a shot. I'd never heard of that, but I'd be contacting the manufacturer and saying, I've got this monitor, blah blah blah. I bought it from then. Have your receipt ready, and they'll want you to either send back to the store or send it to them.
Yeah.
I'm fortunate.
I might give that a go.
Yeah.
I'm fortunate that my computer was repaired because so my friend, I get a lot of my equipment off my friend because he likes to stay closer to the the cutting edge, and so he ends up buying a new computer every couple of years, kind of thing, and I end up getting the old stuff from him. So it's probably going to be maybe 8 months a year before I get myself his old 3090 graphics card.
Okay. Oh, nice.
So he's a very good friend then.
Actually,
yeah.
Prices for 30 series graphics cards this week
They've
have
come way down.
they tanked because of an oversupply issue. So if you're in the market to buy a video card now, do it now. And I'm saying this to everybody at the moment. If you've been holding off, now is the time. Don't wait for the 40 series cards to come out. And if you're a Radeon fan person, they'll come down in response. 30 series, especially the 3090 for some reason. Not the TI, just the 3090. There are some places, some vendors that have so much stock in hand that they're not even going to make a profit from them.
Also,
is
this is just me being silly, but Noctua has come out with a 3080 graphics card, and I'm a bit of a Noctua fan. Yeah. It is about like 4 slots thick.
Hang on. So you're a Noctua. Noctua is a fan manufacturer.
Yes.
To everyone else, I got that joke. Noctua made a whole card. That's awesome.
Yeah, they made a 3070 quite a while ago with Asus.
Yeah.
And then just in the last week they came out with the 3080, and it is an absolute beast. Like the heat sink on it is just massive, and they put their fans on it, and it's just I want one so bad.
Yeah, I'm currently using the MSI 2080 Ti.
A 2080 Ti is nothing to snuff at. That's pretty good.
That's pretty awesome. I have a 2080 Super. I can still play all the awesome games. Like it's nothing to sneeze.
Oh yeah. No, like I say, it's basically it's a case.
You can't buy them.
Yeah, well, the main reason is
you can't buy them anymore.
No, it's because all the bloody crypto miners.
Oh, the miners.
I
think mining stocks have tanked, and
exactly, which is the reason why no bugger wants the.
I'm laughing at that so hard. Oh, it's so
me
good.
Too. As a gamer, I can't stand crypto miners. And their pain sustains me.
Yeah,
and even some 30 series cards that have been used for mining, because they're so new, you can still get some use out of them as like buy X Mining 30 series cards, because they'll be going cheap and they haven't been used for mining that long. I wouldn't buy a 20 series card that's an X Mining card, but if you see a card on eBay and the seller's selling like 100 of them, then beware, because they probably have been mining on them for 3-4 years.
I tried the mining thing for a short amount of time, and it was a great deal. It really was. So basically, what happened was my friend in America, he had a bunch already, but he just couldn't fit anymore. So what the deal was that he bought it, had it mailed to me, and anything that I would keep half of what it generated.
Oh yeah.
So,
Okay.
and this is a friend. This isn't like some
Oh, wow.
This isn't some African prince somewhere territory. It's a mate. Unfortunately,
Okay.
the miner was designed for a certain type of coin,
Mhm.
and unfortunately,
Ethereum.
no, it was I can't remember now. It's been such a long time.
Okay. There's so many other
It was
if
Nest 9 miner, so I
Oh,
can't remember what it
okay.
was now. But anyway, either way,
there's only three cryptocurrencies worth noting. Anything else is just like a faddish and who
Yep.
cares? Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
Sorry, Laura,
first,
go on.
at first it was looking really, really great, and unfortunately, by the time you sort of like pre-order them, and then they arrive, but the problem is you couldn't be sure how many they would make in a batch, so they
Yep.
could make 500, but they could make 50,000 as well. And so when you have that many people with them, then the price tanks.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
amount
yeah.
you can get of
The
it.
coins. Yeah.
And so effectively, I was generating about £17 a week, which was crap,
Okay.
considering that my fuel costs, my electric bill had gone up by triple.
Yeah.
And
that's
honestly,
that's the thing.
okay, so the best way I can describe it is, when you get to an airport and you've got the jet engine sort of whistling away, it was a bit like that in my kitchen.
Yep. Yep.
So I had to have the kitchen door shut all the time. It's a fire door, so it's a nice thick door.
Yep.
But it also meant, and this was like in December when it's cold.
oh no.
You'd open the door into the noisy room, and it was like opening the oven and having the
Oh,
water
God,
bear
yeah.
blow into your face. It was that hot and that
Damn.
noisy, and ultimately,
Oh,
know-
imagine running a graphics card at 100% 24/7. Like
Mm.
that's a lot of power that you're just
Right.
turning into heat effectively. That's insane.
This will give
And
you a little.
Pugwash, I still have a 1050 Ti that I don't use, and I should just sell. I don't know how to sell stuff. So,
It's called
but yeah, they
eBay.
have kept their price.
it
I
was
don't know. I don't know how to do it. Like I know how to do it, but I don't know like the minutia of like what should I write and what should I like. Should I? There's so many.
And
My brain is just
The things that I've
failing.
seen people write on eBay, I'm pretty sure that you'll come up with something a lot better.
Probably.
It doesn't take a lot as long as it makes sense and it's
Yeah.
legible and is spelt right. I think you'll be
Yeah.
okay.
Ahead of
I
the
have a
competition.
support worker who knows how to sell stuff on Facebook Marketplace, and she's gonna help me do that.
Angry,
But
I'm just screen sharing, and this was the stuff I was doing. It was called Dash.
Oh, Dash Coin, yeah, bro.
And it was good. It really was good.
okay.
But as you can see, it basically got to the point where
Oof.
there's
Yeah,
no point even bothering with it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's Welcome
I
to
mean,
crypto.
at one point it wasn't so bad, but it was honestly. I mean, it went from about £1,200 a week to like I say, £27 a week, and it was going down every day.
Yeah.
So I ended up over time, because what happened was that you'd take that money and it would then be generated into Bitcoin. And that was what you had. My cryptocurrency, my wallet had 0.000029 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Which I
Yes.
think like I said, I only used it for a few weeks, 3 weeks, I think it was. And I generated about £42, which, and that's positive money here, not, like the electric bill. That's positive money. But,
Okay.
it was getting to the point where the rigmarole of it being so noisy and so hot,
Oh
you
yeah.
know, I mean, I think,
So was this in winter or summer?
this was in the winter.
December.
Yeah, it was. Honestly,
Okay.
it was like having,
December. That's your winter. Yeah.
Yeah. So
You should have got like a some kind of like a what do you call it? Like a tube thing connected to your computer, right? And then use that heat to heat up your living room where you were. At least that would have been some kind of use of the stupid heat that was kicking off
yeah,
that thing.
it was basically
Yeah.
like having a California heat wave in my kitchen.
Yep. Well, speaking of heat waves, isn't it like super hot in the UK at the moment? And
Not
like a heat wave throughout
weirdly,
Europe?
it's cloudy and a bit chilly today. But
Oh,
yes,
okay.
we're having, this is, I think it's having a day off today. But
Yeah.
the temperature
Okay.
has been really, really hot lately.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can see a bunch of the UK in the 30 to 40 Celsius range, which
Holy
seems
fuck.
30 to 40.
catastrophic for that. When none of
Okay,
Okay,
the
so
infrastructure
How have you
is
not
built.
all lost
Yeah.
your mind yet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like okay, so in perspective, like as an Australian, like 30 to 40 is what we experience almost every summer. But
Mhm.
our houses are made for that.
Yeah,
Like
so
our
we're
houses
built
are
for it 'cause we
basically
expect it
tents.
every summer. Yeah,
Yeah. But in the UK, A, you're not used to it, and that counts for a lot. B, your
Mhm.
houses are very well insulated. You don't have air conditioning on the whole, and you must be just going insane. And you wouldn't know the things like growing up in a hot environment, you learn how to cope and you become acclimatized. But
yeah.
to have a sudden heat wave, there'd be people dying. There'd be people
Oh, it's
who
very
are
dangerous. Heat waves
out
like
of their
that
minds.
are a
Yeah.
major
Oh,
health
yeah.
issue.
Yeah.
They are expecting
Yeah.
the temperature to reach 40 degrees Celsius this week.
Yeah,
Damn.
no,
at
that,
the weekend.
that is a major
Yeah.
health issue.
That is-
104
that is-
Fahrenheit in American money.
I never thought I would
Yeah.
hear the UK hitting 40 degrees.
Mm.
Yeah,
Nah, me
just-
too.
Fucking bad. Pretty
That-
fucking bad.
Yeah. So sit in front of a fan. If
climate-
you don't have air conditioning,
climate
sit in
deniers?
front
What
of
are
a
you talking
fan
about?
Directly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me about
So
it.
we had some hot days, but our normal hot days last summer. But in this house, my air conditioning decided to die. Like the motor fused. It like fucking burst into
no.
flames, fused, and it took
Yep.
the I don't know. The owner wasn't taking it seriously, and it took weeks to get fixed. It was a heat wave, but it was our normal summer heat wave. But I had no air conditioning, so we
Yeah.
were doing various things with spray bottles of water and fan. And at one point, just filling a bath with water, and just it's like a
Yep.
little swimming pool, just lying in a bath filled with cold water.
Yeah.
and then
Oh,
not
yeah.
getting rest. Like I had this
Yeah.
friggin', you think these things are weird. From the same sites, I got this caftan with this coat of many colors thing.
I remember that.
Yeah, and it's just like in summer, it's just like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to lie in the bath for half an hour in cold water, and then I'm going to get out, and I'm not even going to towel dry because I want to stay wet. I'm going to put on this cotton caftan, which will absorb
Yep.
all the water and cool
And
me
then-
down for a while.
Yeah. That's
And I was
perfect.
doing live
Well,
streams in this stupid caftan.
Sometimes I just get a bucket and like put cold water in it and just put it under my
Yeah.
desk and just put my feet in the bucket.
Yeah,
We lost Laura again. She
yeah.
must be having technical issues.
Uh,
But I really feel for people in Europe at the moment who are
Oh yeah,
are
no.
having problems
Heat
with
waves
this
in
heat wave.
places that aren't used to it are literally medical emergency. We
Yeah.
get heat waves and we expect it.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
like-
okay. So thing here that like because we have a lot of refugees in this building that I live in, and in the group of buildings as well, and so some of them aren't used to Australian heat waves. Plus, the buildings don't have air conditioning, and they're all concrete, and there's very little ventilation.
Heat.
So a heat wave, like one day of heat, not a problem. Like it's on the third day, your house becomes a sauna. Your apartment becomes a sauna. So, the Department of Housing actually puts. Oh, hi, Laura. The Department of Housing puts up signage about how like tips for a heat wave, heat maintenance, and how to survive a heat wave, and public safety things, and they will open up some of the common rooms for people who are really struggling, and because there's some elderly refugees here in the building who
don't cope.
Just struggle to cope.
Oh, angry.
So
Yes, the buildings are a bit brutalist.
They are brutalist, aren't they?
Well, they're not Soviet brutalist, like they're not grey concrete, but they're kind of like they're like 60s brutalist architecture.
Angry. I just have to say your cat reminds me of my old cat that I had. I got him when I was 9.
Okay.
And then he survived until he was 19.
Wow, 19.
And he was my boy. He was my buddy.
Well,
and
Mimsy, she's about 17, I think.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he was a ginger. Little skinny boy, kind of tall. But even though he was like a skinny little fella, he ruled the roost at my old place. Like he went around and put it this way, he made such a nuisance of himself at a certain neighbor that they threatened to call the council on us, and so
You're a really domineering cat.
since then we basically we put up an aviary like enclosure for him with a chute going out to from his cat cage, from his cat door, and even still like there was this big it may have, I'm not sure if this was Victoria wide or just where central Victoria where I live. But like, like 15 years ago, there was this whole thing about, keep your cats inside. When you keep them inside for a while, they'll just get used to it. No, they don't. No. Even though he he had this nice aviary thing to go out, big cat cage to go out to, every chance he had to get out the front door, he would take. And once he got out, he knew that we were hunting him to get him back inside. He turned absolutely feral and would almost attack us if we managed to catch him. Because he just loved being outside. Anyway.
Now you see, I had the opposite problem. I basically had a cat that didn't like going out at all. I thought,
I've got one like that now.
Yeah. So what happened? Well, I live on a block of flats, so going out isn't really a problem. Isn't really feasible, and so it was. I just had indoor cats, and they were perfectly fine like that. They started off as kittens like that and lived their entire lives like that, so they were fine.
My cat is indoor only, and she hates going outside.
Yeah, that was it. It's
and-
like, the traffic is too loud, and it's
Yeah, well-
cold, and
My cat gets sunburnt, and she used to be an outdoor cat when at a previous home before I got her, but she's all white and she gets sunburnt on her little
Yeah.
cat nosy.
In Australia, you
And-
get told by vets if your cat has a pink nose, they should probably never go outside because they'll get cancer.
Yeah, yeah.
And Mindy
But
has a
Will's
pink nose.
Will's
She
cat is always trying to get outside. Oh, not always. Like about half the time, he's fine and he won't try and go outside. I think he just likes to sniff around the corridor outside the apartment.
I've
And
experienced that going to your place. The big old
He'll-
cat runs out of the screen. Yeah,
the giant floofy tiger will just
the
like
giant floofy tiger.
he'll like if like you have to. We've both learnt like when you're coming inside, you unlock the door, and you have to like put your foot down like that over where the door is as you're opening it, because half of the time there'll be a giant cat trying to get out.
And again, for anyone who doesn't know, who hasn't seen it, because I have done streams from Dr. Abigail's place, this cat, who's still technically a kitten and he's going to grow much more, is currently fucking huge. Is the size of a human torso, and
Well,
it's just like
is it a
then
Maine Coon?
Just as
It's a
not
Maine Coon, yes.
genetic.
Yeah,
a
right,
modern-
okay.
He's not a pure bred Maine Coon, but he's maybe 85-90% Maine Coon.
Yeah.
So I would love a Maine Coon, but if I got one, then I would have to get a bigger cat door. And I
They
just-
get very big. They get
I just
very
don't
big.
Yeah.
want to go through that expense.
I just
Oh.
want to point out an important fact here. You know, when you watch like those space movies and they've got an airlock, the
Yes.
airlock isn't to keep the air in; it's to stop the cat getting out.
Yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
what was that one woman's review of the movie Alien? It's a bunch of people go into space and no one pays attention to the smart lady, and so they all die except for the smart lady and her cat. A+.
Mm. Does anyone? What was the cat's name? I think it was
Jones.
Jonesy.
Jonesy.
Yeah. Yes.
Again,
Was it a ginger cat?
Well,
it was
it was the ginger cat.
ginger,
Yeah, I thought so.
a big
Yeah.
burly ginger boy. Yeah.
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 Mimsy's a
grumpy
girl.
old-
Most apparently
Yeah,
more
unlike-
than 90% of gingers are boys.
Yep.
But Mimsy's a girl.
Unlike Data's cat that turned into a girl later.
Yes. Yeah.
I do
With a-
actually. One of the funniest things was when Geordie said, "How about a phaser on a low stun setting?" And Data goes, "Geordie, I cannot stun my cat."
Yes. It's weird how like not only Data's cat changed gender mysteriously, but also Porthos, Captain Archer's dog, was always a boy, but
Porthos is a boy's name, yeah.
like everyone referred to him as a boy, but he was clearly not a boy because there was no dog penis on that show ever.
Oh right, okay.
And
I didn't
was
watch
played
that
by a
closely.
girl dog because they couldn't have a dog penis on a PG show.
Why not?
Apparently, a lot of shows are like that. If they have a dog, it has to be played by a girl dog.
And you
so
know
there
what?
are no genitals on show.
And we never saw the pencil sharpener of Data's cat.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that
Yeah.
Lassie was a girl all along?
I'm saying Lassie was a girl all along.
But again,
Oh, there
Lassie-
goes my childhood.
Or just like respect their pronouns. Just
Yeah, Hugwash. We're saying the TV people have a problem with genitals.
Yeah. So there's
What-
there's a
What was the
YouTube
Matt
channel.
Smith line about the horse, when the cowboy was like his horse gave his horse a male name, and Matt Smith said something about it was her name's Daisy, and she wants you to respect her life choices.
Yes.
That was so left field, and all the cowboys are just looking at him, going, "What?"
What? Yeah. Yes.
He can speak baby as well, but anyway.
Yes. He was a good doctor.
Matt Smith, I fucking love Matt Smith.
Yeah. There's a YouTube channel called Seductive. They have it's all about this duck. And clearly the duck is male. Like it's so like it's obvious to people who know about ducks. The duck has a drake feather in a lot of the videos and has a male quack sound because they are different. But like I was watching this channel, and like the first couple of videos I watched, and they kept saying she, and I'm like, okay, I'm hitting the comments, I'm doing it, I'm going to be that person. And then I watched a video where they actually said that because they had the duck from Waddles, I think, or I forget the name of the duck. Cutest duck ever. I've got the name somewhere.
Sorry, did you notice?
Anyway, sorry. They growing. They had the duck from like day one, and you can do that with poultry and waterfowl, and they didn't know the duck's gender was very ambiguous growing up, so they called the duck a she, and then it was kind of like still ambiguous as it was growing up, and so they just rolled with it, and now they just like anyone who says he, they will say she prefers she, even though she has a drake feather. We respect her pronouns. We respect her gender choices. And so these like I think they're in New York or like somewhere in the New England area in the US. So I mean, it's not surprising for someone in that area to go that way, but it's pretty funny. They have a gender affirming duck. Yeah, it's great. I love it.
Yeah, that is awesome. You just reminded me of a meme I saw. It was like with a cowboy and with guns drawn. It's like, around here we respect our homies' pronouns. If you're going to start some shit, your pronouns will end up being was/were.
Yes.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
I fucking love memes, basically.
Yeah. That's really good. I've heard that one, but that's really fun.
Yeah. And it also lines up with like Chuck Tingle memes. Chuck Tingle is a fucking treasure. For those who don't, I don't know if there's anyone on this stream who won't know who Chuck Tingle is. Chuck Tingle, that's a pseudonym. Someone writes self-published, I don't know if you'd call it erotica or...
I would. What else would you call it?
It started with pounded in the butt by my what, and it just... the levels of abstraction just became more and more extreme to it's like pounded in the butt by the conceptual abstraction of my self-published novel.
Bigfoot was
if you
involved.
follow Chuck Tingle on social media, is all things like that. Chuck Tingle's key line is "Love is real," and Chuck Tingle believes
pounded in the butt.
The multiverse, basically.
Wasn't there a dinosaur and like
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of
dinosaurs one and
the physical manifestation of my morning walk. Who is an accountant?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
pounds
why
me in the
didn't I
butt,
think
yeah.
of doing that first?
It's so
Um,
good. And self-publishing on Amazon and just like hundreds of novels like this. How
Yeah.
do you like if you went all your life and like didn't have an outlet for that much creative energy, how did you survive?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the
And
thing
because
that
Chuck
Yeah,
Dingle's like
until then.
publishing one a week or something. And
yeah,
it's
like
just like,
Yeah.
what I find most impressive about it is just the volume of
yeah.
things that he's
Yeah.
written. It is
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
It's
amount of
fucking
stuff he has
wild.
written.
Yeah. And just embracing everyone, the way Chuck Tingle embraces everyone is just
Mhm.
fucking amazing. And his weird language about devils and proper behavior is the way you trot. And
I haven't read any.
I haven't read them, but I've listened to podcasts where someone reads them. And
Okay.
they're fucking hilarious. They are
What
so
podcast
fucking
is that?
funny.
I need to hear this.
Oh, you could probably there is literally there it hasn't been updated for a couple of years, but there's Pounded in the Butt by my own podcast, and it's and they're live. It's people reading Chuck Tingle stories to an audience, and it's so much better when someone's reading them to an audience because the audience is just going fucking wild. I don't think it's been updated in a couple of years, but there's a couple of recorded ones of people reading classic Tinglers to an audience, and the way the audience reacts to them.
I also love that that's a thing that there's classic Tinglers.
Yes, and well, because that's what he calls the books, Tinglers.
What I want to know is that if the physical manifestation of your morning walk starts pounding you in the butt, are you still on that morning walk?
Excellent question. And also, I love
if a concept.
So far, there are asexual tinglers, and it's like not pounded in the butt by the physical manifestation of X, and that's okay. You know?
Yes.
I would suggest every morning stagger if this is happening.
And I like it when he does a parody of like he'll do straight culture in one, and it's like a bleak hellscape of boredom and with like a black and white cover. And
because you see on all the things, he's like twice Hugo nominated finalist, and that was really funny because science fiction awards, there's a couple of high profile science fiction awards, and you got these right-wing fuckheads who said, why is my stuff not being nominated? Because it's not very good. Look, there was this stuff by a fucking disabled, bisexual, lesbian, black, crippled person, and it was just and they were really upset, and I was like, yeah, dude, the reason your stuff's not getting nominated is because it's not very good. And so they said, oh, we'll fuck them up. Because you get, if you're a member of this society, you get to vote for stuff. You go, we're going to vote for Chuck Tingle stuff, and that'll do. And so Chuck Tingle was a finalist in the Hugo Awards, and Chuck Tingle then made a public statement like, yes, if our brilliant book wins, we're going to get this person to accept it and make a speech for us. And it was a trans woman who all these conservatives hated. And so he basically subverted all these right-wing fuckheads gaming votes to get him as a finalist. And they said, oh, we'll make it look stupid by having Chuck Tingle win. And Chuck says, yes, make me win. And then this person, who you all hate, will make an acceptance speech for me. And he never
no
won.
One knows who
He's
Chuck
been a
Tingle
finalist twice. So you look at all his Tinglers now and they go
twice Hugo Awards finalist Chuck Tingle. He
Yeah.
basically just subverted all these right-wing fuckheads.
I'll
Gonna go
I'll
make
be-
a sandwich. I'll be back in a sec.
Making a sandwich.
I shall.
Go you.
Well, you know,
Pound
do
in
it.
the arse
No,
by a sandwich.
what else should I be
criticism.
doing? But sorry,
Being
That's
pounded
not
in the
a
arse by a
criticism.
sandwich?
That's a vocal
You're-
support of making a sandwich at 1 a.m.
You're making a sandwich, and
I feel
I'm
like I just woke up.
all this talking about tinkling
Yeah.
is making
What?
me want to go tinkle. So I'll be back also.
Okay, Abigail's doing a sandwich.
Okay.
Johnny's having
I'm
a
gonna make a
tinkle.
sandwich.
I'm going to
What,
talk
what
about.
are you doing, Laura?
Sorry?
Sorry, Johnny's having a tinkle. Abigail's making a sandwich. What are you doing?
I'm just digesting food that I just ate.
Oh, you've been eating as well. Okay. I was
Yeah.
eating these lentil chips. I really like these. They have these at the supermarket. Lightly salted lentil chips. They're very lightly flavored. They're very yummy.
My I've been eating Fruit Loaf.
Okay, that's probably slightly more wholesome than my lentil chips, honestly.
Oh yeah, yeah. The other thing I've had this week, or this last couple of weeks, has been cucumber sandwiches.
Oh
Which
my
is-
god,
which
that's
is
so
so-
traditional.
Yeah, they're quintessentially English, I'd say.
Yeah, that is quintessentially English, cucumber sandwiches.
Yeah,
I feel like there's nothing more English than cucumber sandwiches.
yeah. I have it with salad cream as the instead of butter.
All right, young Mr. Angry's been out socializing. He's just come home, and I don't know if he's surprised or not surprised to see me still up doing the stream.
Well, neither.
Neither. He's just ambivalent to me still doing a stream.
Mm.
Yeah, having some water before bedtime, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I want to talk about Boris for a teeny bit.
Oh, Boris, that's a topic. That's a whole fucking topic. Right
Yeah.
there.
Well, I realized yesterday, you know, that. So what brought him down finally was basically another conservative person who's just a sex pervert.
Yeah.
And you know, this guy Pincher, basically sexually abused some guys.
Oh yeah, that was the thing that brought him down. That he was defending a sexual abuser.
Well, what it was first, it's like I had no idea this, you know, about it, and then it emerges actually you did know about it. Oh, by the way, you appointed him 2 years ago, you know, a year ago, whatever it was. So you know, and he had been he had said the common phrase when it came to the guy, pincher by name, pincher by reputation.
Oh no.
You know.
Okay.
So yeah, you know, but the thing is, it was the lying again.
Yeah, it's the
Now-
lie.
Yeah, now you know, it's like, wait a minute. So parties didn't do it,
Yeah.
and lying about the parties didn't do it,
Yeah.
and you know, oh, we've got this conservative guy that could be getting into trouble. Let's change the law so he doesn't.
Yeah.
And all, you know, so there's been a whole sort of dominoes of it, and finally it was the Pincher thing. And the reality is, it wasn't the Pincher thing that saw the end of Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
It was the local elections and the by-elections.
Massive turn against the Tories.
A
Yeah.
huge turn. It was like 24,000.
Yeah, like huge.
You know,
yes.
shift over in the Somerset, you know, by-election one, and the Somerset by-election one was, you know, what happened because the MP for their area was the guy who was watching porn in Parliament.
Oh my god, that guy! Someone took a picture of his phone. He was watching porn during question time or whatever.
Yeah, it wasn't question time, but yeah, just during the
during
normal, debating session, and someone saw over his shoulder he's watching porn, so
Tories.
so it was all to do with that.
Yeah.
It was all to do with Boris is now a liability to the party.
Yes.
Before he was just an inconsiderate buffoon, and made mistakes and things like that, and
Yeah, he was just a jerk.
But basically, when the population say enough with this guy, when the polls are saying he's got to go,
yes,
that's when they dumped him.
Yeah.
For exactly that reason.
Yeah, it was like a slow motion train wreck. It was like just a succession of really bad things. And yeah, Boris himself denying the seriousness of all the bad things, but just crash, 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 crash. And it was never going to stop until he was gone. And he was in this level of denial about, he could keep going. It's like, no, dude, at the first fucking drama, you should have realized it was over, and you refused to accept that reality, and shit just kept piling up. Oh my God. What a fucking train wreck, honestly.
Yeah. It really came. I think the whole thing has happened because he's just bloody lazy.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, go ahead, appoint him. Do you know what I mean? He just sort of waves stuff off, and then, rather than check and say, okay, is there an issue here? No, first reaction is just to lie about it.
Yeah.
A lot like Trump, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Just lie and deny.
Yeah, even when there's no need to lie, he lied anyway.
Yeah, they lie reflexively.
Yeah. Now, it's interesting because what brought down the John Major government, which was the last one before...
Oh, that's long. That's history. Yeah.
Yeah, Tony Blair came in 97. Now, for that, what brought down that was a whole series of scandals, Tory sleaze scandals.
Yeah.
And exactly the same thing has been happening, yesterday, so sorry about this ambulance. Yesterday, the government did something nice. They gave people on certain benefits and old people the first half of I forgot how much it is now. It's like 650 quid or something like that.
Yeah.
So basically, gave them a load of money for the cost of living crisis problem that exists.
Yeah.
I got mine, which is nice. But yesterday there were loads of people saying, "Oh, these people, just on benefits to, take off the people, government, whatever." And it's like, it's a pittance. It's a pittance. Getting, giving an extra little bit of money to cover some absolutely desperate things. When you've got someone who's only got £2 left on the emergency credit, and you get like £5 or £6 emergency credit on the meter, that's when people need money.
Yeah.
When you've got more people going to food banks, no, Saffron, I live next to a main road. and just
Yeah.
just in that direction, about maybe a quarter of a mile away, there's an ambulance station, and then there's the hospital up there, and then there's the main road over there as well. So I live on
Yeah.
the main road, which is why I get all the ambulances and police cars and going around
Yeah.
all the time. Not as many fire engines anymore.
All
But
right. So I just want to throw in Pugwash saying about politicians lying when the mouth's open. So Max Headroom, for anyone who remembers Max Headroom, where he's talking about the executives on his network. How can you tell if one of the executives on the network is lying? It's because their lips are moving. And it is a broad thing that we know deep down various elements of the ruling class, whether they be politicians or media people or corporate people or the aristocracy. If you're in a country that has an aristocracy, they're lying just because they're speaking. If they're saying something, they're lying.
Yeah. You had that with Prince Andrew and the sex scandal he had.
The not sweating thing is just like, dude.
I know.
It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. He's such a piece of shit.
I'm back.
You're back.
And Abigail's back.
Abigail back at the same time.
Oh, Johnny's back as well from the sounds of that.
Yes.
And I have
We're all back.
Oh, so I don't know if you probably didn't hear any of that, Abigail.
No.
I
So
heard some of it.
I created a meme a week ago, and so this meme was the meme was based upon the fact that you had. Do you know who Jacob Rees-Mogg is?
Nope.
Oh, he is a weird stereotypical Tory. If you think of the most stereotypical Tory that someone would say, you're just talking in stereotypes. He's the physical manifestation of the stereotype of a British Tory.
So what happened was, with the whole Chris Pincher scandal that happened, and Boris has ended up leaving as a result of it, even though it was really about, it was just a whole series of lies and stuff like that, and basically the population saying he's got to go. So he was a liability for the next election, is basically it. So what happens is, ends up being one day, and suddenly two of the cabinet, the top people in the cabinet, have decided to resign.
Yeah.
And by the end of the day, it was like 50 people had resigned.
Yeah.
Sorry, by the end of the next day, it'd been like 50 people resigned.
It took a couple of days for 50 people to resign. Yeah.
It was 48 hours of
a mass exodus
going on here.
Yeah, it's pretty full on. My personal favorite, Boris appointed someone to a quite senior role after 50 people resigned, and like within a day of this person being appointed to a senior role by Boris, he was making public statements. Yeah, Boris should go. It's like, okay, dude, you're fucked when you literally just appointed someone to a senior role, and they go on the media and go, yeah, Boris is fucked, he should go. It's just like, Jesus Christ.
Sajid Javid was that, I think it was.
Yeah, you know who it was, yeah.
Yeah. So what happened was, first on the first day, you've got these two big names, the Chancellor and what was the other one? Foreign Secretary or something? I can't remember now. Anyway, two of the top guys had decided to ditch Boris, and they resigned.
Yeah.
And that day, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who, is like the, what was it, Brexit possibilities or something minister, which doesn't really exist at all. It's just some made up bullshit. Just like, oh, let's find new avenues of progress that we can have now we've left Europe type territory.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Right.
he's like he's on Channel 4 News saying, no, it's all right, there's nothing wrong. This isn't like the
Yeah.
end or anything. And so I made a meme.
Please do. Okay, show me
for
another
that.
Jacob.
It's the same one. It's the same one. I just wanted to show Abigail this time.
Oh yeah, show this. No, do you
Mm-mm.
remember the Iraqi propaganda minister?
Yeah, I called him
Okay, yep.
Jacob. Oh dear, Jacobical Ali. I nicknamed him for the day. Because it's like no, we're doing fine. We're beating off the Americans. We're all
Yeah.
succeeding brilliantly. And in the background, you can see the smoke at the airport.
I swear to God, as someone who's written both fiction and satire, if you did either fiction or satire, and you wrote a character who was literally Jacob Rees-Mogg as a Tory, people would go, "Oh, come on, that's a bit on the nose. That's a bit obvious and whatnot." But it's who he is. He is a fucking weirdo. If you ever want to understand how weird and fucked up UK politics is, just look up Jacob Rees-Moggs, and it's just if you are an at all rational person, large parts of your brain will shut down when you read about Jacob Rees-Moggs, and you'll just go, "That's just not possible." That's not real.
There's that sort of oh crikey, what's her name? Let Them Eat Cake.
Marie Antoinette.
Marie Antoinette. He is the Marie Antoinette of British politics.
Yeah,
so out of
just
touch.
says, yeah,
It's the kind of thing that you can imagine him saying.
yeah. It's like, yeah, the poor don't have bread. Well, why don't they eat cake? In Jacob Rees-Mogg's place is like, yes, the poor don't have any food. Why don't they get nanny to make them dinner? And this is someone who, when he was a fucking adult, had someone who he called nanny, who was looking after his needs. Like when he was
that a direct? Hang on. Record scratch. Was that a direct quote?
No, seriously, look up Jacob Rees-Moggs. When he was at university, he still had someone he called a nanny who was fulfilling his needs. It's
surely not.
Insane.
Again,
in any decent world, it's like among my favorite phrases are, "When the revolution comes, they'll be first against the wall." That's Jacob Rees-Moggs. It's like, when we build the scaffolds, he's going to be up there. When the guillotine gets wheeled into the public square, I don't know if he'll be first in line, but he'll be in the first couple in line, is what I'm saying.
So I've got a sort of a comical thing about my meme as well.
Yeah.
Because I posted that on Twitter and I expect to see like loads of people liking it and stuff like that. And it didn't really go as well as I expected. So it had like 5 something. And then I realized that a lot of the people that follow me or whatever are younger people. And it suddenly occurred to me, bloody millennials.
They don't know the Iraqi.
They don't know who Comical Ali is. They don't get that reference.
How dare you blame me?
I fucking loved him.
How dare you blame me?
I like how.
Sorry.
Go.
Just gonna say, how dare you blame me? Even though I'm one of the old millennials, and I feel more adjacent to Gen X than millennials. But how dare you?
See, I'm in the same boat, but from the Gen X side, I'm like a young Gen X.
Abigail's young Gen X. Yeah. I'm old Gen X. Abigail's young Gen X.
I like how what's his name at the end when it was clear that Saddam's regime was dead and buried. How what's his name? I don't even remember his name. Went to he actually went to hand himself in. What's you just said his name,
was the
Laura?
propaganda minister,
Comical
I
Alley.
think. I think
Yeah,
you're talking about the
yeah,
propaganda minister.
propaganda.
Can't remember his name now, but yeah, Comical Alley.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
went to hand himself
Even-
in
His name
to the
sounds
American
funny.
forces, and they weren't looking for him.
Yeah, they didn't care. They didn't care.
They didn't care. They let him go. He was that inconsequential to their efforts.
But he did those
I think he-
hilarious broadcasts where he
Yeah,
talked about how
I think-
they were repelling the Americans and the glory, and you could hear the machine gun fire and the explosions that were
Yep.
happening all around him. It was.
I mean, the
fucking
only thing,
gold.
the only thing. That
I think he
didn't
was
happen-
more damage to the Iraqis than the.
He was
Yeah.
great. He was fucking
The
great.
only thing that didn't happen was an M1 Abrams tank drive across and behind him.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
It was that ludicrous.
It was
Yep.
just so fucking funny. And you were watching this guy making broadcasts to the world about the glorious Iraqi resistance throwing the Americans back, and you could just fucking hear machine gun fire and explosions that were clearly on the same city block that he was on. It was just surreal. It was an absolute postmodern moment. It was wild.
Was he also just like, nursing a very contented cat like you are right now?
He should have, honestly, he should have been doing it, but he was just basically spouting shit because Saddam was very prone to executing people who displeased him. So this guy was just flying in the face of reality because he's like, Jesus, fuck it, until the Americans actually occupy the palace, I don't want to get shot on Saddam's order. So I'm just going to keep saying everything's fine, even though it obviously isn't. It's just like, Jesus.
His survival strategy was he's either a fucking brilliant mastermind or an idiot savant. Because
I fucking love when you
survived.
can't tell. I love when you can't tell, is this person a
Poe's law.
genius or an absolute idiot? Because
Yeah.
it's the same. When
Poe's
there are
law.
Yeah.
certain scenarios where what someone says, they're either a genius or an idiot, but you're not completely sure which
Yeah,
of the two they
because
are.
he survived the war, and
Yep.
and the Americans weren't interested in him.
He was a
Didn't
free
even want to
man at the
torture
end
him
of
or
the
any-
war.
yeah,
At the
like
end of the invasion, he
didn't
was a
even
free
want to
man.
interrogate him.
Yeah, I love it when I can't tell about myself, where I
Johnny,
don't know
good call.
if
Good
I
call,
am
Johnny. I
an
feel the
idiot.
same.
or a savant.
Yep, certain points in the day, am I a genius or a moron? I don't know, but I feel like I'm right either way.
I just want to point out I'm too polite to make a declaration.
Thank you, Laura.
The key is to own it. If you
Yes,
like
Yeah, there
say
you go.
something or do something that strikes you. Sorry, I've got food in my mouth.
That's
strikes
fair.
you as like, geez, that was brilliant. I wish I had thought of that, and it was
Yeah.
you who did it.
Like,
Just
Yeah.
fucking own it because you
I
did
know.
it, even if it wasn't a conscious choice.
unfortunately, I think most of the time I do go to the side of idiot, but
Yeah,
just every now and then I'm just like, oh man, I truly am a genius.
yeah.
It is rare,
Yeah,
but it does
Look-
happen.
I
As
have no, I
as
have no
a-
doubts about my genius, status. I'm also incredibly modest.
oh yeah, yes. I
Is
always
that
say
just because you're British though?
yeah, that's classic British modesty right there. I have always said I'm like the I'm not the smartest idiot around. I'm the dumbest genius around. Like, because
That's
I
pretty good.
like I know I'm pretty smart, and
Yeah.
I don't flex very often, but I can flex if I want to in brain smarts.
Yeah.
But damn, I do some dumb shit sometimes. Like just
You know,
classic. Why didn't you think about that before you did it, Abigail? Like, and some things just escape me. Like I can't figure out how to do. Like I can write a million lines of code and debug obscure bugs in software. I can do all kinds of crazy shit in a lab setting. I can learn new. I learned how to service sewing machines on basically a dare, and shit like that. Like I had a friend whose dishwasher broke down, and I'm like, okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna learn how to fix it, and I learned how to service dishwashers. Just like, so I have skills, and yet I can't figure out just basic shit like how to sell stuff on eBay, and it's just like
that's right. We were having this discussion earlier.
yeah. And just like things that some people just do, my brain just grinds to a halt.
It almost sounds like you should just write your own website, code your own website to just sell your own stuff.
Yeah. I should. Actually, Kirsten came up with a great idea of something I should 3D print. That I'm gonna do. She found this video of these little. They stick on the wall, and they're like they're shaped like a leaf, and they stick on the wall, and they have a hinge, and they're for a vine. You like they just clip. Clip a vine onto the wall, and they just have like a really large grabbing space. They're just plant clips, but
it almost sounds like it'd be good for. Sorry, I was just gonna say. It almost sounds like it'll be good for cable management as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically what it is. That's another thing. Like, I got a 3D printer. I started downloading 3D models to print, and then one day I thought I'm gonna print something for home, and I guess I need to learn how to 3D model. And an afternoon later, actually that was pretty hard. That like 3D modeling is not easy, and every time I open up, I use FreeCAD to do it. I have to Google something new to learn how to do it.
Yeah,
I'm the same. I've had to Google, myself. Oh, by the way, Abigail, you might be interested in this. So you know how there's the red list of endangered species?
I accept that there's a red list of endangered species.
Unfortunately, that probably is a thing. Yes,
it is. It's his natural thing. So apparently, there's something new that's been added to the list. Russian generals.
No.
Angry laughed at that when he heard it when I said
it. How badly has Putin fucked up? Because there's a phrase. It's a propaganda phrase. A short victorious war, and it's like you can do something that's completely immoral, like invading another country, taking territory, whatever. If it's over quickly and you win, the immorality of it doesn't matter. Everyone praises you because you had a short victorious war. And it seems quite clear that Putin thought that was what was going to happen with his Ukraine invasion. And it's a fucking disaster. And so now he's just firing rockets at civilian targets and multiple countries saying that's a fucking war crime, dude.
We need to call it what it is. It's genocide. He's trying to destroy the Ukrainian culture.
Everyone's saying like, no, dude, this is What the fuck are you doing? For no fucking reason, you are murdering civilians in a neighboring country. What the
Yep.
fuck?
Well, one thing I absolutely loved about when all the companies and stuff started pulling out of Russia.
Oh,
yeah.
Mm.
So they took their time, but eventually Adidas pulled out. And when that
Yeah.
happened, oh man, I laughed so hard because how are the Russians going to do the Slav squat now?
I was about to say, all the squatting Slavs are like, my life is over. Adidas won't sell me any new shoes.
The fucking tracksuit mafia.
Oh Jesus!
It's,
Is that the weirdest thing from the last 20 years though? The squatting Slavs in tracksuits. That is just fucking weird. It's the thing where it's an unironic thing, and then it becomes an ironic thing, and then it folds back in on itself to become an unironic thing. It's like mullets here. Mullets,
yeah, they have their cycles.
and then people had ironic mullets, and now they've morphed back into unironic mullets.
Oh,
it's very strange.
have I told you?
So
Have I told you about
as well?
Dr. Abigail, go.
Oh, about my I have an NDIS funded cleaner who comes.
Yeah,
and she has.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
She's from what's the country with the pirates? It's
Penzance? I don't know.
No. Actual Penzance.
Caribbean.
No. The African country with
Caribbean.
actual.
Oh,
no,
look at me!
not
I'm the captain now.
Somalia.
Somalia. She's from Somalia.
Yeah.
Yes, she's Somali. And the country
Sorry,
with the
tell her
pirates, and
that I
everyone's
thought she
like,
was from
Johnny
Penzance.
Depp, fucking. My God.
Where
She's
can
a fucking,
see pirates?
she comes in with her fucking sword and swashbuckles her way into the bathroom and swabs the deck.
But
Fucking
did her dog step on a tree?
Yoho Sebastian. Sorry.
Yeah. Anyway, she has a teenage son, and I'm like, my teenage son has a mullet unironically and on purpose because it's the fucking 80s again. And
did you try and steer him though away from said hairstyle?
I did. I'm constantly saying that mullet is awful, but you try and talk sense into the youth these days, and you just come across as a grumpy old person.
Yeah,
that's
the way it works. That's the way it works.
Zoomers. Anyway, she told me that her teenage son, who's about the same age as Will, who is black, has a fucking flat top from the 80s.
Oh, Jesus!
Yeah. So it's not just white kids; it's the everyone's doing it. Like it's that just got me. I was done. I was just like, it's the 80s all over again.
Oh yeah,
it was.
We're still. You were saying where are the pirates from, and I'm saying Penzance. We've got Pugwash Rabid Game Fan and Safar saying, "Do you mean Somalia?" And I was like, "No, Penzance. The pirates comes from Penzance."
and everyone else in the stream, the Caribbean. God. Jesus. What is this? The 1800s?
Yeah, totally.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
I was saying Kid Rock. That's not right. That's the weird redneck thing.
You were saying about flat top and whatever.
Yeah.
So one of the things that's still somewhat fashionable is fluorescent colored clothing, which was a thing back in the early 80s for me. I had, it was like a weird thing where you had fluorescent yellow sock and a fluorescent pink sock or green sock, different legs, things like that.
And color changing hypercolor T-shirts.
Hypercolor T-shirts. Wow.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
one of the things that I remember, you know, a few years ago when Madonna was, you know, sort of making videos wearing like, you know, wearing leotard
Yep.
and stuff like that,
And the
it's
pointy
like,
bra.
no, that was before then. That was the 90s.
Okay.
That you know,
Oof. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 80s. Yep.
You know, there was the thing with like leg warmers and leotards and stuff like that. And, you know,
Yep.
I remember walking out of Manchester train station, walking down the slope towards the city, and walking up towards me were 4 girls, and they looked like they'd just stepped out of Fame.
Yep.
You know, they honestly, you know, in my head, I'm thinking, you know, the tune went through my head because, and what I realized, and I've, you know, it's like when you see something and all the jigsaw puzzle just sort of slots in together in your head. I realized that you've got this continuous cycle. What happens is, I'm 18, I'm going to fashion college, and the person who's teaching me is, you know, sort of the, you know, this is what the fashion is now. But then what happens is the fashions change, and by the time that 18-year-old is now in their 30s, she can now say, you know what, I've got a great idea. Why don't we do what I thought was cool when I was 18? And so, you know, because she's now in a position where she's calling what's hot and what's not type stuff. And so what's hot is, you know, that kind of thing. So,
Yeah.
you know, there was the point where flares 30 years later pop up again, you know, because they're
Maybe
now in
there's
their
just
40s, 50, you know.
maybe it's just because there's just a limited set of fashion,
Yeah.
and it just has
Yeah.
to cycle.
I
Or-
was trying to work out who the archetypal sort of 80s, 90s rapper, the flat top was. Because I was doing Google image searches, and it was showing up like Will Smith, the Fresh Prince. But it wasn't him. There was someone else, and I can't.
Arsenio Hall had one.
Arsenio Hall had one, but there were a whole bunch. But Will Smith as the Fresh Prince had this ridiculous fucking flat top.
Yeah.
I had a funny thing.
I'm sorry,
because-
you almost said French Prince there, and I'm thinking,
Yeah, no,
princes.
he
They haven't got any
is-
princes. They were all beheaded.
Yeah, no, he is the Dauphin. Here's a fun thing, because I have a weird head. I have a weird fucking shaped head, and it's too big for my body and whatnot. At a certain point, or I had a hairdresser try to do a flat top with me, cutting my hair and doing it, and he's going back with the hair on the angle that he thought he should do it, and he hit my fucking head. He was going back, and he's like, "Oh no, I've done, and I've hit your fucking head," because I have a weirdly shaped mutant head. Quite honestly, it's too big for my body, and it's a weird. And that's another reason I've never shaved my head, because my head's a weird fucking shape. And if people could see it, they go, "Oh, I think he's either an alien or a failed genetic experiment."
My head is a little bit sort of pointy, conish size. You know, it's not the best example, but you know, it's kind of
usually
so hats just
usually the way that your parents laid you down as a baby.
I was a forceps baby. I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh, okay.
In the 60s, my head, I'm not joking, my head is disproportionately large. And my mum had 10 children that lived. I was the 8th of the 10. You would think at the point of the 8th child, it would just kind of slip out. But my head was so fucking big. I got stuck, and they had to do a forceps delivery. So I got told that, and I spent my whole life going, yeah, I think there's divots in the side of my head where the forceps grabbed on. But of course, when you are being delivered, your skull is actually not a solid thing. It's different.
Quite malleable. Yeah.
And looking at you angry, you know, You wouldn't think it that you got a weird head.
I've got a weird fucking head, dude. Seriously, dude, if we ever catch up, I'll bring my hat. I'll bring a hat that's my head. And if you are a normal human, you will put my hat on and it will fall down below your eyes because my head is stupidly large and misshapen.
Probably didn't come through there, but I was being facetious.
No, I get it, dude. I get it. But I've done this joke so often with friends in real life. I'm wearing a hat that when I wear it, it sits and it looks like it's a normal hat. And then I give it to any other normal human and they put it on their head and it just goes ka-tunk and falls down to about
right.
Because I don't have a normal human head. My
head's a bit bigger than most people's, but
dude, if you ever get here, we'll have to do a head. Okay, this is a serious thing I would do. I would go into shops that sell hats, and some shop assistant would go up and go, "Can I help you, sir?" And I go, "Yeah, probably not." And they go, "What do you mean?" And I would go, "Just bring me your biggest hat." And they go, "What style do you want?" And I go, "The style doesn't matter. Just bring me the biggest hat you have. And it's probably not going to fit me." And they'd go, "Oh, I'm sure it will." And so they'd go out back and get a big hat, and it would sort of sit up here and go dunk and not fit. And they would look at me and go, "What the fuck?" And so I know the only hat shops in Melbourne that sell hats big enough to fit my fucking head. Because there's like 2 of all the hat shops in Melbourne and surrounding suburbs. There are 2 of them that have hats that are big enough to fit my stupid fucking head.
You have to go to the big and tall hat shop.
No, there's one
under Flinders Street.
It's easy to get to. It's just at Flinders Street Station.
That one. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, no, that shop's fucking cool, but they have big hat sizes that fucking fit my head.
I've been there once before, like years ago. It was great. Like, there's only one proper hat shop where I live. But yeah, fortunately I don't have a ginormous head, so it's just a bit bigger than
dude. I have a fucking stupid head.
Sorry to
if you ever get here and we hang out, I will wear a hat, and then you can put it on, and it will fall down here, and you go, "Yeah, dude, you're fucking weird. What's wrong with your head?" It's because my head is just. There's City Hatters, which is at Flinders Street Station, and there was one on Carlisle Street in sort of East St Kilda, where I used to live. And I got a hat from there that fits my head. 2 hats in the greater Melbourne area. 2 shops in all of the greater Melbourne area that sell hats big enough to fit my stupid fucking mutant head.
I know what you mean. I've got a slightly weird shaped head as well.
Yeah.
But it more seems to be a cone kind of problem, as in if I wear a hat, it just wants to keep creeping up.
Yeah. But it's also because I'm a fat motherfucker. It's funny, on the stream last night, I was showing off my shirt, and it's like Icy Saracen, who's on the stream. He's not here tonight. I don't know what he's doing, but he's on the stream regularly. And he's like, "Dude, you seem to have a big gut." I'm like, "Dude, I'm a fat motherfucker. Where did you not know that was?" Dude, I am chunky. I am daddy chunky. It's like
this wasn't caused by COVID.
No, I actually the first year of COVID, I put on weight. Second year of COVID, I've put on too much weight. I actually lost weight, and I want to lose more, but I've kind of anyway. Yo, shit! It's 2 a.m. Okay, I think party night has not lasted to 2 a.m. for fucking yonks.
It's been a while, and you're not even that drunk.
No, I'm not that drunk, and I'm super fucking awake.
You're just repeating yourself drunk, which is just like not that.
That's
drunk.
normal for me. You have pointed out repeatedly. I only have to be mildly drunk to start repeating myself. And it's just like it's like a BoJack Horseman thing. If you've ever watched the BoJack Horseman animation, the central thing is Bojack is such a bad comedian, he feels compelled to explain all his jokes. For me, I just feel compelled to repeat the thing I said several times in case someone missed what I said. So, did you get that I just said? Okay, I'm going to say it again in case you just missed the thing I said. Anyway,
Did you get the
even though I'm
thing?
not particularly tired, I should go to bed, I think, because it's 2 a.m.
Hmm.
Pugwash, you're at 5 p.m. Jesus fucking Christ.
It's
Okay.
5 p.m. here. I haven't gone to bed yet. Not really.
Yeah, because Pugwash is in your time zone, Laura. But
Well,
yeah.
I'm fucking. My sleep schedule is. I don't have I have sleep anarchy, and I've been awake for 2 hours. This is my breakfast. So
I know, this is
I'm
your
wide
breakfast.
awake. Yeah.
My
That's
sleep
what I was
schedule is
like
pretty
yesterday.
normal.
Yeah.
And again, I am actually wide awake. I've not been this wide awake at 2 a.m. for a long fucking time. But I'm going to, I think, force myself to go to sleep. I've got my
After
sleep.
party then?
Oh, Johnny wants an after party. Johnny, you have to turn your camera on and get naked. That's all I'm saying.
Just, wanted to
That's an after party.
Yeah, no.
Let me just try and track down a webcam down then somewhere.
Dude, it's not an after party if you don't have a
Oh,
webcam.
fine. Oh.
All right. I'm going to try. No, okay. So also Saturday night, I don't know. I fucking don't have anything on Sunday. So who the fuck knows what's going on? I'm definitely doing a stream for Saturday night because it's not a date night. I don't know if it'll be. No, okay. I will actually preempt that and say it will not go. This was a 6-hour stream. I haven't done a 6-hour stream for a long time. But, you know, I'm going to sleep. We'll see what the fuck I do on Saturday. But if you're around, we'll rock up. Okay, so 8 p.m. my time for a live stream is literally only 16 hours from now. So,
wow.
Oh, geez. Fucking hell. I don't know. I'm gonna try to go. So Mimsy's here. I'm gonna go and lie in the lounge. She is definitely gonna climb up on my chest, which will either help or not help me sleep. We will see how that goes. I've got my CPAP machine out here because I thought I don't want to disturb Mrs. Angry sleep, so I'll take my CPAP machine just in case I stay up late. Lo and behold, it's 2 fucking a.m. So yeah, okay, I'm going to sleep on the lounge for a while. And there's like, I'll probably wake up, I don't know, somewhere between 6 and 8 a.m. And it's like, oh, okay, the normal humans in the house will be getting up soon. So I'll go into the bedroom now and I might sleep for a couple more hours and we'll see how that goes. Yeah, Pugwash. It has been a bit of an epic stream. And again, seriously, I'm wide awake. At this point, I feel like I could go on for hours. I am just going to dip out in the name of, for fuck's sake, be sane.
Have a sanity check. Have a sanity check. And just you could just be like, because you're sitting in front of a screen, talking to people, active conversation. You could just be like in a state of like visual stimulation. And you'll walk off and suddenly it'll hit you. Just go for a sanity check.
I've got this. I think like switch this off, lie down, and because my lounge is super comfy. Dr. Abigail can maybe back me up because she slept on my lounge.
It's pretty comfortable. Yeah, it's nice and big and wide, and
it's got a lot of space for you to lie down. So I'm going to go lie down there. I'll put on my CPAP machine. I'll probably fucking zonk out really quickly. Failing that. Just everyone else is asleep. Just fire up Pornhub on my PC and, crank one out. And then I'll go to sleep.
You could be a British politician doing stuff like that.
Yes, I could be a Tory politician.
If
you can't do it in your own lounge room, you with your kids at home, where can you do it?
No, because Even the social butterfly, young Mr. Angry got home like 2 hours ago and went to bed.
Okay. They're all asleep.
They're all asleep. So I was just like,
And if you're lucky, you might come across one of my videos.
Oh, Johnny.
Oh, God.
Ooh, okay. All right. Sorry. I think I want to finish.
Oh,
the
hello.
stream.
By that, I mean they don't actually exist. That was a joke.
Oh, yeah.
But was it?
No, I want to finish the stream on that level of innuendo, basically. Jesus.
Perfect.
Okay, so yeah, I will definitely do a Saturday night stream. I have no idea how long that one will last. It won't be as long as this. This is the first 6-hour stream I've done in fucking forever. But you'll take care. See you another time.
Thanks for watching.
I will say
Good night.
bye.